If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor look too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life for broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at the beginning, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are done, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 40 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
How do you write women so well?
I think of a man, and I take away reason and accountability.
But what is so important about driving faster than anyone else?
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
If like I wasn't a feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. Like I don't really have like that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated
That actually
myself.
makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
It's mainstream. Do you guys believe in the patriarchy?
But it's still a bad position. It's still like what you
fine.
just saying.
And what is that? So what is the patriarchy?
It's patriarchy's when like men rule, right?
Mostly, right?
Men rule, women drool. Wait, what? Okay, that's
No, that was my fault.
Say it. Can you say the patriarchy is awesome?
it's not bad. It's not bad.
The patriarchy is awesome.
That one, that's for you, Good One Motorsports.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning. The following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
My bad. I have myself muted, so I didn't make a bunch of sounds of me pigging out as I was finishing my dinner. Welcome, everyone, to my Saturday night chill stream. A little later, we're going to do some open panel stuff just to keep Kat entertained because, as we all know, Kat gets bored easily, and and she traps men. That's the new thing. I gotta say, I really enjoy just popping Kat up on the screen when she's like preening or whatever it is that she's doing, and she's just like, eh. And the reaction is so great. It's so natural. It's just, mwah, it's great. It's so good. It's so good. How's everybody doing out there tonight, guys? You guys doing well tonight? I really hope you are. It is Saturday. Which means I get a couple of days off after this, and I get to sleep like real hours again. Which is fine. Kat the Man Trapper is the name of the game. Kat, please introduce yourself because I know that we have many people who are not aware of you out there in the audience tonight.
I'm Kat.
Seriously?
What else do I say?
I don't know. I'm your friendly neighborhood cat.
Yeah,
I'm
Kat.
married. I've got a kid. I've had the same husband for 20 years. I only ever had one husband, and I trapped his ass. I don't know. Just run down the basics. Just
Yeah.
Just be cool.
I like fish. I have a health podcast, and that's it.
Okay, we're gonna work on this, guys. I promise. It's gonna get better. Don't worry. Kat is Kat's doing stuff. Scroll up, shooting coyotes from small ranch planes with shotguns. Well, I mean, I'd do it with rifles, but hey, whatever floats your boat, pal. That's great. And we use helicopters actually, but that's cool. Oh, it's a competition. Yeah, that's good. I just leave my dead coyotes where I shoot them because that feeds the entire ecosystem around them. And I am a conservationalist. So don't remove the dead bodies. They're dead for a reason. All right, guys. What kind of controversial stuff are we going to get into this evening, Kat? What can we stir the pot with? I saw that you did something a day or two ago. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was semi-controversial, and it wasn't about demons. So
Yeah.
I should narrow it down.
Okay.
Oh, can women be friends with other women? That's a great one.
Yeah.
So
comedy.
Lay it on me.
I don't think we came to any conclusions. I think it was just a bunch of arguing and special circumstances this, special circumstances that. But
who's on your panel?
I'm bad friend. I don't know.
You're a bad friend?
Is usually there. I don't even remember. Like,
Teriyaki can't talk because he's not a girl. Do we have any girls in the audience to come on panel and debate Kat about women being friends with other women? That would be great. Just raise your hand or signal to the mods, send up flares. I don't really care, whatever it takes. We'll get you on. Mods, I actually had written up a nice set of rules that I will get out to you guys next time for the open panel. Tonight I will just run it. But yeah, if somebody wants to get on and talk about whether or not women can be friends with other women, especially if they're married, I would like that a lot. So raise your hand, send smoke signals, shoot up flares, fire 3 times in the air, whatever. Speakeasy. How about women or men in relationships being platonic friends with the opposite sex? Now, we've talked about that ad nauseum here. My feeling is it can't happen. You men and women are not meant to be friends. So, but if you're a female, a real female, none of this transformer nonsense. If you're female and you want to come on the show and talk with us about whether or not women can be friends with other women, truly, I would love to have you on tonight. So, yeah, I did write up some stuff. I just didn't get it. I didn't get a chance to get it out together. I was actually, even though this isn't actually rushed, I made the intro reel that you guys watched this morning, and then my son had to go shoot his regional trap competition. He did pretty well. He didn't do as good as he could have, but he did pretty well. They did take a third in the team skeet competition. So that was pretty cool. So they stayed for the awards. I had to come home. And so, that's why I'm a little bit behind the curve on getting out some of my paperwork. Alicia, we're talking about women being friends with other women. And how many friends do you realistically can you have as a female? My guess is probably 1, maybe 2.
I did come up with some criteria.
Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go. Let's read it off. Throw it out there.
Okay, so a good female friend. They're happy, huge. They're not jealous. They're kind and generous. They console you to keep your family and marriage together when times are tough. They will always devil's advocate in favor of your best interest and that of your future family, children, and marriage.
Okay. And just to kind of boil that down, I would say that more than likely that is it basically refers to that women, especially in small groups, tend to pull each other down. I call it the crab in the jar effect, right? Like you tip over a jar of crabs, you would think that they would all run and scurry out, but they will literally pull each other back in so that none of them escape. That's my observation as far as having watched women over the years. It's not a case of a rising tide lifts all ships. It's a case of nobody wants to be the last crab in the jar, so they keep everybody in the jar. So, yeah.
Well,
Is nobody going to disagree here? Can we not find some angst, some argument? Something?
Well, I do have some things to add to that.
Okay, come on, let's go.
So, the obvious thought that we came up to was married women need to be friends with married women. But then I brought up that does not mean that they're good people just because they're also married, because they could be cheating on the side or jealous of you for other reasons, try to sabotage you still to get a divorce, or, ruin something, ruin your reputation. I don't know, but I've seen people steal from their friends. I've seen lots of stuff. So just because someone meets some checklist doesn't mean that they're not jealous and not happy and not a good person. So we decided that these were the criteria: happy, not jealous, kind and generous, and console you in your best interest. That kind of encompasses everything, because then you don't have to worry about none of these people can be degenerates. None of these people can be trying to ruin your relationship. None of these people can be trying to get you to do stupid things or talking crap about you. If you meet those criteria, you're good to go.
Apparently the chat's just agreeing with us. They're not acting properly tonight. We've got a broken chat. We've broken the chat. The chat is broken. That's okay. You know what? I'll take it. It's very interesting though to me that men have kind of the opposite problem, in that men tend to want other men to marry off so that it relieves the competition for the single women. Like, please go get a girlfriend. Go away. Leave me alone. I'm trying to, I got a whole field of dreams out there that I need to go plow. And that was, come on, that was good. That was field of dreams, plowing.
Okay.
Whatever. Jeez. Interesting that Kat uses the word console to mean challenge, by Steve Sandman.
I'm pretty sure it's not will challenge you to keep your family and marriage together. It's console you when you're having a hard time with the result of keeping your marriage and family together. It is console.
Mm-hmm. The chat is at least getting the joke, Kat. I wonder about you sometimes. I fear that you have led too sheltered a life in your little city of Miami.
That's okay.
That's okay. All right.
I'm fine with it.
And
I don't know
she
what
showed me pictures
is.
of her friends just to tell me they ain't really friends. It's funny. Guys, once the chat speeds up, you're gonna have to do the super chat thing, or I won't be able to track it. I can't pay attention. I can't do 4 things at once. I can't watch Kat be silly, talk, and watch the chat all at the same time. And Kat must be kept entertained, or she will wander off into her own little devices. So we, got to draw a line somewhere, guys. Yeah. All right. So okay. All right. Well, I mean, that was a very quick topic. We've just wiped that one right off the list. Okay.
Well, I mean, we did yell for 3 hours until we came up with that.
Well, I don't know that anyone necessarily agrees that most women can't be friends with other women for any length of time.
I think that goes for men with other men too.
Definitely. I mean, so men have like groups, right? Like, we have like, just like we sort women into categories, we do the same thing with our friends, right? We have friends that we have work friends. We have, Saturday night dudes that they're, generally available to go do stuff with. And then we have like actual friends, and usually there's only like 2 or 3 of those, period. And, at the end of the day, we really don't even care that much about the where we sorted people into. Is just, they're just that's just how we know them, right? And I find that a lot of times people a lot of people tend to not have very clear boundaries as to who is who and what is what. And I think that's an interesting discussion to have as well. And you'll see different terms. Men will use things like brothers, or these are my people, these are my whatever. But most of the time they only have a few of them at any given time, and because it means a lot and it takes a lot of energy out of you. So, and guys, just so you know, if you're tuning in for the first time, you will see the mods posting links to other people's channel. That is because those people have either had me on or otherwise interacted with the show. They've been on the show or whatever. And so the mods are directed to, especially when those people are in the channel, to post their channel so that you guys can go over and see them and do what you're supposed to do, which is like, subscribe, and whatever. So, yeah. So we got Skate with Speakeasy sends in Canadian $5. You're Canadian, bro? Didn't know that. Women switch their besties up. Serial besties. The rest are just acquaintances and competition to each other. Huh. That's an interesting. Okay. That's interesting. I have to dwell on that one for a minute. Is that true, Kat? Do you switch your besties up?
I mean, I don't remember having a like what you would see on TV as a bestie, someone you talk to every day. I never had that. Maybe for like a few years here and there.
Are your besties generally people that you're competing with, or
no?
They're
happy. They're always the people. Ones that are just like always in a good mood, always happy, always there for you.
Okay.
Like, the calm people, the people who are not like out there doing crazy stuff. They're just homebodies usually.
Stochastic Decay. I'm just a legend. I'm not a whatever legend. I'm just a legend, and a small one, minor. I'm a minor entailment in history. Yeah. So anyway, interesting. How many best friends has Kat had?
Oh, you asking me?
Yeah, you're Kat.
Okay.
Oddly. I know it's shocking that you are, but you are in fact Kat.
Okay. I had one best friend, but she passed away when we were like 14. Then I had the guy best friend that I started dating. So that's probably like a no, doesn't count for you guys. So I'll just skip that. And then there's this maybe like one girl that I've kind of known since middle school. We're still best friends. She's super happy all the time. Yeah, I have another one like that. She's married. I met her maybe college. And let's see, the last one I met, she was my photographer, and we just stayed friends. It's been like 10, 15 years. And then there's childhood friends, but they're not best friends, but you've known them for so long.
Right. That's just familiarity, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we're all friends here now. That's for sure. Guy best friends, obviously, I don't know if anyone can possibly disagree with this, but they are simply dudes awaiting to get into your pants, Kat, or dress, whatever you happen to be wearing that day, or swimsuit, or whatever. That's all they are. That's all they are. Guy best friends are the worst best friends. Yep. I said it. I'll say it again. Are guy best friendships lower maintenance than female best friendships? Absolutely, dude. When was the last time you bought your buddy a fucking gift beyond a, case of whatever he drinks, on a special occasion or something? That's not. I mean, come on. We don't. Men don't do that shit. We don't do that shit. Women buy each other stuff all the time. I have no idea why.
I've never done that.
You don't do that?
Never.
You don't do that?
Maybe that's why I don't have that many. Maybe I'm supposed to be paying them off.
Maybe you're breaking girl law. You are breaking girl law, Kat. You are breaking female law. You're a traitor. You're a traitor.
Am I supposed to like pay for a girl if I ask her to meet me for lunch? Is that like a thing?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Do when you go out with your girlfriends, do you guys like fight over who pays, or do you pay one time and your friend pays another time?
I always say separate checks when I sit down. Maybe that's why I have no friends.
Interesting. That's pretty interesting, actually, because I will buy lunch for the table generally. If I sit down with my guy friends, one of us is going to get the check, and sometimes it's a competition to see who gets it. It's just a weird flex. I don't know why. It's just.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's usually like a specific type of guy thing, but the new guys now, they don't do that.
Really?
Yeah. The younger guys, I would say. And of course, the guys that they're not doing
well. I don't pay for alcohol, speak easy. I'll pay for the meal. I don't pay for alcohol. I don't drink, so no alcohol, bro. Sorry. Got to get your own bar tab. Sorry, I had to throw that in there. So I think the reason I'm used to it is because, I own the race team and I took everybody to dinner. Like literally every race meeting we would go to, we'd all go out after we were done at the track, and the crew guys have worked hard. I mean, these guys are putting in hour upon hour upon hour, and we're not in a nice shop, man. We're basically working in a parking lot. You think about rebuilding a car in a parking lot with everything that you need coming out of a trailer, and think about how hard that is. And these guys get it done. So we would all, like at least once a weekend, we were going out for steak, 100%. And I paid for everything. I was just used to paying for the meals. But I wouldn't pay for alcohol. And I told everybody that up front. I'm like, look, order whatever you want. I don't care. I'm not going to pay for alcohol at all, period. And so they got their bar tab, and I got the check. But it was always, and so I got really used to that. So I still do it to this day. I will generically, if I sit down to eat with friends, I assume that I'm going to get the check.
I always assume that there's going to be a fight. Some people are going to try to leave early to not pay their fair share and leave a few dollars.
Damn. That's cold-blooded. Yeah. What kind of fucked up friends do you have, Kat?
I'm not talking about friends. I'm just talking about when we go to lunch as coworkers.
Okay.
They would always do that.
Back in the caveman days, you did that?
Back when I had to work like a whatever, a hobo. I don't know, a slave, whatever you call it. Working people. Office people.
Drove to work in your brand new 63 Buick. So, okay, got it. So I just actually pick up the check, not because it's a weird flex or anything. It's just I'm used to it, and whatever. It's just the way it is. And I think that it's kind of an old school manly thing to do. Like especially if you invite everyone, right? Like if you say, hey, we're all going to dinner. The guy who says we're all going to dinner, that's the guy, right? I've never had anybody try and dip out on a check that I know about. Maybe, I don't know. But that's a different thing. That'd be crazy, man. I would feel I don't know how it would feel if someone tried to dip out on a check. That's pretty fucked up, Kat. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah, you can't choose your coworkers.
That's true. That's probably true. That'd be pretty fucked up. All right. What else, Kat? What else have you been getting into this week? I know you've had some good topics. I want to revisit them because I don't get, Teriak's cool, but he's a little off. Like,
yeah, he is. I noticed.
You noticed?
Yeah, I noticed. It took me a while, but I figured it out. Okay. But we did one where we were talking about TradCon. Is this a fetish, hidden feminist? We did a whole debate on that.
Interesting. I don't know that I'm really I don't know that I can even talk on that, because I'm not even sure what a TradCon really is.
I don't even know if we were qualified to talk on it, to be honest, but we did.
Interesting.
I mean, I had a panel with all men talking if women can be friends with each other.
That is pretty weird. I got to be honest with you. The whole TradCon thing to me, if it means traditional conservative, what does that even fucking mean? You're either conservative or you're not conservative. The fuck is this even supposed to mean? Like, I don't get it. It's just,
well, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What we did was we went around different Instagram accounts of people who claim that they're TradCons.
Instagram, the lowest of the low. Like, the only reason I even have Instagram is because all my gun friends are on it, and all of my airplane friends are on it, and my race car buddies are on it. And so my Instagram is literally nothing but gun and race car porn, basically. I mean, it's just nothing but that all day, every day. And Ben Steger, that guy must do nothing but either he's got a guy that just does nothing but load shit to the Instagram for him, or he is like literally everything he does, the second he does it, he hits send to Instagram. Because that dude's like number one on the list every single day. Ben Steger is a world champion pistol shooter, and he got banned for being a smart ass. It's just like, don't piss on the boots of the king, right? Because the king can fuck you up. And he pissed on the boots of the king, and the king fucked him up. That's what happens. But I just, other than that, what usefulness is Instagram? Instagram's like the lowest of the low, as near as I can tell. I don't know.
Oh yeah, but it was fun.
Well, I'm sure it was fun. Viking sends me, since the chat has slowed down a lot, an unreasonable man. TradCons tend to be Bible thumpers that misuse the Bible to fix modern dating. Okay. All right. I mean, modern dating is fucked up enough. I mean, does it really need help from anyone to fuck it up even more?
Well, I think if there is a fetish out there for the traditional wife archetype, the 1950s with the little dresses, baking.
Kat, is there something you want to tell us? Do you secretly want to be in the 1950s with little dresses baking? They weren't little dresses, by the way. They were above the knee.
Still, well, they are dresses, though.
Yeah, it's I actually had an interesting conversation this morning with in the whatever Discord chat. There was one of the mods there was talking about she wanted a dress, but it's made for, I guess dresses are made for people that are over 5 feet, like 5'9" or whatever, and she's 4'7", so she has to like hem them quite a bit. And I thought it was really funny, and then she started posting pictures of other dresses, and I'm like, that's not really work appropriate. Like, the length is good, but you're showing a little too much cleavage there, just for work, right? And I don't know. I may have weird taste that way, but I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know how that works out. TradCons think people are as they ought to be and reject how people actually are. Yeah, that's probably fair. 4'7", Brian's dream girl. I probably not. because she's like in a relationship, but yeah, maybe at one point in time, maybe. That's funny though. Let's see. Anything else going on? Kat likes taking her husband to gay bars. That's mean. Do you do that?
No, but it was a joke we were making.
Oh, I see. Okay, good. All right. Yeah. Florida man here. Sundresses are the best. No simping. That's right. All right, guys. Well, I've had all the fun I can have with Kat. Kat is rolling her eyes already. We're gonna have to move into the we'll have some people come on. We'll do a panel. The way I'm going to do the panel, you need to reach out to mods. We have to know who you are, and the mods will have to give you my Discord link so that you can go there and get the link to come on here. If you don't have Discord, I'm really sorry, you can't play. But yeah, we'll have probably 2 or 3 people at a time on. I'm not going to do like 10 people trying to talk over each other and all that shit. So just don't do that. So mods, if you guys want to start doing that, that'd be great. But I do have to know who you are, or somebody has to vouch for you. I don't want weirdos. I don't want anyone weirder than me on the stream. Okay, so let's just do that.
What's like a very controversial topic we can fight about?
Well, there's a lot of fairly controversial topics.
Okay, so somebody in the chat give us some crazy controversial topics.
No demons. No. Come on.
That's only on my channel.
It's only on Kat's channel. Kat's the. I got one. So did you guys see where the CEO of Cracker Barrel made a statement recently saying that, by the way, the CEO of Cracker Barrel is not an old white guy, as it should be, because it's fucking old people country food. I eat there. So, just seems to figure. So the CEO of Cracker Barrel just made a statement this week that Cracker Barrel is no longer relevant. Their image is not as relevant as it should be, and it needs to change. Well, that's upset a lot of people because it's a very specific segment of the market that it caters to, and there's all of this. It's not really conspiracy theory, but it's kind of conspiracy theory about whether or not this is holding companies who go in and buy up a company, put in a CEO that then tanks the stock so they can buy more of the stock and then pump the value back up and then sell it off at a massive profit or just gut it. And so that's what they're saying is going on with Cracker Barrel. Like a lot of chains, it owns a lot of property. It's worth more right now, I think, than than it's probably making in a year. It's worth a lot. And so see that the financial stuff, it just makes her eyes just, roll back in her head. But anyway, so the CEO is young-ish. She's blonde. She went to Vanderbilt. I believe she was CEO of Taco Bell previously. And there's just a lot of conspiracy theory in the news right now about how, is she trying to purposefully tank the company, or are we on the verge of a Bud Light moment? So it's a kind of an interesting thing to do. First day of Pride Month, Kevin Landers, you were the only person that knew that. I did not know that. Why did you not let me be in peace so that I did not know that? Fucking Pride Month. What the fuck? All right. So, yeah. And now I can't read the chat because it's going too fast and I'm talking too much and I'm throwing shit on the ground. So, literally every corporation posts about it. Yeah, it's a pretty reckless comment for a CEO. If anybody wants to come up and argue about stuff, come on up. We'll argue about something, and we'll give the meager crowd tonight a show for the money that it hasn't paid. So I'm in a good mood tonight, guys. You guys just don't understand. Where are the cans to throw? I mean, they don't have cans at Cracker Barrel. They have bottles, though. Get that Stewart's cream soda and just throw the bottles everywhere. It's fucking hilarious. Board should remove her. Probably. I don't know. Maybe not. And there's two ways to interpret the statement she made. If you go actually read the statement, it's either that she thinks the company needs to head in a new direction and kind of change some minor things to appeal to a wider audience, or that, you know, that needs to go in a completely different direction. And she doesn't need to, you know, she doesn't feel like that it's relevant anymore at all. So it's open to interpretation to some degree. Okay. Speakeasy might come up. We got a good topic going. It's just everybody's fought about everything this week. We've already fought about so much. You know, they still have Alan Jackson and Dolly CDs. That is correct. They do have that. Yeah. So why would you just say that in a press release? That's an interesting thing. So do we think that there's a conspiracy theory in large corporations getting bought up by hedge funds like BlackRock or Vanguard and tanked, like what's going on with GameStop right now? GameStop went from like 19 or 20 cents a share to $68 a share in like a week or two. It's very funny. That's money, Kat. That means money. Yeah. Okay. Nick, why don't you come up and you can give us a good topic? Let me I'm going to throw Nick the link. He's been wanting to come on. Might get Mr. Boulay on too, even though he's supposed to be modding. We'll give him the night off. Nick, check your Discord, my friend. Somebody sent me something here. All right. Yeah, meme stocks are hilarious to watch crash and burn up and down. She could be incompetent, right? I mean, it's an interesting way to say something. And why would you do that? It's Beaten Cheeks. I'm going to throw Beaten Cheeks a link too. Beaten Cheeks hasn't been streaming lately. He's feeling beat down. He's had a lot of people throwing shade his way. So we're gonna get Cheeks. Go ahead and fire up your pewter and get on here. If beauty can be objective on a scale of 1 to 10, do you think you, Brian, and Andrew could decide on a woman who's a 10? No, I can't. And here's why. I've never seen one. I don't know what that would look like. I just know that such perfection probably exists. I just haven't seen it. So yes, Kat, you don't have to raise your hand. You can just speak.
No, I've seen one. I've seen one of these.
Okay, she's seen one.
Creature. She was a Victoria's Secret supermodel back in the day, but when they were, normal hot girls. So gorgeous. When my husband saw her, he was like, "Oh my God, we can make money off of her!" Like his first reaction.
God damn.
Damn,
son.
You know what she looks like. And I'm like, she is a professional model already. She's figured that out. And he's like, we could have been managers, got 10%. Oh, well. Anyways, beautiful girl. Stayed a virgin, got married to like some, I don't know, sheik in Dubai. Had a baby. Sweet girl, killing it.
Killing the game. The game is being killed by this young lady.
No, everybody was simping this girl. This was a level of beauty unseen before.
Gorlock is not a 10. Gorlock is not even a woman, so can't be the most beautiful women if you're not a woman. I'm sorry. Cindy Crawford back in the day was a 10. You know what? I'll go with that. Back when she was like 21. Damn, son. Damn. Whew. Fogged up my glasses. Let's see. Husband simping. Yeah, okay. Beaten Cheeks has been beat. Guys, I sent you guys links. You guys always want to come on here, and I sent you links. You're not on here. Beaten, go click the button. You degenerate. Rebecca Romaine. In the day, she was close for sure. But I would say that the chick from Underworld, what's her name? Kate Beckinsale. I think Kate Beckinsale looks better than Rebecca Romaine ever did, even though she's a screaming libtard. And she is like, I mean, she's like a 9.5, 9.6, but I don't know if she's a 10. She's pretty close though. The problem is it's hard to tell because they have so much makeup, right? Brooke Shields, 10, 100% 10. Brooke Shields, 100%. When she was 18 in Blue Lagoon, come on, seriously, that is the end.
But then it went.
Maybe. She kind of did go off the. She, you know, I won't lie. She kind of went off the. Kat, what is your shoe size? Or I'm assuming that's for you.
5.
Size 5. Beaten Cheeks tired is no excuse. Quit being a little bitch and get on the fucking stream. Yeah, damn it. I tell you. Everybody wants to be on until it's time. Yeah, Kate Beckinsale is like a 9.5, 9.8. I mean, she's hot. I mean, but it's hard to tell because there's a lot of makeup involved, man. Cheeks, of course, she's too white for you, bro. Brooke Shields is way too white for you. Sorry. Don't be racist, though. You're racist towards white women. We all simp for Brooke a bit. That's right. What's up, little podcast reacts? How you doing, man? You guys don't know how long it takes me to go through all this stuff. You will. Cheeks, stop wimping. It's not even simping. He's wimping out. Get on here. Stop jabbering. 10 minutes, Nick. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. All right, I got a hot topic. I was gonna hold this back. I was gonna hold back on this because probably get me canceled and shit. Cheeks, nobody cares about your makeup. We don't care about your hair. Wear a hat. And you're heating. I don't know what the fuck heating is. What the fuck is heating? We can't smell your breath. It'll be fine. Gong Li, yeah, you know what? So Asian women are hard to judge, man, because they are smoking hot. But Joan Chen, yeah, maybe. Anyway, so do you believe? What is your stance? Is homosexuality born? Are you born that way, or is it a learned behavior?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking everybody.
All right. I can only
Cheeks,
speak.
you fap to everybody. I'm sorry. Cheeks, come. All right, that gets up on the board. You fap to everybody. Your top 10 list stops at 100. What's wrong with man? Get on here, man. What's wrong?
Yeah, this is not YouTube talk.
We can talk around.
No, you can't. You can't.
No, can't talk around.
Not even around it.
Everybody's telling me be careful. All right, we're not going to talk about that. We'll take that to Rumble the next time. I didn't put Rumble on tonight. Damn it. We could have all just zipped over to Rumble. I had to set the stream up on my phone, and I can't set Rumble up on my phone. Cheeks, finally. Where's your camera at, bro?
I don't have it set up. I was moving shit around, so
You're always moving shit around. What's wrong? Is your house okay? You get it fixed?
well, that's why I haven't done anything. I've been rearranging shit.
Yeah, okay.
I've been-
We'll change the subject, guys. I'm sorry.
What was the subject about?
We'll do it on Rumble. When I do the gun talk on Rumble, we'll do the everything.
What? Oh, you talking about the homosexuality makeover on people?
Yeah.
Silencio.
Yeah, we can't talk about it. Apparently, I don't.
We're gonna talk about it. You just can't like delve into detail of the F word.
Yeah,
and...
man, we'll just move on. Move on. Whatevs. Cheeks, you are not an incel.
I am
You
so
are
an incel, bro.
Incel.
Bro, I am an incel to the core now, bro. You got me fucked up. I just started playing Diablo again, dude. Oh my god, I'm going full out incel, bro.
Voluntary.
Full on incel, bro. I'm a proud incel, guys.
You're
hearing it right here. I love it, guys. I'm eating ice cream.
How have you been? I know you finally got out from under your big giant thing.
Oh yeah, that big ass contract that I was on. I've been, dude. No thing. We're talking about actual business. It's been good. I've been in super chill mode. It's so weird that I actually get to sleep on normal hours, American hours now.
Somebody vet Evan O'Brien. Sorry, Cheeks. Somebody vet Evan O'Brien so he can come on.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Cheeks. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Long story short, I have been so chill, dude. Like I am feeling fucking great. I feel fantastic. Like
the spaceship has landed.
Yes, sir.
Cheeks, don't look over to your left, man. It's gonna make you jealous as hell.
Is he trying to out incel me, bro? Oh hell no! This is fucked up. You got me fucked up now.
Oh hell no! I ain't no incel.
He's married with a kid, bro.
Oh yeah. I mean, you are too, but you're always being called an incel and fucking whatever.
I know, what is up with that? Why is
well,
it?
Yeah,
that
if you ask
like,
my haters, I get called all sorts of wild things, but it doesn't mean it's true.
Insult that they throw at me is incel. What the fuck? They can't say I'm ugly or old.
Poor.
See, the problem is, Grid One, is that most haters lack creativity. That's why they're fucking haters.
Well, I got one from my hater the other day. I got some from my haters the other day. I got to go through my mail and go and pick through them so I can get the subjects.
Hey, Department of don't be going to my fucking YouTube channel. That shit's been nuked. Go to my Rumble. Rumble's where it's at for me. Don't be fucking going to my. Anyone subscribe to my YouTube, unsubscribe and go to Rumble. Go to Raw is Law. That's my channel.
Raw is Law. You need to change that, man. You need to like come up with something that's like fresh, new, exciting.
No, because I am raw, and that's law, bro. You think anyone's gonna hold me down? How I talk on Rumble?
Like
absolutely not.
You're talking about raw dogging.
Yep,
I mean,
that's what I was thinking.
I mean, you're not wrong. Wait, we're talking about raw dogging. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, shout out to my friend Fresh.
Fresh, if you're in the audience, we're not talking about you.
No. Fresh is good. He can take a joke.
Yeah, we're not talking about you, man. We're talking about old beating the Cheeks over here. Cheeks beating it all the time, apparently.
I ain't beating shit, bro. The only thing I'm beating is my fucking hands into my finger or to my keyboard here. No big deal. And I'm currently munching on some ice cream, trying to get fat.
Yeah, man, be typing in.
Oh man, I can't, dude. I'm gonna be full on incel mode in the next few days, like real incel, bro. I cannot wait. No more dating. Fucking passport, broing that up.
Such a liar. You're such a liar. Nobody believes. Like, I mean, you can't see Viking's face right now, but he doesn't believe you. Nobody believes you.
I'm laughing my ass off.
Yeah.
Why?
You
You're like dropping all the trigger words. You're like trying to trigger my OCD. I'm just like, I must correct it.
Look, man, I'm gonna be an incel whether you guys like it or not. I'm gonna prove you. I'm gonna prove it to you guys.
The problem is though,
off the market.
And guess what? I'm gonna start fucking hookers and then really become part of that real incel culture. You know.
But see, incels are involuntary celibates, so they don't get sex. So if you're gonna pay for box, like that automatically makes you not an incel by definition. But my bad. I digress. My OCD kicked in there.
That's what I keep telling you. You can't be an incel if you're voluntarily not banging girls. If you remove yourself from the dating pool, that's voluntary.
Yeah, that's just
you're not even removing yourself from the dating pool. You're just unhappy you can't find someone to wipe up.
You're just going monk mode. That's all.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna practice making kids with this one chick I'm currently seeing, and then I'm gonna go full on and say fuck this American dating bullshit. I'm going back to Colombia.
Look at Cat's face.
Back to Colombia, back to hookers and blow.
Yeah, being sober and trying to date regular bitches here is not that exciting.
What's up, Nick? Nick, Earth to Nick.
I can. So check this out.
How's it going, guys?
Let me give you logistics here real quickly. I can go to Colombia, fly there, regular economy. Shit, you know what? I'll upgrade to business, not even first class. Go there and get an Airbnb for a night. Come back the next day with the chick, and that'll still be cheaper than a fucking one American date over here, and less fucking problems.
Okay,
Ain't that crazy?
Can you hear me?
For about 3 months,
I can hear you.
All the problems.
By the way, Viking, that is a sick fucking
Viking, your mic is a little low.
I can hear him fine.
There goes. Good, or what? That should be better now. For some reason, every time I join StreamYard, it always like turns my microphone in voice mod down to half. It's really annoying.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, well, it was, I didn't want Cheeks to just yell over you all night, so.
I don't yell.
It's all good. I could pull out the heavy metal voice and just start yelling to the microphone if everybody wants, but I don't think that'd be too entertaining unless I'm singing.
Yeah, I mean, we could do some karaoke, and I mean, that would be interesting. I'm pretty badass at singing Eric Carmen. Rest in peace, Ben. Man, that was a good singer. If you guys don't know who he is, he's an 80s singer, Dirty Dancing.
Yeah.
I'm a heavy metal fan. That's mainly what I listen to.
I haven't listened to metal in quite a long time because they haven't put out any good metal music in quite a long time. We need to bring back some.
That's what I thought. I've been hearing a few people. A couple of guys I know have been turning me on to some good shit.
No shit.
Prevail. Let's see. There's even some Christian ones I was listening to. For Today, they're pretty good.
Never heard of them. I don't know. Like I said,
I didn't either until last night. But you have to, one of my other buddies, Rolo, he has his own metal band too. Trial of Ascension. They're pretty good. So Rolo Tomasi.
Oh, George Miller? Yeah. That's his real name, man. I hate calling him Rolo Tomasi. Rolo Tomasi is a pseudonym that he took away from the movie The Usual Suspects. Whenever, so you're familiar with that. Oh, no. LA Confidential. That's what it is. LA Confidential, the movie. So it's a great movie, by the way.
Yeah, that's old school.
I know. You guys gotta, come on, man. You guys gotta know all this shit, man. You guys are the red pillars, man. Come on.
I don't pry into I'm not one of those stalkers trying to find out who's people's real identity. If they tell me their real name,
well, he says it on his streams if you ever watch, actually.
Yeah, but I didn't remember it. I just call him Rolo because that's why everybody else knows him. Because if I said his real name, I didn't know who you're talking about at first because I don't remember. I just know him by Rolo. But his band is pretty good. So
I'm gonna have to listen to it. I do like some good rock music from time to time.
This isn't rock music. This is heavy metal. This is remember Rolo's favorite is Swedish death metal. So this is tape shit.
Swedish. It's very specific.
Oh, yeah, I don't go.
I know, right?
Oh, you know what? I lied to you guys. I did hear about when I was in Germany about 10 years ago. I went to some underground metal shit. I didn't realize what the fuck I was getting myself into. They were speaking way too German for my liking because I can't speak that shit. But it was actually pretty fucking cool.
Yep.
I was like, holy shit. I was like, why aren't can we actually I have a good question for the guys here. If you guys know your music. I don't know very much about newer music, but how did rock and roll die? Metal, rock, how did it die and when did it die?
I don't think it did die. I think
I
music
don't
was
think
Excuse me,
dying
when
at
did
the time.
it not
US,
die?
it's kind of-
Not die, but like when did it not become as mainstream as it used to be? Like from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s got really big, and all of a sudden in the early 2000s it just slowed down quite a lot.
After 2005, it kind of dropped. It dropped down quite a bit. Rap was doing pretty good in 98 to 2003, and I don't know. I think everything just kind of fell off, and the new age took over.
I think people just got softer, so they don't like listening to hard shit anymore. So
Yeah, I could go with that.
Like I've probably seen Bullet for My Valentine like 6 times at least.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
That's about as hard as I go.
I think a lot of the like stupid shit like mumble rap and all this other stuff that just can't get into, it just kind of took the audience away from the metal.
Yeah, mumble rap sounds stupid on the face of it. Like I've never heard any of it, but I'm just on the name of it. I don't want to listen to it. I'm like, I like people that can articulate. Even the heavy metal singers I typically listen to can articulate well, right? So,
what type of music do you primarily listen to, Grid?
Me?
Yeah,
dude, I'm all over the place, man. I listen to.
Nah, man, come on, you're Taylor Swift shit. You're a Swiftie. I feel if I was on Rumble, I was gonna call you something else.
You and Coke again?
A guy that owns like a dozen or plus guns.
Did you not hear the intro, man? I listen to like a lot of classic rock. I listen to older rap like Beastie Boys. Some Eminem is cool. Not somebody goes either way. Concrete Blonde. If I'm feeling depressed or some shit. I got a bunch of cool music, man.
Fucking Mr. E. What's up, Enigmatic?
I'm the same. I'm all over the place like you. Like I like a lot of everything. To be honest. Well, I'm not really that big on country, but
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not into country that much either. But I like old school Johnny Cash and shit like that.
Yeah,
like one of my all time favorites is when he did his cover of "Hurt." That's a really good one, short one, but really good one.
Did you hear Johnny Cash cover the 9 Inch Nails song?
Yeah, that's "Hurt."
That's what you're talking about.
Yep,
dude. That kills, man. Like it's better. It's way better than Marilyn than 9 Inch Nails did.
I like
I've
Tool.
listened to both. Yeah, Tool's good.
Tool's
one of my favorites. My cousin turned me on to them back in the day. Tool and Perfect Circle are pretty good.
Non-point.
Great. Ghost said you danced to New Kids on the Block.
Well, it's easy to find the gay people in the crowd. So, it's all
right. Who has the most colorful background? Oh, it's the woman. Okay, that's not bad.
Did you guys end up finding
get any more vanilla than Kat? Other than the fact she trapped her husband.
Damn.
Cold-heartedly planned that shit.
Yeah, she fucking couldn't let go. Had them legs strapped around. And she's like, "Nope, this is mine."
No, she did it without.
That baby
sex.
is mine.
That's the cold-hearted part of it. See, he didn't even get laid.
Is that what she told you? Is that what she told you?
He did after 6 months.
Oh my god, what a simp!
Look, hey, Cheeks, you couldn't make it 3 weeks, brother.
Man, I think I'm doing all right as an incel, bro.
Cheeks, what happened, man? You're inselling it now?
Hell yeah, bro. I'm like 4 days in this incel mode, bro.
Last time I heard from you, I think you were on Gridstream. You just got back from Cuba, right?
Colombia.
Colombia.
Fuck Cuba. Do I look like a fucking commie? Okay, don't answer that. I kind of do.
Kinda do.
But God damn it. I almost said something else, but I'm on YouTube, man. Oh God, I hate being censored, bro. I hate it. Oh, I was gonna say something else that has to deal with the Middle Eastern country, but I was like, do I look like this? And does my hair look like this? But nah, I don't want to get you fucked up. It's all good.
And I was looking at Wes Watson's latest video there today.
He made another video?
Yeah, he's got a new video
That's
out.
ballsy.
But
That's
his comment section is literally filled with fucking disses, man. Like it's
that dude,
man.
Like,
the hate for that
he's
man
getting
is real,
roasted
man. Like
so bad.
we've got so many people like joining the Fresh and Fit Discord. That's like some of the first shit they're saying, like, do you shave your arms and shit like that? Like, the fuck? Like, go someplace else. Why are you bringing this shit over here?
That guy's a fucking clown, dude. You know what? You know who I feel bad for? Not really, but are the guys that actually fell for that trap of buying into his bullshit.
Well,
I mean, that's the only reason why he has money.
yeah.
That's the only reason why he has money.
There's simps, man. There's simps for him, right?
I mean, he says a lot of true shit, a lot of the same type of shit I teach people. The thing is that he does it with a lot less emotional control, so it's going to discredit him. Like, that's one of the things that, the RP talks about is you got to control yourself and have what's called frame, which is just basic self-control. And it's kind of fucked up that we got to teach this shit to people now, but most people aren't like fucking parenting their kids or outsourcing that shit like crazy.
Yes, these young fucking idiots. I know, and they have no social awareness. They have no good
We got
parenting.
old
like you're
dudes
saying.
that have that same problem. We got guys like Grid
Old
One's
dudes.
age that join in and sound like these fucking 5-year-olds basically on the fucking internet, that they never grew the fuck up. They've been living with their parents too much, had everything handed to them, and they don't appreciate it. And then they're mad that they're not getting laid. It's just like, yeah, because you don't fucking work.
Shit, I'm mad. I'm not getting laid. It's been 4 days. Fuck.
But, I think
I mean, 4 weeks, guys. 4 weeks, bro. And so for life.
Cheeks is a 4-day virgin. The world is gonna end. Holy fuck, he's a 4-day virgin.
But the question is he born again virgin?
No.
The question is, was it a man or a woman? That's the real question. Is he?
Oh, dude. Okay, first of all, a woman. Second of all, I'm glad you guys brought this topic up. Fucking, you see, that fairy Destiny on the Hodge Twins pod, and they asked him the most simple question about what is a woman.
Because it's so cringe, man. It's. So
I was like, how? I mean, I know he's a leftist prick, but how can you be so stupid? Like, how much drugs does this idiot do? And how does anyone dress like that? How does anyone dress like that, look like that, acts like that, thinks like that, and gets paid triple of what I make in 1 week that I do in a year?
Hang on, Cheeks.
I don't get it,
guys. Mods, you guys can send it to him on Discord as well. That's you guys can do that. You can send him the link too. It's I'll send it to you so that we can pull him up.
That's what pisses me off. Like, you have dipshits like that people actually listen to. Like, I fucking despise any subscriptions or prescriptions of any source of any balance, whether you're red pill bro or these content creators that are full of shit at the time. And then you have Destinies, these liberals, these lib cucks. Oh my god, they are like, I'd rather listen to.
I honestly couldn't
the
believe
bullshit.
he said that shit.
Dude, no. Have you tried listening to his actual channel? It's so much more cringe. Like he's a Wikipedia idiot nerd. Like me, I actually am a government, or I would say ex-government employee, and half the shit that he says, I'm like, dude, I wish I could debunk him. Otherwise, I'd probably be in prison for half the shit that I would debunk him on. It just sucks that people like that are getting away with falsehood narratives on what's going on in society. But that's what you have. Like Viking said it best, bro. Lack of parenting, lack of fucking real mentorship from the fucking homes and what's going on in reality, touching grass, seeing what's out there. Look at the way Destiny looks like, for fuck's sake. That is not a good way to look as a person. He's not even a man.
Well,
But he
the
did
thing about
actually.
Destiny-
I mean, he had a normal upbringing, so that kind of shoots that shit in the foot.
Yeah,
but
see, the thing about Destiny is that he's smart, right? He's too smart for his own good. Like this, you see this with a
Right.
lot of guys.
He's
It's
paid.
usually not the
He's
stupid
paid,
guys
dude.
that have trouble. It's usually the guys. Like I even believed a lot of the shit that he believed for the longest time until I found the red pill, air quotes, right? But the thing is that like I said, he's smart, and this is why I like guys used to come into the Discord on for Fresh and Fit and ask me, well, why is Myron having this guy on? Why? And I'm just like, well, a negative example can still be a positive example, right? You can look at somebody falling flat on their face because they didn't tie their shoes, and I said, I don't wish on, for his, he kept saying like, oh, well, I'm happily married, so this proves my point of view. And I'm just like, it's coming up on 3 years. According to the red pill, that's usually when the honeymoon phase ends. And he's right. Like, 3 years and 7 years are the 2 milestones when women start to have doubts about the relationship. And this is just due to biology, right? This is normal. Like if you study this, evolutionary psychology, right? It matches up, right? So, like I said, he says a lot of things that sound good. Remember, communism sounds fantastic on paper, right? Just like wokeism sounds fantastic on paper, but in practice, it's a corrupt piece of shit.
Yeah, I know, man. I used to be so fucking lib too. God damn, I regret that shit. Yeah.
She's got her mouth full. She's eating.
Put the cat on the spot again.
I'm sorry. I had to do it. I had to do that. I'm sorry. That was great. What was that? Oh yeah. No, the thing about Destiny is it was so cringe to watch. I couldn't believe that he actually came out and admitted on camera to sucking dick. They're like, oh yeah,
I wasn't heading towards that. I was gonna head towards the part where
like,
he was talking about
hell?
when the Hodge twins pressed him on what is a woman. He had like a fucking 30-minute answer. Oh, that was the cringe part. The whole dick sucking thing. Shit, everyone has known that for years.
What is a? I mean, come on, you already know where he's gonna go with what is a woman.
No. The response was the counter response was from the Hodge twins. That was the best. Like,
yeah, well, the left is pretty basically proof of the quote from Dark Knight. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain, right? That's the thing. They all have this very idealistic outlook on how to do things, and the problem is it doesn't match reality, right? Social constructs do not adhere to reality. That's the problem. Like, we got to understand, this is what a lot of red pill gets criticized, because we just like call out, like, this is what the reality is. This is the world we live in. These are the cause and effect. Now you can either accept the uncomfortable truth, which is what red pill means, or you can continue to live a comforting lie. That's your choice.
I
see a couple of people out in the chat talking about how Destiny's been an openly bisexual.
Yeah, no, he's an open gay. God, I hate that we're on YouTube. Oh God, I want to say some other words on here.
He's been. I mean, I wouldn't say that he was like super out in the open about it. Yeah, he talked about it once in a while. He was, like, oh yeah, I have, sex with my wife and other men, but it was like kind of muted, right? Like it was kind of like pushed down. But on the Hodge twins, dude, like he just like it was like in the first 3 minutes.
Dude, the Hodge came out swinging, dude. That's what I love about
dude,
them.
they were like
they're on Rumble and X too, so they don't hold back at all anymore, dude.
Well, I'm on Rumble and X as well, but they were on YouTube talking about this, and he was like, the entire interview with Destiny was just nothing but degenerate shit. I've said this before. I think that since what's her name left him, he's just been using more and more drugs, and that's it. I mean, he's just using a bunch of drugs, and he can't.
It's worse than that. He signed on to an NGO, and he's getting paid to say the shit he's saying now.
Is he really?
Oh yeah,
Rolo talked about it. He found the proof.
He's smart, like we all know Destiny's smart.
I can't remember what it's called now. My apologies.
Okay. That's all right. Well, did you guys see the thing that was regurgitated through the news about how the the leftist podcasters and streamers are getting paid to spew leftist stuff.
It's something. The group is called something about redirecting hate or something like that.
Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah.
And he, my understanding is that he and like a bunch of these other people that have been on like Fresh and Fit and like the whatever podcast that have been talking this stuff, they apparently they have been tied to that that Farrah chick or whatever came out, like because they were trying to get her to say some shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, heard that porno lawyer chick.
Yep. So I mean that's apparently a thing, which I'm not surprised. Right, because this, like I said, going back to the die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain, used to be that the left used to rag on the right for their Christian science denial, but now they're all science deniers too. So it's just like, okay.
Somebody's dog was barking. Not mine.
That was mine. Sorry about that. I got
right.
two bitches over here.
Isn't Destiny a girl? No, Destiny's his stripper name. So,
facts.
Yeah, like what's with the fucking name?
It had something to do with his like video game shit. I don't know, something weird.
Destiny.
Hey man, I know he makes us incel gamers look bad, bro. He needs to change that shit to like I don't know, Cuxtony or something, some fucking retarded and gay.
He needs to get rid of the blue hair as well.
He just needs to get. Oh man, never mind. I don't want to say that. I can't say that shit. But God,
it was funny when Brian wore the red hair.
Oh yeah, to mock him. Yeah,
so funny.
Yeah, that was good.
That was so funny. Cat looks confused. Cat, are you okay?
My husband's laughing too loud.
Go tell him
because that would do it.
You better go over there and
come hang out.
Go tell him to shut the fuck up, and I want to see the
Tell him to come hang out. I think he's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, I don't. The thing about Destiny is he's too easy a target, and he knows he's too easy a target, so everybody just leaves him alone, so he can kind of say shit that other people can't and get away with it because he's such an easy target. So, yeah, the blue hair is gone. I don't know who said that in chat. I kind of just saw that flash.
He looks like, dude. He looks like a fucking bomb, dude.
That's why the best way to deal with guys like that is to attack their arguments rather than resorting to the ad hominems. The ad hominems are like low hanging fruit that you got to give real pushback. You got to pay attention to what they're saying, analyze it, and actually give real feedback that's critical. Constructive criticism. Because if you just like, well, you look like a cuck, it's just like that's not a valid argument. That's the same shit that Wes did. Right?
Yeah.
To Andrew. He's just like, oh, you look weak, so I don't have to listen to you. It's just like, that's not a valid argument. Like, listen to what the dude said and actually give him real pushback, and you'll gain a lot of respect from the audience. Whereas you see now, because he just fucking attacked him based on his appearance ad hominem, right? Now everybody's like hating on the dude, like, you're a piece of shit. Nobody wants to believe him. Even though, like I said, most of what he says is fucking valid. It's the same shit I teach motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I teach no one anything. I am a nobody. I want to keep it that way. Fucking dog.
I always wanted to be a nobody, but that's not my destiny.
Well, I'm in the cybersecurity realm, so I have to fucking talk to people quite a lot in that space, and there's a lot of bullshit going on right now, especially this election year. I had 2 clients. Oh my god, I could talk about one of these things. I just had a recent incident where one of my clients got attacked via a Trojan horse trying to gather some information by destroying it and then basically ransomwaring it. And long story short, I recently had tried to tell these guys that their program sucks, their cyber Splunk software sucks, and I had the solution to fucking fix it. Nope, they didn't want to listen, so they got hacked. And now they came, at me, and you know what they got? Some valid information about a lot of private shit that you don't want out there. And I fucking warned my client. I'm like, hey, we got to upgrade your bullshit. I'm not even the one you're paying. You're not paying me. You're paying the software company, not me, to maintain this shit. And then I'm going to be setting it up for you to make sure you're safe. And yeah, that was a pain in the ass, man.
Yeah,
And
that's a problem
that's
with
what
a
I
lot of people.
do. People are not aware of. They don't have good cyber awareness, is what we call it. And there's a lot of shit going on.
I think he had to kill a dog. So just stand by.
Hold on a second. She just ran out. Oh my god.
Bye, Cheeks. All right. While he's on whatever fucking
chasing after the bitch.
Yeah, he's got to go smack the bitch. While he's doing that, the Destiny stuff is mildly. The only thing interesting about the Destiny stuff is that he was just so like downtrodden. That's not really the right word. He was just like, it was depressing and cringe as fuck to watch him talk about, sucking dick and picking up men or whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? And even the twins, I think, kind of felt sorry for him for like 2 minutes, and then of course they got over that shit. But seriously, that was crazy.
His existence validates a lot of these weak men's ideology, right? They think, oh well, if he made it, I can make it too.
I hate that he says that shit. He's, look at me. I get millions of followers. I make $1 million a year, and I live in a high-rise and penthouse in Miami, and I fuck whoever I want, and I go on all these great trips all over the world, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and you use a shit ton of drugs to deal with the fact that your reality sucks, let's just, if you're going to start spewing facts, spew them all, And
well, that's why you gotta pick your mentors and heroes very carefully.
Yeah, no doubt. I thought we had some other guys going to come on the panel here. They didn't. They haven't made it yet, so hopefully they'll get their shit together. You kind of have to, pardon Cheeks. He's Cheeks.
He's an incel, so he's too busy out chasing bitches.
He's a ball cell. He can get laid. He just shouldn't get laid because he's degenerate. Kat, did your screen freeze, or are you just like watching your husband do tricks?
Yes.
To which?
Oh shit! She gave the Big
above.
Mo answer. She gave that's the Big Mo answer. Just yes.
Yeah, just yes. All right.
Yeah, I didn't really have the luxury of remaining anonymous though. Like my real name's out there because Myron, being all super energetic, like the first time he gave me a shout out on the podcast, yelled my name basically at the top of his lungs. It's like, oh, cat's out of the bag now. Well, people know who I am. Oh well, I guess I'm rolling with it.
Yeah, I've been in a public eye so long it doesn't matter. Nick, what you wanted to come on tonight? What's up with you, man? What do you got to talk about?
Well, you guys were looking for a topic, and the hot topic of the day seems to be censorship. So,
in which aspect? There's a bunch of that shit.
And like free speech. So, do you think that like anybody should be able to just go out on the road and just start yelling that these people need to die and all this stuff, like controversial topics like that? Or do you feel like there should be a limit to free speech?
Well,
like there's consequences to free speech, right? Should there be consequences? Kat's shaking her head. She thinks. What do you think?
Kat, you can go first since you seem to be reactionary.
No, I think you should be free to say whatever you want to say at any moment, anytime, if you're like in your own space, and if it makes somebody do something, that's on them.
So, but you don't think like you should be able to, like, go in front of a crowd and
scream fire is like the only thing I think.
Whoa, what up?
Why is that?
Because that would cause a riot or heart.
Are you sure?
Well, it could.
The possibility doesn't.
If you're in like a small space and everybody tries to run for one door.
No.
I don't know that I agree with that. You got to take on this Viking before. And if we're going to ask a question, rather than engage one-on-one, just everybody kind of go around and answer, and that way it doesn't become Nick and Kat talk,
Well,
going back and forth at each other.
All right, goddamn. Sorry about that.
Shut up.
Bringing up the topic. That's all.
Oh, all right, I'm gonna fuck off. Sorry.
I do think
You can fuck
that
off
you
if you
should
want
be
to.
able to say most things without consequences, but in reality,
That's all I had to say.
you are going to experience consequences, right? You know, this is one of the things that we try to remind guys at the Fresh and Fit Discord, because they come in and they want to while out and be fucking crazy and say shit that they shouldn't say, right? Incite violence, threaten people and stuff like that. It's just like, yeah, you can do it, but there's going to be consequences, right? And a lot of people also don't really understand terms of service and stuff like that, as well as like monetization contracts online. It's just like there is no free speech online. They're private entities. All these corporations, just because they're in the public space, you literally give up your free speech when you use the platform. You agree to abide by their rules, no matter what they are. And they can change the rules whenever they want. Like, I've read all the contracts, I've read all the TOSs and shit like that I've signed. You know, because my grandfather always said, always read the fine print and never sign a one-sided contract. Well, a lot of these contracts are one-sided, but when you have that as like the only option, there's really not a whole lot you can do in terms of the online space. That's the reality, right? Now, in terms of like, if I want to talk about it idealistically, yeah, you should be able to say whatever you want, right? As long as it's not like, it's the idea of freedom in the United States. Like, I tend to stick with the United States. Like, I don't, you know, when it comes to like how the rest of the world does things, I tend to prefer the USA, the good old USA, right? Because it's individual freedom, right? As long as what you are doing is not infringing another person's freedom, you are free to do it. And I think that that's where it should be. Like, if what you're saying isn't infringing on somebody else's freedom, right? Or inciting violence against them, which would infringe their freedom and their safety, then you should be able to say it, right? You could say, you know, do a rally and say a bunch of vile shit, but that gives people the opportunity to say, hey, that guy's just saying vile shit. I'm going to go talk to somebody and listen to somebody who's fucking saying something that actually works, right? But that comes down to you vetting your heroes and your gurus. Most people are followers today. They are not leaders.
Okay, Evan, you got a take?
Sorry, I was kind of spacing out on everything Paradigm was saying. What was the beginning of the take?
Ask your question and again, Nick.
So, do you feel that free speech is limited,
right?
Or
I
or
don't.
is it open-ended?
Okay, so yes and no. I think free speech should be limited in the way that if it's degenerate, yes. If it isn't, then no. But I don't think there should be some sort of like an overseer of it. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I think Kat said something about the fire in a theater kind of thing. It's okay to yell fire in a theater. The difference is the way that you say it, the way that you do it. I think we should be able to say whatever we want. I mean, this is YouTube. I don't know if everybody was here at the beginning, but you could say and do whatever you wanted. I use Rumble because of that. And as Paradigm was saying, I do absolutely think that there is consequences to you saying something. If you go on the internet, like what's his name, Nick Fuentes, don't like the guy personally. He says whatever the heck he wants. But there's consequences, right? He's getting canceled everywhere. Gavin McInnes is another perfect example. Love that guy. I think he's hilarious. But a lot of stuff he says, I think, pisses a lot of people off. And there's consequences to what you say, but I think that you should be able to say whatever is you please to say. So.
Okay, I'll give my take. My first take is that there should be no limit on what someone says. Period.
Right.
None. Zero. Whether or not there are consequences is individual and specific to where you are, when you are, and how you are. So, and I don't believe that you can set rules in place to say you can't yell fire in a theater. Why not?
Right.
The idea that degenerate speak should be somehow outlawed is foreign to me, because a lot of the things I say are considered degenerate by other people. So I don't understand how we could ever go there. And the last thing is that the fact that anyone agrees with a limit on speech is insane. It's just insane.
Can I ask you a question, Grid?
Hold on.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
It's okay. I'll get to you. I promise.
No, you're good. Yeah, sorry.
So I'm not saying that if I enter into a contract with someone voluntarily that limits my speech, that's one thing, right? Like if I agree going in that I will not write a book with the words "fuck you, asshole" in it, then I've agreed to not use that language. But I can probably use "go fornicate thyself, you gaping anus." It's the same thing, the exact same words,
all right,
just different. So I have a real problem with the idea of freedom of speech being even an issue in our world today. And so I don't agree with actually anything anyone said. There should be no limit, none at all. Now, again, if you agree to go into a theater and their policy is that you can't yell fire in the theater, then you agree by going into that theater that you're not going to do that.
Right.
But if that policy is not right there on the door, hey, do not do this, and you yell fire in the theater, who fucking cares?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not responsible for other people's actions. I'm only responsible for my actions. And nobody can tell me what my word. If I can't tell you that your words are degenerate, and you can tell me my words are degenerate, then we are not on the same playing field, and therefore that is a version of oppression, and I don't agree with that. So I don't know. That's just my take.
Okay. So the one question I have for you, Grid, is in that. So we have the 5 tenets of the First Amendment, right? What is it? Freedom of speech, freedom of religion. We have petition the government. We have the right to, gosh, I always want to say express, but that's not it. To protest, and then obviously freedom of press as well as freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I said degenerate is because I've been watching for for a very long time.
Sure.
I've been watching it long enough to know who you are. And everyone talks about how pornography is really, 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 really bad. And do you consider pornography the same thing as freedom of speech?
It is a form of speech.
So we all agree. I mean, most likely everybody in this room that pornography is bad for everyone. The person doing it, the person filming it, the people making money off of it, all that, right? So how? I'm not saying. I guess I understand what you're saying, and I kind of agree with you. But I'm saying there has to be some sort of way to rid of that sort of thing without taking away from everything else. But then when I'm saying that out loud, it sort of is a catch-22. So yeah, I think I might actually agree with you what you're saying. I just since I'm a theological person, I would tend to say, hey, pornography and that stuff needs to go away, right? I think it's terrible. But at the same time, I do agree with what you're saying. I think that maybe you are correct, because there is no way without an arbiter to get rid of something like pornography.
So with pornography, we can appeal to assume. Pardon me. With pornography, you could appeal in a community to a religious or moral imperative in your community, and therefore your community could say, we don't allow pornography here. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you didn't like it, you could move. Right.
Oh, that's true. Sort of like the abortion thing. Okay.
Federally, I don't agree with that, because the federal government should have its power, should not have anything to do with local and state government.
Okay.
In my opinion.
So you are a federalist then?
I'm a constitutional conservative.
Okay, so am I. But I mean, I think I'm going to choose between a statist and a federalist. I'm going to say a federalist for sure.
I 100% believe that if it's not in the Constitution, it shouldn't exist.
Yeah. Okay. I agree with that as well. All right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I think actually you changed my mind a little bit, and that's cool. Yeah. Cool. And thanks.
I think
for the
Pat's
question.
listening to something else. I think she's cheating on me here.
So we're pretty much all in agreements that there's consequences to free speech and certain policies that don't count with free speech.
Yeah, but I think Grid was right that there shouldn't be any consequences for it. Like, say, Chase taking away Gavin, I forget his name. I just said it earlier. Gavin McGinnis's bank accounts. That doesn't make any sense just because he said something they don't like. And I get it, they're a private entity. But I mean,
well, again, what Viking Paradigm said is very key. He understands every document he signs and agrees to. And most people don't take the time to do that. So
that is true.
If I don't agree with it, I will say, hey, why is this? Why is this in here?
True.
If they say, well, it's boilerplate, doesn't really matter, blah, blah, whatever the fuck they say, then I go, okay, can we remove it? Because I don't want that in there. I don't want you to ban me because I say you fucking cunt. Okay. If I walk into a teller and say, hey, you fucking cunt, give me my fucking money, and you throw me out of the building because of that, I don't agree with that. I don't want that in my terms of service. Right.
Right.
And sometimes you can do it, sometimes you can't. You know, with YouTube, you piss up a rope. They're not going to change anything.
Oh yeah, goodness gracious.
But
yeah, wow.
But you know, I have in fact had other people where I've said, I've gone round and round on contracts where they've said, well, you can't do this on the job site. You can't do that on a job site. You can't do this. You can't have this on your car. You can't have that on your car. I'm like, no, I don't agree with any of that. I'm not going to sign it.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely
and
true.
I make them change it.
Because
Because again, if you agree to it, if you agree to something, you agree to it.
Right.
And as a man, if you agree to it, then you have to do it.
And you're held to that standard. Yeah, you're right.
And
now
negotiation
is key in business. Not a lot of people know you can do that. Like, hey, you get as a content creator, if you got one of these third-party companies want to do a sponsorship and they send you a contract, you can do exactly what you said, Grid. You can go through it, be like, I don't like this part, I don't like this part, and then send it back to them before signing it, and then be like, if they agree to it, then they'll send you back a brand new contract with those things removed, and then you sign that one, right? After reading it, of course, you know. So that is something key in business. A lot of motherfuckers don't know. And in terms of YouTube, you could do that with the YouTube contracts as well. The issue comes in is amount of power, right? They have way more power and influence. And that's where a lot of these arguments end up becoming very touchy and sketchy with stuff you're talking about, bank accounts and stuff like that. Right. When the public space, right, you know, is these corporations, right? We're literally living in fucking cyberpunk right now. Like, we're literally in the first part of cyberpunk. Right, the corporations have a crazy amount of control. Right, we're getting the brain implants and the cybernetics and shit like that. We're in the first part, right? Welcome to Ghost in the Shell, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Ghost in the Shell,
Ghost in the Shell,
Idiocracy
right.
edition. I say it all the time.
Okay.
Welcome to Ghost in the Shell, the Idiocracy edition.
All right.
It's an interesting thing that you just said there, because that's true. And I think that's why Brian has been able to get away with a lot lately. I think that he has threatened YouTube with removing his entire operation and going to Rumble or somewhere like that. And that's why they have not they've not limited him. You never have you never see his video pulled down, you never see anything redacted.
He doesn't push the limits the way Fresh and Fit did, right? Like Fresh and Fit was like they did like an hour-long segment where they were calling black people monkeys and making monkey noises, and they went on another platform but streamed it to theirs with wearing KKK outfits and doing the salutes, and like they fucked themselves, dude. Like it's almost
that's not what got him screwed
with the wedding cake maker that didn't want to make the cake for the gay couple because they're against that. I think that wedding cake maker has every right to not make the cake for the gay couple. Sure. Just like any business has any right. If YouTube decided tomorrow, you can't wear red, you can't have red in any of your streams, I'm fucked. All my shit's getting taken down and I can't do shit about it because it's their platform. Like, what can we do, right?
Did FNF get pulled off of YouTube?
Pardon?
No.
Did FNF get completely pulled off of YouTube?
They got demonetized.
completely
so
demonetized.
It's like a Stevie Crowder situation.
They got completely demonetized. That'll blacklist them in the algorithm. They won't get pushed out in the algorithm like this. Like they're completely fucked now. They're not gonna have no more viral YouTube videos. None of that shit.
No, they still do. They just had one last night. The single mom song guy with the diapers and shit like that got Frank Castle because he was fucking had no self-control. right?
Yeah,
So they
that
had a power
didn't
moment
pop up
last
in
night.
my algorithm at all, and I watch all that type of content. That didn't pop
But
up
see,
in
here's
my
the thing,
algorithm
though.
at all. They're fucked, dude. They're
That
like
all the stuff you mentioned, that's not what got them demonetized. You know what got them demonetized?
Single mom song.
When they had a certain nick on that I can't name because that could even get this platform fucked.
Oh crap!
okay,
I said it earlier. Sorry.
okay. Well, no,
NF,
you
right?
won't get deplatformed
Yeah.
for just saying the name. But that's another thing. So what? If YouTube decides tomorrow that Grid 1 isn't allowed on the fucking platform, that's YouTube. You can't do nothing. We can't do nothing about it, dude.
Yeah, it's in the
freedom
contract.
of speech doesn't mean freedom of consequence, right?
That's why I
you
streamed
can say whatever the fuck you want. You
Right.
better be ready for what comes out. Go down to New York and spew the N bomb with the hard R and see how fast you get punched out. Like, you're never gonna live in a world that you're just free to say whatever you want.
Wait, so
right?
Speak, what do you think about it being a public? He keeps saying they're a public or a public platform, but they're really private.
Yeah, YouTube's privatized.
Right,
So
but
they're-
they call
it's
themselves
publicly
a public
available.
platform.
It's like a business.
what?
A business can have a
Well,
location, and people
in
can
that
walk
sense,
in
that
off the
would make
street.
sorry, Paradigm. My bad. Keep
So,
going.
I'm saying
should we
that-
stop bars from having an age restriction too? Because it's publicly available. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Well,
Yeah,
I think that if
exactly.
you want to have someone as long as they're 18 years old, I think go for it.
Well, see, it's a.
So we should let 16-year-olds go to the bar as long as
No,
they're
because
not
they're not
buying
le- they're not of
alcohol.
legal age.
So
They're
why
not of legal
not?
age.
It's a publicly available
Because
place.
they're not of
Why
legal
can't
age.
they
There's
go
still
there?
laws in the books that says 18-year-old makes you an
But
adult.
they're not buying the alcohol. They're just going there. Why can't
Oh,
they
well, they
go
have that
there?
stuff in like Oregon. You can do that. You get a little wristband. You can walk into a bar if you're 18.
Well, see,
You
this
can't
is
drink.
this is where a lot of
16,
people
I
are not.
said.
Are,
16.
Oh,
Why don't we
16.
let
Yeah, no.
16-year-olds into the
Yeah,
bar?
no, that's-
There's
yeah,
a lot of
yeah,
people
okay.
that aren't caught up on this. They don't understand. They view the internet world as like different from the real world, right? You hear that all the time. Well, internet's not real life. It's just like the internet is part of real life. Like, they want to try and separate the stuff. Like, I used to have people try to give me shit like, well, those online friends aren't your real friends. It's like, well, they're still my friends, and I still make commitments to them to play video games with them at this time. And you're going to tell me to just flake on them for no good reason other than that they're not my real friends. Like, that doesn't compute in my brain. These are still real human beings. So the same thing with business entities, right? Just because the business entity is online and they have millions of customers coming in, millions of people looking for entertainment, it's just like a movie theater or a stadium or whatnot. It's just
And the
scaled
movie
up.
theater can tell you
It's
to
still a
fuck off
business.
too. Can
Yep,
you go
they
into
can
the
kick you out.
Can you go into the movie theater with your shirt off, Viking?
No.
Nope.
Why
You can't
not?
go with a drink.
It's
They'll
a
tell you to leave.
publicly available place, bro. Why can't you do it?
No shirt, no shoes, no service. Signs are on
Right,
the front door.
because there's rules to entry in a business, even if it's a publicly available business. So it's
Hey, now,
stupid to
read-
say we
read-
should
read
just let
things.
anyone do anything. If I own a business and a bunch of bombs are coming in and sitting in there to be warm, I'm kicking those motherfuckers out. That's gonna stop me from having business. Like, this. No, the
Yeah.
world don't owe any of us shit. Nobody owes you fuck all, and hardly anybody cares about you. Hardly anybody. This is a hard reality everybody should get into their head. Nobody fucking next
And
to
here's-
nobody cares about you.
Here's the other reality that a lot of people overlook with platforms like YouTube. They're a business that's an advertising platform, and certain advertisers don't want their product to be advertised on certain places because it makes them look bad. That's the entire point of the advertising, is they want to appeal to a certain type of audience. So if they don't like what you're advertising,
but, like, listen, it's capitalism, right? If I own a business and one of my reps is costing me millions because one of the advertisers is saying, if you don't get rid of this rep, I'm fucking dipping. And this rep makes me, say the rep makes me $1 million a year, and I'm about to lose $16 million a year from this advertiser. Fuck the rep. Bye. It's makes sense in every aspect.
It's a harsh reality, but it's reality.
You don't get to make the rules for the companies you work for. You don't. If someone wants a YouTube where you can just do whatever you want, you do what the guys like Rumble did, and look what happened. Now they're cleaning up their chats. You're not allowed to say as much. They're banning content. They're going right to the same thing that fucking YouTube did. This like free world of just being able to say whatever with no consequences will never work.
Yeah,
It's
because
anarchy,
when you have total free speech, what happens is that you always get the obnoxious motherfuckers that want to come in and flash their dick, and show their ass.
Yep,
do dumb
and
shit
you'll
like
never
that.
stop that. You'll get
over and over again.
I was on somebody's panel and they played a video of someone self-deleting. I've always you'll never get rid of this. So like there's always going to be fucked up shit. So people making rules and sticking to their rules for their platforms, their brick and mortar business, whatever it is, it's fair. It makes fucking sense.
Hey,
I don't want dummies working for me if I'm fucking if I have to even if you're appealing to a certain audience. That makes sense. Like YouTube doesn't know a shit. Kids content, that like makeup shit, those TikTok dance type shit. These are the things that make YouTube millions because they can put all the ads on there, right? They don't care about like Fresh and Fit making a few million a year. They don't care about that. They're like, fuck, if they're gonna cost us advertisers, they can fuck off.
Yeah.
Well, okay. All right. That was good.
Grid's gonna moderate now.
Cat woke up a little bit now.
Speakeasy comes in here with grenades and shit.
Well, you know what? He's not wrong. I mean, he really is not wrong.
He is right.
He's not. Yeah.
You know, it's the same thing. Is that you're all, you know, no matter what you think, everything you do. Look, you have freedom of speech. However, if you want to go into a movie theater, you have to wear a shirt. You have to abide by their terms. If you want to be on YouTube, you have to abide by their terms. If you want to be whatever, you have to abide by those terms. Now, if you want to, if you want to go frolic in the fucking woods, nobody gives a shit. And you can go do that. There's no TOS there. There's no, nobody gives a fuck.
Right.
Yep, and if you didn't have rules about to go walking around without your clothes off, you'd have a bunch of fat, ugly, fucking nudists walking around, flashing their junk in your face, and nobody want to see that.
Yeah, but come on, Pat. I mean, we also have a lot of beautiful people doing the same thing. So
don't talk about Josie's people like that.
You never been to a nude beach.
The French are beautiful people.
No, we have one right next to my house. It's about 10 miles away. It's yeah.
Well, if you got beautiful people there, then let me know where it is. I might pull up sometime.
It's Pismo Beach. It's called Pirates Cove.
Oh, okay. I've heard of that.
So what about Patreon?
Another one I was just going to say, have you guys ever had someone come into your house and just randomly go to your fridge and they're like new to being in your house?
Yeah.
The guy that wouldn't leave my house.
Right. So, and like, you probably didn't invite that person over again, did you?
No.
Well, usually I'm like, hey, dude, don't do that.
Right.
Then
if you're like me, when that happened to me, I made the person leave. I'm like, you don't just come in here act like you fucking own this bitch, bro.
Yeah, they came.
Yeah, what are you doing? So like,
yeah,
it's rules to my own house, even, right? So like, if you don't like somebody's fucking hat, that's why like you can't wear certain things, certain words.
Yeah, there's extremes.
You wouldn't want to go to a school and see one of the teachers saying "fuck these kids" on their shirt, right? You wouldn't want to see that.
Yeah, there's extremes
on
both sides.
That teacher should be fired. Right?
The thing is I think people's expectations are off,
speech.
right? Because a lot of people's expectation is that you could have ultimate free speech, but the thing is, then you go to the extreme where, like I said, there's always going to be that small minority that ruin it for the rest of us, and then vice versa. Where we're going to now is that we're going to the other extreme where there's too much censorship. Right? That's what we're ultimately more or less getting at here, is to the point where there's so many rules. Like, because if you go over to somebody's house that has too many rules, it's like, it's one thing to have you take your shoes off, but then if they want to like hand you an outfit, now you got to dress up like this, and now you got to wear a funny hat, and now you got to talk a certain way, and you can't say certain words, right? That's where people are, really pushing back, is like, if you go over to somebody's house or somebody's business, and then you've got all these crazy rules, and everybody has to abide by that, then that kind of makes it where it's like, oh, I don't really want to do this. And that's what you're seeing, like going back to the Cracker Barrel thing that you were talking about earlier. Now you're seeing that a lot of people are enforcing those sort of rules on people just because they feel like it's the right thing to do. Right. Well, and all it does is ruin it for the rest of us.
So I do understand what you're saying, because there is some shit, of course, that but I do agree also that some shit needs to be censored, right? Like for instance, you were just talking, someone mentioned something about Pride Month. They shouldn't be letting people run around with their dicks and tits out in the streets.
Heck no.
What the fuck are we doing? Censor that. Yes, please. lock those people up. I don't
Yep.
think you should be. You can't just go. If I go walk out in my street naked, I'm getting arrested. You understand that, right? If I take my clothes off, go start walking out in my street, I'm getting arrested. Rightfully
If you have a
so.
tone of purpose, you do
Rightfully
that.
so. Right? Like I'm not like saying, "Oh, poor me." No, I'm saying rightfully so. I'm getting arrested. Just like that whole fucking parade should get arrested. What are we talking about? This is this is barbaric, and that's where I'm saying like I do believe in censorship in a certain aspect, but not in what you're saying, where like you're not allowed to say. So they'll deeming certain things as hate speech. This is where you get kind of in a like a rocky place, because like okay, I'd agree with you if you were just like reaming on someone and you weren't leaving them alone. This would just be like a form of harassment. That makes sense. But to say one word is like hate speech or you know,
Well, because they played with the
transphobic,
language.
homophobic,
It's 1984.
racist,
Exactly, paradigm.
bigoted, whatever the one word equaled to, you know. This is where we're getting into rocky roads, where like you definitely nobody should ever face any criminal punishment for like saying a word, right? Like
Yeah,
that's
it's 1984. They
a little bit
manipulated
ridiculous.
language. Now words are the same as violence, rather than words could incite violence. Now words are violence, right? You know, and
like
then
it's a
that's why
difference
they
again. If I was
manipulated,
sitting here like going at you and I kept like, you know, like the mag, but I was saying it with the F, you know, and I just kept going at you. Like if I was saying you're a duck, and like I was annoying the shit out of you, and I just went, that's just a form of harassment. It doesn't matter what the word I'm using is, right? Like I'm just bugging the fuck out of you. I'm harassing you. That's different than just saying a word and then it's like, oh, hate speech, that's harassment,
Right.
that's bigoted, that's racist. It's like, whoa, chill out a little bit here. What are we doing?
And that's why I think Adrian Wilson nails it where he says tone policing has got us to where we are.
Yep. That's that politically correct
You
stuff.
can't
And they
tone
manipulated
police.
the language,
it happens all
right?
the time. My wife does it constantly. I'm like, sweetheart, if I said F you nicely or I said it loudly, what does it matter? And she's like, well, if you said it nicely, I'd still be upset. I'm like, exactly, because it's not, it's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, they
not
like
what
one
you
of the
said,
things
it's
that-
how you said
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, one of the
I
things that the
agree-
politically
I agree
correct
with what you're
crowd
saying,
did
but
is that they changed the meaning of
your
words.
delivery.
This has happened lots of times when I get on some of these panels, right? Or even in groups in the Discord. Like sometimes when people be having an argument, it's like it's literally the argument is about how they do not understand a word or two in the English language. So it's literally people do not understand the English language, or they believe a false definition of the word, right? Racism is a good example. They've changed the definition of that. Power
yeah,
plus
absolutely.
privilege. Right, that's not what racism is. Discriminating
most of the time
based on
they
the
mean
color of
bigoted
skin.
or
Yeah, it's
prejudice, not
gotten
racist.
it's gotten pretty messy with that. And the thing about tone is like this is why a lot of people that I get into conversations with, even when it's like I'm trying to help them out, they all think I'm an asshole, right? Because like I get pretty like amped up, or I swear a lot at them while I'm talking and shit, and they're like, yo, you're a fucking dickhead, bro, you're a prick. And I'm like, yeah, I get it, I'm a prick, but it's out of kindness, you know. I'm being kind, I'm being real with you. Like I'm not trying to be nice, I'm being kind. It's the difference, right?
Well, the thing is, being a man, sometimes you got to yell at another man because some dudes like me
I
are
fucking
thick-headed.
hate this right here. Optics matter.
I don't
Fuck
think it
your
does.
optics.
Yeah.
Fuck
Well,
your
optics do
I'm gonna turn
matter.
my light
Wes
on.
Watson is a good example.
Right. Okay. But
right.
But if you're just doing the same thing that everybody else does, right? Now, and actually, I had somebody else. And it was not regarding anything online. It was another deal, and they're like, well, you know, if you do this deal with this guy, man, the optics just aren't that good. And I'm like, the fuck do I care? We're talking money here. Like it's like real money. Like this is real life shit. Like I honestly don't give a fuck what school teachers think about me, because I'm not running for office. I don't give a fuck. and I really annoy the amount of nonsense that people put on looking at just the surface layer and nothing else, or they care about only what something looks like and not what it actually is so annoying. It's the least intelligent way of doing anything. It's the laziest way of doing anything. And for me, it's insulting to me on a level that I can't even I can't even express because I lack words. I'm a pretty wordy guy, and I lack the words to express how fucking irritating it is when people say, well, optics matter. Because what optics? The fact that I did a business deal with this guy, the fact that I put Cat up on the screen 3 times tonight, what optics matter? Why does it matter? Right. Who does it matter to? Why is it a big deal to me? Now, if you can say, hey, you know what? It doesn't look good if you pick your kid up by his feet and throw him in the back of the car, I can maybe agree with that. But maybe I don't. Maybe because, you know, he thinks it's fucking funny and he likes to be picked up by his feet and thrown into the car because it's fucking hilarious, right? Maybe my kid's adventurous and a little bit of a gymnast. What do you fucking care? So, you know, people are in this weird thing where if round hole doesn't fit in round fucking peg, fuck your peg. Right? Like, and this is dumb.
In a sense, but I think you would agree that optics actually do matter.
Daniel.
I think you would agree that optics do matter in some situations, Grid.
See, here's
like
the
thing. For instance, if
context
you were
matters, right? Fucking
The
A.
context is different than the optics, though. They're completely different.
right, but what if we're talking in the sense of a woman dressed very provocatively, you know, short skirt to the point she bends over, things are popping out, tits all out, you know, heavy makeup, hair all done up. Do you think these optics have any effect, or
I think it messes with
optics matter at some point, don't they? Or how about a dude that's just like straight dressed like a bomb, doesn't have a vehicle, doesn't work?
Why are you talking about me like that, bro? I mean, I do have a vehicle, but I do dress like a fucking bum. I do dress like a fucking bum. People think I'm unemployed. I mean, why are you unemployed,
bro?
But see, I feel your frustration, Grid One, because
nah, you dress humble, bro. People who are smart understand the difference.
Well,
you
this is the thing. I get a lot of pushback myself, right? Because I'm that guy that I read those details. I pay attention to context and nuance.
Exactly.
Right. And I
don't like
find
nuance, but I like
what
context.
has got me success in life is because I pay attention to the small details. If you want to be successful in anything and master anything, you got to pay attention to those smaller details and master that. But a lot of people, they have that TikTok short attention span. They want to just watch shorts and stuff like that. They want clips. They want you to sum it up real easy and make it simple. And it's mental laziness, right? I talked about this a lot on my channel. Yeah, they don't understand delayed gratification. Understand that sometimes you got to do a little bit more work. That's what I've been talking about for
a while. That's one of the biggest problems with kids today. Like video games is one of the factors, right? Like video games, it teaches you I can build the character up to the best character ever in like 2 weeks. I can make a person the best in 2 weeks. That's unrealistic. You know, it's a constant, like you drop in, especially like the games now, like the Fortnites and shit. Like they drop in, they're shooting, and restart, respawn. There's no respawn in life, though. You know what I'm saying?
There's
like
not.
TikTok. TikTok was literally made off of the model of casino slot machines. So like in a slot machine, it's got the bright colors. You hit the roll, it rolls, and then you wait for it to pop up. If you get you get something, you're excited. The oxytocin hits, everything. Oh, and then you got to do it again because you want to feel that same feeling again. Same thing with TikTok, right? It's got all the colors, sounds. You're scrolling through, you find one you like. You're like, you watch it a couple times and then it's boring. Now you got to find another one. They're like 30 to 60 second clips. It's literally made in the same way a casino's made to keep you addicted to it.
Yeah,
that's true. Arthrodaya says that optics matter. If she were to post pictures of a physician on Instagram in a bikini, it would not be a good look. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's
that might help you out actually.
A doctor's swimsuit edition kind of thing out there. I don't know. Is that not a thing? I don't know.
I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying it might help out. There are people who
I wouldn't do it personally.
Don't they have those
because
bikini cleaning places?
I've got weird legs.
Well, it'll definitely get those Simps attention.
Exactly.
Then the mods
have all the money.
Yeah, the mods are going to be going crazy, timing people out.
We don't want girls dressing promiscuous.
No, I don't want that either. I'm just saying, how do Simps have all the money? I don't get it.
Good question.
Ben Talk, is that who the fuck is Ben Talk? There.
Ben Talk's been around.
Has he been around?
I like Ben Talk. Yeah, Ben Talk's cool.
There. Am I in crisis? Do I need help? Should I blink twice?
There.
There,
Oh,
Grid. It's okay.
Maybe he meant here.
Viking has a kick-ass computer. Dude, that thing's a fucking mothership, man. I swear to God. He literally he just comes in here just to flex on all of us. Look at
With
he's
his
just
crazy
rolling through all
setup.
those, like 10,000 cameras that he got.
Dude.
That's sweet.
It does make me jealous. I'm not jealous
Glenn
so much,
has
but
a
that's- yeah.
side.
That-
Glenn
that's
has
good.
a soft
This
side.
is my form of advertisement.
Yeah.
That is. Make sure you write it off on your taxes.
True.
And that's right. All right. And yeah, I can't read all of that. That's a lot of shit. Although apparently Clover Tack, there are shots of Clover Tack in a Speedo. Nobody wants to see that, but hey, man, you do you.
Yeah, I won't be going and looking for that.
We won't be buying that one.
Yeah.
I might
unless
give
it's
it as a
12 different
gift.
outfits.
There's some people
Okay.
that deserve that in their lives.
There are a lot of weirdos out there, though.
liberal
We got
demographic.
people at Fresh and Fit Discord coming in asking us for feet pics and shit. So
That's good. Viking, your mic is turned down again, bro.
I can hear him.
Yeah,
Motherfucker.
Yeah, it
he's
sounds great.
low. I can hear him, but he's low.
motherfucker, I don't know why it keeps doing that in Stream. It only does that in StreamYard.
Oh,
It keeps turning me down to like.
I have the
40%.
exact same problem. I have the exact same problem with my mic. I don't know why. It's like I think something happens where it peaks and then it stops it from.
Oh, you
like,
got
so
the
it doesn't
automatic
bust.
level set?
Oh.
Yeah, I might have something here. Let me see. Can I turn that off?
I had to turn my automatic level off because it was peaking and it was like last time I was on Andrew's stream, he's like, dude, your mic is blowing us out. Shut the fuck up.
It's off, but it
That was
says
the
it-
perfect example of what Andrew would say.
Yeah. He literally said, dude, your mic is blowing us
That
out.
sounds
Shut
verbatim
the
for
fuck
sure.
up. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, here's another one I heard you guys talking about earlier. I
right.
meant to ask you
Come at
about,
me, bro.
You were saying about censorship. We were talking about censorship, and then someone had brought up like censoring porn. Like what? Like
That was
you
me.
guys,
I brought that
yeah,
up.
you guys would be down for that, right?
Theologically, yes. Obviously, I don't want to. I would never want like a Christian, not Christian nationalism is fine, but like a nation of like a theophany. But trying to get rid of that somehow would be nice. But at the same time, like Grid was saying, I actually ended agreeing with him because how do you do that? You can't.
You just block
Who's
it.
the
What do you mean?
So,
You
who's the
can,
arbiter of
bro.
getting rid of pornography?
The way the FBI gets rid of CP, they would just do it the same way with all of it.
But I mean, it is a form of prostitution. So yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, okay.
They would just do the same with all of it.
I view it
Stop
the same
from
thing
being
as
able to
like
air
alcohol
in-
prohibition.
in the
right?
internet.
We saw what because
no,
I
no,
think
no.
that alcohol should be
prohibition went
banned.
bad though, man. That was awful.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That's not the.
Because
I don't
of
think
the
I don't
availability.
think the juxtaposition is that great with alcohol and pornography.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
wasn't
think
saying
it's
it's,
just
I wasn't saying it's the
very
same. I was saying
terrible.
it's similar. I
gotta
view
settle with
view alcohol as a
Yeah,
form
I
of
don't want to talk
entertainment.
about men's beards.
And I also view pornography as a form of entertainment, right? It's a more extreme and it's not for kids, but it's
Right.
out there. And trying to censor it and get rid of it, it'd be like getting rid of porn would be even harder than getting rid of all the guns. You think we're going to be able to get rid of all the guns?
No,
That's
absolutely not.
no, it's not. It's not even the same. It's nowhere near the same. I
Or
just
does
said,
it-
like, why? How do you think they stop CP from being able to be all over the internet? How do you think they stop
Well, there's still the black web, right?
the self deletion videos? Yeah, cool. There's always going to be like, there's still this, there's still that. You
Yeah,
know,
I'm
like
sorry, yeah,
murders
exceptions
against
don't
the
make
law,
sense.
but there's
Cat.
still
Hey,
murder,
you're
you know what I
welcome.
mean? So-
Hey, hang on, guys, 1 sec. Nick, you with us?
Yep.
Okay. Would you mind dropping out for a few minutes, or I'll just move you down just so we don't have like everyone super small on the screen? Cool. I'm gonna leave you in there. I'm just pulling you down.
Bro, you get replaced. You got kicked off the island.
Dude,
I thought
Dude,
Cat was
no,
trying to
no,
get
not
Gladys
you,
to
Cat.
play.
Not you, Cat. We
Chris-
need
Chris
some
not letting her
style
go.
on this panel.
No. I get a message. I gotta go. I got to go. Please come up here, replace me. I'm like, I was just trying to enjoy and just be a spectator. Now you want to be. Are you not entertained? Are
Hey,
you
Glenn,
not entertained?
I was supposed to be a spectator too, so since I had to come up here, so did you.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the thing that I would say about like CP versus regular porn is that it's easier to get rid of because it's so rare comparatively. Like, yes, you could block it online, but the thing is that with
Is it rare, or is it just that they do such a good
Yeah, I
job
think
at
I
blocking
agree
it?
with Speak.
That's
I don't know that's rare.
not that you think that like people aren't constantly trying to upload it over and over again, the same videos all over the place. Like they have units literally stopping
Yeah.
this shit as we're talking right now, right?
Yeah.
Like
I
this
think that's
is
like Bill
going
Clinton
on
say
all the
extortion is
time.
rare.
So yeah, I would just say they just do the same thing with all the porn websites. Shut them down. Boom. Any
So
American
here's
owns one, you tell them they got to move out of the country and do that, or shut their shit down. Boom. Take it away. That prostitution gonzo.
Yeah, but you know why they're not going to do anything about it?
Wait, sorry?
Government. You know why the government won't do anything about it?
Tell us.
Man, they love their taxes. Shit, they just got a way to put a whole bunch of hoes and make money off hoeing right now by collecting these taxes on OnlyFans. Man, that's a whole nother tax, area.
But that's why they love feminism too. So
I get it, but I'm saying what should be. Right, I'm just saying what should be.
My opinion would be is that it should be more regulated, and I also think that people should be taught, told more. Like, the same way that we say drink responsibly, right? You should use porn responsibly,
right?
Right. You shouldn't be just beating your meat instead of having a relationship, right?
How the
I
hell
don't think you're choosing it all. I think it's evil.
How the hell do you use porn responsibly? Can you explain that?
That's
same way that I do. Is
don't.
I'll out myself here. I put it on the background when I'm fucking my bitch.
Stop it, Paradigm. That's not what you're
using
doing.
it responsibly.
He's not doing that. He's trolling.
You don't know Viking very well, do you?
Yeah, see, it's a habit I picked up from the stripper I dated. She always had
one thing
porn on
Jim
the
Rose said that I
background.
love that he says you don't know anyone very well.
So
just being honest, man. I'm being transparent. I have a little bit of a bias. I'm not going to lie, right? But I do believe that it should be regulated.
I'm not sure that it can be
regulated. Yeah, but like you're not really giving any good reasoning to what's a good thing for porn, dude. Like
right.
You're just saying, well, because I put it on while I fuck, we should all be able to do that. Like
you asked me how to use it Glenn asked me how to use it responsibly. And
I know,
like,
but like,
I don't beat my meat to porn, but I put it on because it's stimulating. Right? My girl likes it, I like it. It's entertainment.
Wait,
so like I said, it's a form of entertainment. Why would I need to
boring is the sex that you're watching the TV while you're fucking, dude? What are you doing?
That's a hell of an assumption.
What's the point of it?
Do you want me to careful what you're asking? Do you want me to talk about my whole sex
That's
life?
what you want to hear while you're with your girl, bro? You want to hear other people moaning and other
No, I don't hear it. I don't put it on the speakers. It's just on in the background. It's just a visual.
It's kind of like that Friends episode where he likes the shark porn.
Off?
It could be on if I wanted it to be, but I don't need it to be. I got neighbors.
Okay, so you
do you mute her?
I don't know.
I knew that was coming.
You guys, y'all want to play. You really want to play by play of my sex life?
Freaking glad.
No, you're the one who brought up like it doesn't even have.
You're saying that it must be boring.
If I put what is your
actually pretty exciting?
What is the stimulating part? If you're not watching it, you're not listening to it. What's the point of it being on?
Well, we look at it. Like I said, it's fun.
So you're watching it while you're fucking. That's what
depends on the position.
What's entertaining about it? You're watching what you're doing. What?
Yeah.
That's like playing soccer and watching TV, a soccer game going up on the screen too. Like it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, when you're in the stadium, the screen they do have the jumbotron up, and you're seeing the one game that you're.
No. I said watching a different game going on.
I mean, they do that in stadiums too. Like if you walk around to the concessions, they've got other things going
The
on.
analogy doesn't matter. Okay, the whole point is I don't understand why you would want to be stimulated by other people having sex while you're having sex.
I
This
got
is
into
what
a habit.
porn. You're
Vikings
actually
pedantic
giving the
game is
reason
amazing.
why porn is
Just
a
being
negative.
honest.
Well, you got to ring on to see your girl or your
and
wife.
what you're saying is that it should just be banned and completely off the internet, even though it's consenting adults, right? And that's fine. That's your position.
It's prostitution. I think prostitution should be banned.
Right, prostitution is the same thing. Yeah, it's consenting. She's consenting to taking money. He's consenting to paying for it.
Yeah, I think prostitution should be banned, and porn is prostitution.
I think it should be regulated. So I guess we'll have to agree to disagree.
Do you think the prostitution should be regulated?
Okay, so I have two. It's
going to happen either way. It's one of those things where it should be regulated.
So first of all, I don't disagree that it should be banned. I mean, I honestly don't see any real redeeming quality for porn. I do believe that it will exist. I do believe that there's, just people making it in their garage at home and distributing it locally is going to happen. You can't stop that. Video cameras exist, tapes exist. I mean, this is not something that you're going to be able to. I don't see how you can do that.
Depends on
the same way you do it on CP. Like I said, you just ban it. The same way you're not allowed to film kids doing it and distribute it in your local area. It's the same thing.
Is that
someone finds out you're doing it, you go to jail. That's
okay.
It. Like grid one. I'm not saying it's going to be this stop. We're going to be able to just completely stop it. No law does that. Laws are just preventative.
Right. And
So
this is my.
I am just for getting as much of it off of the internet as possible. All of it off as much as possible.
I could agree with. I could agree with that. There should be no pornographic material on the internet. I could 100%. I can go with 100%. If you want it, you go down to the seedy little store behind the mall and you buy it. You take it home and you play it on your DVD.
As far as not to do that either.
Wow, savage.
But
I take away all forms of pornography. Yep, all of it.
Well,
it's all prostitution.
Because if you
Well,
do that,
my whole thing is I'm against prostitution. I'm against prostitution. So
here's the thing.
Can we get a definition?
Form of it.
Can we get a
problem with that,
so we don't have the slippery slope?
Here's the problem.
There's hardcore, there's softcore, there's some wild and crazy stuff out there. And like there's quote unquote tasteful nudity in a lot of films that are not considered pornography. So where does the line draw, and who draws that line? And then you potentially get into arbitrary calls, and we're already in a lot of issues we're into with freedom and liberty in this country because of arbitrary calls. So I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying we need to be.
And here's the flaw.
We need to find those lines.
I gave
there's
very
a flaw.
simply.
Like the porn industry could get banned, but if you ban pornography itself, then what's going to happen is, do you got any pictures on your phone with tits? You got any pictures on your phone of ass? And was it your girlfriend? Did you take a picture of your girlfriend's tits? That was consensual. It wasn't paid for. It wasn't prostitution. But yet now you are breaking the law, and now you are subject to going away.
That makes it great.
Wait,
what do you guys think about?
So again, you're taking away from the meaning of prostitution. I said it's prostitution. That's why I want it banned. I didn't say I want you to be banned from your girl sending you her tits. That's not prostitution.
So what if people are
banning sexual activity engaged between two people?
So
I want the sexual activity for a monetary gain. That's what I want banned.
Okay.
So you'd want the making of porn banned, so that way you can't pay somebody for it.
Yeah, I don't want you to pay. I don't want nobody paying for prostitution. I don't want you to be able to pay women to have sex. Yes.
So
it ruins both men and women. There's too many negative outcomes of it. So yeah, I want that banned completely.
I would point to this thing called prohibition. and say that
said that before.
if you go down that road, then people are going to do it seemingly for free, and then there's going to be some backdoor under the table weird, like who knows what's going on. So
well, it's kind of funny because your name is
that's something
Speakeasy,
you
and
have
that's
to
what came
consider.
about. Speakeasy
funny.
was an
I didn't even put
establishment
that
that would sell
together.
I know
alcohol,
what
gambling, and
speakeasies are. That's
prostitution.
why I named myself after what
Clover.
speakeasy are. I know what a speakeasy is, but none of this even says anything. The prohibition for alcohol doesn't say anything, right? And if you want to go by the stats, you know what happened during the prohibition of alcohol? Less people drank. So I don't know what I want less people to fucking be paying for
organized
pussy. So
crime.
if
Organized
people are
crime
going to
went
do it
rampant because it
underground,
created
they're
an
going to get
underground
busted.
market,
Like,
and
it doesn't
more
matter.
people.
And there's way more technology now than there was during the prohibition. So people being able to do all this shit and sneaky and blah, blah, blah. You know, your phone is literally listening to you right now, right?
Yeah.
Well, Edward Snowden came and told y'all this. And you're acting like people would just be able to do this big underground thing when we're on top of it. Now that it's just okay, everywhere where prostitution is legalized is the places that have the most sexual human trafficking. You think this is just a coincidence? No, it's because it's easier when you can hide it behind the prostitution that's legalized, right? If you have prostitution legalized and you let it right to the point where they can just go to the corner, how do you discern the one that's on the corner forced to be there or the one that's on the corner or the one that's not forced to be there? How do you know all these OnlyFans girls are all willingly doing what they're doing? How do you know that? Because they have to show their IDs and blah, blah, blah. You don't think that pimps just said, you know what? I'm going to force these chicks to do this online instead. You think that they didn't think about, oh, you're going to get your ID, you're going to get all this, or I'm going to beat you. Like this, I'm trying to stop all of that type of shit. Right, human trafficking,
I get that
trafficking, and women and men ruining their fucking brains because they want to engage in this degenerate activity.
Yeah, I get that easy. I'm gonna just Department of Numismatics has sent in $10 whole. Viking practices porn responsibly. He wraps all his computer monitors with cellophane. That's pretty fucking good.
That was savage. That was savage.
Okay, here's my question, Speakeasy, on this. Aren't you playing God when you do that?
What do you mean?
Well, you're wanting to force people to do something instead of giving them the free will to choose to do the right thing.
So are we playing God with murder laws? Are we playing God with theft laws? Are we playing God with speed limits? Are we playing God with regulations on buildings? Are we playing God with all of these laws that we have in place? That doesn't make any sense, Glenn.
Dumb law. I should be able to go 120 no problem. You know, but that's just my opinion.
Well, because if you ban porn, the thing is, like I said, if you ban making a porn and then you say, but it's okay if you have pictures of porn, like how do you enforce it then? Right? You would have to outlaw all pornography.
I think Speak said it. Speak said it. Okay, so does everybody agree it's okay that if you're married, you guys can make a video and watch it together?
But that would be the act of you making porn.
But
and then if you say,
anybody else seeing it
I'm not
me?
charging anybody, like I said, the thing is that you would still be in possession of porn.
So then we put a price on it,
and
right?
how
Say
would
if you're
you would
paying
have to then
1 cent
prove?
for
This
it,
is
then
why I went with the definition of prostitution.
Right.
And this is,
You're
but
paying
the
a
thing
dime
is
for
that
it
you would
then.
have to prove you didn't pay that person to make it. Then, if you got caught having it, so it puts the
You
burden
can't
of proof
prove
on
a
you.
negative. Actually, it would be on the other side to prove that you did pay for it. Actually, it wouldn't be on you to prove you didn't pay.
How would you pay for it? Like,
burden of proof always on the state anyway.
Yeah. What's the quid pro quo? You know, like.
Well,
are you talking about monetary payment, like money, or are you talking about like, oh, they bought them a car?
So here, an interesting point, Easy, is that at one point in time, it was, and it might still actually be illegal to make pornography in, I think, I know California was one state, Arizona was another one. So people got around that by simply saying, well, we're not paying them. They're just making home movies.
Right. You're actually speaking to my point, Grid. Right. So yeah, you're right.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying
okay. I was gonna say, yeah. So like the way they cover up prostitution is saying, well, we're filming it. It's a porn. It's okay. It's okay that we're in this hotel. There's 7 different girls in 7 different rooms, and you see guys coming in and out of. That's okay. We're filming it all. It's just porn, guys. And then boom, they're allowed to do it.
They're
No,
content creators.
Get that the fuck out of
here. They're content creators. So the problem, I think, is with the idea of banning it. First of all, I just at my base core level, I have a problem banning shit. Right? Like,
yeah,
that sounds like a libertarian in you.
I agree.
I get what you're trying to say.
My issue is not.
I think you wouldn't. So like we all are against we all are against grape. We would ban grape, right?
Oh yeah.
And false accusations.
Yeah, that's even. I would say that
we would ban these things, right? So this is what I'm saying. We do ban things based off of moral value, right? Well, nowadays they're turning into
cause and effect and harm, and there is harm in the porn industry, like you said,
subjective fucking moralities. But like this is we usually in society we ban things because it's not good for society. Prostitution.
I want to hear from
no good outcome.
Guys, I want to hear from Clover on this. Clover, I think, has started to say some couple of things.
Yeah, I have, because this is getting into a really similar conversation that I see a lot of time in the gun community, and specifically around, and I'm using air quotes when I say gun violence. There's so many factors and so many things, socioeconomic factors and other things that go into that. That anytime that I hear somebody talking about banning something or upping regulations on something, and this is out of hand, and it's a World Health Organization problem or whatever, right?
Yeah.
My mind immediately, it doesn't go to banning. And I'm not saying that I couldn't be convinced to go there, right, with proper legislation and other things. I'm not saying that, but my mind immediately goes to what is the root of the problem? Because if we learned anything from all the money that Big Pharma makes for treating symptoms and not actually fixing the problem, is you don't accomplish anything. And so when we're talking about this particular industry, that's why I say we have to seriously define it. And then we have to start looking at the factors of, okay, why do people get into it? Why do people consume it? What on a social level, what on an educational level, what on a religious level, whatever it might be, what are things that we can do, and what are there organizations out there to try to combat this on a, out there in the real world, on a real world grassroots level? And that's the things that I always want to see first, rather than come in with a really heavy authoritarian hand and go, just ban it all.
Right, Clover. But isn't that why we have the Second Amendment? You know what I mean? Like there should be no restrictions on it in any way, shape, or form, because of that said written law in the Constitution. So that's a little bit different. I do understand the argument, but that is a little bit different because no one should be regulating anything.
No. I'm not making a direct correlation.
Okay, cool.
And understand, I'm not this debate guy and everything else. So
I love everything you said. I just want to make sure it's the Second Amendment. Yeah,
I'm just saying it is adjacent. You can see what I mean about how it's adjacent.
Yeah.
With gun violence, there needs to be inner city youth programs that maybe money is given to keep teens from getting into gangs. There needs to be other efforts made than just ban the gun. And that's what I'm getting at, is that part of it, not a direct correlation, but that part of it, that anything that I see that somebody wants to get rid of, ban, heavy authoritarian hand. Wait, hold on, stop. Let's make sure that we're addressing root causes first.
Right.
Now,
and I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm in California.
What is the utility for porn?
Well, okay, hang on. Before I kind of want to say something. I want to address Clover's point. I really do agree with it. I do think that the number of things that we should ban are exceedingly low. Just for example, I don't necessarily believe that we should ban all drugs. I do believe that the possession of some drugs should be criminalized. Okay. And I believe that if you become addicted to a drug, you get one shot in at rehab. And if you don't, then that's it. You have to pay for it out of pocket. The state doesn't pay for anything. And if you die, you die. That's it's a hard line to take, but if you're going to do that to yourself, that's my line, right? That's just me. Okay. Thank God I don't make all the rules. because life would suck for a lot of people. The thing with pornography specifically is that it's very open to interpretation. Is this something that a couple made themselves in the garage? Is this something that, you know, you had some friends over and you shot a movie for personal use? Is it now we've got OF content? We got all of this stuff. And it's one of those things, I know it when I see it, but just because I see it and think I know it doesn't make it so, right? Like it could be a home, you know, it could be completely innocent thing that I would call pornography, but it's just something, you know, somebody made on, you know, Vikings ridiculous setup over there, like the fucking 10 screens and 8 cameras and shit. You know, like multiple 4K, you know, angles. You know,
I agree. There's nothing wrong with overcompensating.
Well, this is why this is why I was sticking to the prostitution label, right? Because it's the filming with your own partner is not the same as porn, right? Like porn is the act of being paid to
so long as somebody outside the marriage doesn't watch it, I would agree.
Well, no, it's the act of being paid for it. That's the thing.
What I'm saying
like,
is you're
what I'm
talking
trying
about,
to get
you're
rid
talking
of
about
is
with your partner, with
right?
your
Like I
partner.
just want to know what the utility is, because like you brought up the gun laws, right? And like you could argue there's utility for a gun. What's the utility for prostitution?
That's entertainment.
Well, again,
there's nuance that has to be delved into the same as the gun, in that you've got your semi-auto rifles, you've got you've got shotguns, you've got handguns, you've got your various calibers, some of which are restricted in certain states. You've got magazine capacities, you've got all these nuances, right? And so when you
I'm just asking, what's the utility for prostitution?
Right. Well, you're taking a broad term like prostitution, which you've already said includes OnlyFans, includes videos, includes all of these different things that are much different than I'm going to. That are much different. They're still different. I can agree with you.
No, it
counts as prostitution, but there's still nuance that they're different. You're not going to a hooker.
No, the one definition of being paid for sexual activity, that's prostitution, right? OnlyFans models, that's prostitution. Porn, that's prostitution. All of this, anything that's paid for sexual activity, that's prostitution.
Okay, so speak on that point.
I'm going to read Angel's. I'm sorry, I don't mean to pick on you.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm going to read Angel Berber's super chat here. $5 sent in. Thank you very much. Really helps out. The success of any law prohibition on said activity depends completely on the level of acceptance of the activity at the current time. I think we can agree with that. I have another one that came in as well for $4.99 from 19 Kilo. Can we start small and force service providers to have a way to block and report porn sites? Okay, I can agree with that. I do believe that we can eliminate pornography from the internet. I think that that's a low-hanging fruit that can be done probably by the end of the week.
So I responded to 19 Kilo that Texas this last legislative session passed some stuff, and it's in effect now. To where if you go to the free porn sites, most, right, that it will pop up a thing, and you've got to create an account, log in. It's still free, but you have to go through all of that, right? It's not. Do you agree? You're 18 or older, you know, the stupid, we've all seen that, right? It's not that. And so what that's done, and then there's age verification, and they got to go through, those sites have to go through like a third party thing for like age verification stuff. So it's putting up a barrier, at least for underage, which I think, again, when we get back into societal remedies for this, I think is
maybe a good thing. W. Clover.
All right.
Would
Xavier Rendon? What's the Ivan Drago reference? What reference did I make? I'm not familiar with that. So help me out with that one. And then second, so I want to move away from the legal let's make it illegal, that sort of thing. If we wanted to reduce and restrict the use of pornography, what's a more effective way of doing that?
What do I mean?
Incentivize
I think what
these
Speak said, an
wives
amendment to
to
it.
sleep with their husbands. Incentivize these wives to sleep with their husbands. There you go.
I would agree with that.
But wasn't Speak basically saying that if there was some sort of amendment saying
how do you
if it
do
was
that?
paid for or if
I
there
don't
was
know.
if it was
They
underage?
have like these women like going to these like girls parties or conventions and shit where they learn how to do basket weaving and they get.
What's that have to do with?
Then you get all of them together.
I think we need more.
We get
I
them
think
all
we need
together
more
and be
true
like,
matrons, right? Andrew
Exactly,
talks about that a lot,
exactly.
and I think that's required. I think that's going to be a requirement.
I literally
then we
think
go,
Glenn said
"Look,
all
ladies,
the OF girls to
you
start
know,
weaving baskets.
you got. We don't want
OF
your
basket
husband
weaving.
watching this dirty, nasty stuff here. So we need you to do the dirty, nasty stuff with them.
Hey, and not only that, but we need them to enjoy doing the nasty, dirty
And
stuff.
you
with them.
need to get like these actresses over here and pretend that you even enjoy it, just so that they don't look for the dirty, nasty stuff.
Well, and the thing is, Clovertac also just he kind of low-key called out a loophole already. If you ban prostitution, what's to stop me from making a movie with my wife? And then some guy's like, "Yo, I heard you made a movie with your wife. Like how much?
And then
I'll pay $1,000."
And then you sell it.
Well, that
and
would
then
be
if someone-
distribution.
And then if it's reported that you sell it, you go to jail.
Speak
But-
is super
but
consistent in
no,
everything
but you
he's
said
saying,
you were going to
guys.
only ban prostitution. You
That
said
is prostitution.
No,
Yeah,
that's
you
actually
just turned you and your wife into a prostitute in that situation.
Currency's
That's what
involved.
happened there.
If he didn't
No,
exchange,
that's
if
not
your friend did
prostitution.
not exchange money or your coworker did not exchange money for that,
Oh my lord!
it would be
Guys,
distribution,
See,
right?
this is where the speakeasy.
You
This is where the
just said that it was
regulation comes in.
sold to your neighbor.
Yeah.
The money for sexual activity, that's prostitution. Do you? I don't understand what you're not getting about it, but
Okay, I got a question.
no matter how
Easy,
you try to get
easy.
your loophole around
Easy.
it,
Let
if
me
you
ask you
sell
this then.
any type of sexual activity for money,
I got you.
prostitute.
I got you.
Doesn't matter.
Now,
In
let's
a
say,
porn, the dude and the girl, both prostitutes.
Now let's
Everything.
say you're a Hollywood filmmaker,
Grid needs
has
to
a
read this
scene
super chat,
where
this is
two
what we're talking
actors
about.
or an actor and an actress are doing a love scene. Is that
Yeah.
prostitution?
Yeah, I would take. I
What
would take
about
out the.
kissing? Two actors, an actor and an actress have the kissing scene. Is that prostitution?
Nope.
Well, why not? That's a sexual thing, right? That's
No,
a
it's actually no. So if you let me explain it, right? So I would stop, where it has the type of sex scenes where you literally see them both full naked, the dude's right in between their legs. It looks like they're really doing. Yeah, I would take this out of movies. Yeah, the sex scenes would be less graphic. Yeah.
Well, let's be honest.
It would imply that sex was gonna happen. It wouldn't show sex
That was
happening.
the one scene I was in.
Everyone, let Grid read that super chat.
In most movies, that
Yeah,
has
you're
nothing
hurting
to the
Glenn's
movie.
feelings.
Let's be honest.
You're cutting down my paycheck. That was the one sex scene I've had. Okay, come on.
You're gonna have to.
All right,
It was the one scene they
we're
didn't
gonna have
use
to
the stunt
take your
double.
pay, bro.
So
Take on more bad guy roles.
You were a prostitute in that scene, Glenn. You have to get over it. You were a prostitute in that scene.
Well, then I didn't get paid enough.
Glenn's an ex-prostitute.
Reformed prostitute. Okay?
Reformed prostitute.
I'll drop his OF in the chat right quick for everybody.
Oh man, but like, do you see where it's like a slippery slope though? So you say kissing's fine.
Yeah,
you're like,
these are like forms of art.
so you're
These are
saying,
like forms of art. So
implied-
like you would compare like
implied nudes, like implied sex scene, like what
Right.
they did. That's fine, but in order to do that, you got to get them to do like
No, because they wouldn't actually be doing no. So they wouldn't actually be doing sexual activity. They would be acting like they're doing sexual activity. That's different. Do you understand that, right?
You know how hard it is to not
So,
get a
Speak, you
you know
think
in that
softcore's
scene,
good?
like, or you're acting to do it to not be a.
That I mean, I'm not saying that. Yeah, dudes get hard. That's just part of having testosterone in your body. But that's not like when you're not actually performing the sexual activity. It's different. It's almost like a comedian, right? When a comedian's on stage doing racist jokes, he's not racist. He's just it. And we're not racist when we laugh at it. It's just funny how shocking and absurd this is that he's saying these things. It's the
What's that,
similar
racism?
thing with a movie, right? It's not. They're not actually having sex. They're acting like it, right?
Well, some
It's not racist in many ways.
That depends on who you ask.
See, like what you're doing here is you guys are like trying to stretch out what I'm saying, and what I'm saying is
Well,
a
I'm just trying
very
to find-
simple
I'm just trying to find where the
definition.
line is.
Sexual activity, real sexual activity for money.
Like
That's
the
prostitution.
penetration.
Well, not only that, blowjobs. If a girl was sending you a video of herself, blasting her, fucking, that's all sexual
What
activity.
kind of people send you videos like that, man?
Girls are wild, bro. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you propose
like that's what the argument to like a girl doing her solo OnlyFans. Then I say, well, if a girl sends you this video, that's sexual activity with you. So when she's making money off of it, she's making money off of sexual activity, prostitution.
Okay. Now, you banned it, right?
Facts.
It's banned. It's banned.
Banned.
You don't think that it's just gonna drive it underground?
Well, of course it would. It would drive it
doesn't make a good
underground,
rule.
but like
Wouldn't
in today's day, though, it would be so much harder to actually accomplish.
Like, but wouldn't you be more concerned that, like, driving underground would actually put the individuals engaging in it more at risk?
No, because the places where prostitution is legal is the places that have the most human trafficking and shit, right? Like it's easier to hide behind the
contrarian. I have to be a contrarian here. All right, what about Japanese anime porn?
Oof.
What?
No,
what did you say?
No.
Did you
Japanese
say
anime porn?
So there's not applied to AI.
Yeah, all that cartoon and AI shit, I'd still ban it.
They
Yeah.
make cartoon.
But there's no sex act there. There's no sex act for money there where somebody.
Well, actually, that's what are you watching then? What is it? What is it you're watching?
there's no
Sexual
prostitution, it's
activity,
art.
right?
You guys
No,
know
wait,
what
what
it
is
is.
it you're watching?
The only guy getting paid is an artist who drew something.
And he's still selling sexual activity.
And what if you sell a movie with one of those softcore love scenes that you're talking about, and guys just watch that and beat off to it?
Well, then guys can watch that and beat off to it.
But you'd ban other forms of actual art, like actual art without any real physical actors.
That's
just
not
because
true.
it's
So I didn't say
a real
art.
act.
So here's where I've got an issue.
An animation.
Wait, did you
is
just call
art.
porn art?
No, he's talking about anime. He's talking
Yeah,
about
anime.
hentai.
Yeah, that's a sexual activity. It fits the definition.
Well, if guys are going to do that anyway, and you just said that, okay, well, let them do that. Have you solved an issue? And this is where I get back to root causes of problems.
So wait, you think that every single it's going to be like kids all over the place are buying these sex scene movies and like what are you talking about, dude? Like
who's the cartoon stuff marketed to? Who watches cartoons?
Japanese
Weirdos.
dudes.
I don't know. Obviously.
Kids, right?
I don't get
If
the
we're
point.
talking about Looney Tunes, it was for adults and kids. So
I know a lot of dudes that I don't think I've ever even watched anime, so I don't even.
I call it anime.
I didn't know.
I thought when people
anime's not
say
cartoons. That's the
when
same
people
thing.
say anime, I think Dragon Ball Z for some
When I
reason.
think,
And
when
See,
I
I didn't know
anime, I think
anything
of cartoons,
about
and I call
hentai.
it anime.
I didn't know anything about hentai until I was playing World of Warcraft with two grown sisters, and they just randomly like, "Have you heard of hentai?" I'm like, "What the fuck is hentai?" And like, "You're gonna like it." And they started sending me these fucking videos of freaking tentacle monsters and shit like that, and I'm just like, "What the fuck is this?" So
It's a tentacle monster.
Mr. Enigma says, bro, millions.
You don't
of-
want to know. You don't want to know.
Okay,
Trust me.
All right, yeah, I don't want to know then. Thank you. All right.
So,
if you know, I'm sorry.
Glenn, just to touch what you said earlier. So, would you say Family Guy, Simpsons, F is for Family, Rick and Morty, all these cartoons are for kids? Or?
No,
Well, I think they're marketed to kids.
no, they're not. It's like
Family
Looney Tunes.
Guy is marketed to kids.
Cartoons.
Family Guy, not
Man, Glenn,
cartoons.
do you
Family
think anybody
Guy
understands- any
cartoons.
child understood
The idea
Foghorn
of a
Leghorn?
cartoon in general is marketed. Just the fact that it's a cartoon is marketed to kids. Now, how they
That's
know,
not true.
put it out
That's
there.
not true.
Okay, I don't watch cartoons. I don't even watch.
I think it
Family Guy
was.
or
I don't.
any of that stuff. So I don't know what to tell you. I think that's kitty shit.
To
Do
your
you know who
point,
Foghorn Leghorn is?
Glenn, I think
Family
that
Guy
it
is
was
hilarious.
Marvel not
Comics.
anymore.
What about superhero outfits
Okay.
that are skin tight?
Oh,
What
that's
about
cool
them?
shit.
Sorry.
That's cool.
Oh, let's look at comic books.
Like in a movie, like you're saying, like in a movie grid.
Well, movies, cartoons, flip books, whatever. What about the superheroes that
That's
are
cool.
skin tight? You know, what about that?
That's fine.
As long as
That's
it's not
fine.
showing bulges.
Yeah.
I mean,
what if they? But
hey, Easy, you seen Eminem's video, right?
Oh yeah, I
I
did a
have
reaction
not.
to it, bro. I did a reaction to it. It's on my channel there.
I have not seen it. What am I missing out on?
Houdini.
He's back, bro.
He's back. He
And he has a
brought
gnarly
back
thing where
all-
it shows his bulge.
Yeah, he did the whole superhero outfit thing.
Well, because that's the outfit he was wearing back in like when
Back
he
in,
did the Guess Who's Back, back, again. So that's like if you noticed all the samples he has in there.
I go back to Clover Tack's Slippery Slope, right? Like, where does it end?
What do you mean? Just I mean,
really
any
bad joke, but
like this is what I it's very simple. Sexual activity for money banned, right? We're not saying like, oh, if your girl sends you a picture of her tits, oh, you're going to jail for that. No, I'm not. That you didn't pay for this.
On his book bag.
Pardon?
What if a degenerate draws a pair of tits on his backpack?
What if a degenerate draws a pair? He's not selling sexual activity in this. Like
Yeah,
he's gonna you like are you allowed to just walk around with your tits out or what?
In Texas.
Really?
Yeah.
Actually, you are. Actually, that's
you got Glenn's attention.
You know, this is the thing. You actually are technically allowed to do this, but most chicks do they do this?
No, of course not. No. That's why exceptions don't make good
Here's
rules.
the flaw, though, because if you make one of those movies like Glenn was talking about that you agreed is art, right? You're still simulating sex, which is what a cartoon that's simulating sex. Yeah, but it still portrays the same actual act.
And
so you've already got yourself into a contradiction here because by what you said, that would still be something what you just agreed before would be fine.
So
that would still be bannable because you're selling a movie where two people are being paid to
Viking.
Sex act.
Do you not see a clear difference? Do you
There
see
is a nuanced difference, but the thing is, to enforce it under the law, you would have to include that in there.
Is there an do you see a very clear line between anime porn and acting a sex scene in a movie?
Well, because I pointed that out because you originally said that what you wanted to ban was prostitution, which was selling sexual activity for money.
Yep.
Right. But the thing is that there's no actual sexual activity in the making of an animation. You're just simulating it. And the same thing is you're simulating it.
So I would add in simulated sexual activity in cartoon porn.
I like
you know what I would add into it? I would just add cartoon porn into it too. Then it just smashes any stupid little cartoon shit you're gonna bring up because cartoon porn is cartoon sex.
But no, that's my point is that you already gave no. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the acting love scenes without penetration.
Again, that's acting.
But you're still selling a sex act, and people are being paid to do it.
No, it's not an actual sexual activity.
So as long as the guy or the girl doesn't get off, as long as the guy or the girl doesn't get off while doing it, it's okay.
They're just not actually doing a sexual activity.
Not based off.
They're just not actually doing a sexual activity, right?
Paradigm. Have you seen the movie Swing
This
Time?
acted scene in a movie, right? This is an acted scene. It's not a real sexual activity happening. It's an acted scene. So this is not selling sexual activity for money.
Yeah, and to that point, Paradigm, have you seen like Swing Time?
Nope.
The movie with Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers?
Haven't seen it.
Okay. So there's like this one scene where they kiss and all of a sudden, even though it's like she's like slammed up against the wall, he like kisses her and all it is like a shadow. And back then in the, I think it was late 40s, early 40s, something like that. That was considered pornography. That was literally considered that. So, I mean, we've changed the definition of what pornography and prostitution is nowadays.
Yeah.
So pornography is prostitution, like Speak has been saying. The difference is how to regulate that thing.
And basically, as long as the sex scene is like one 100th of the, percent of the movie, then it should be fine, right?
We got to give it 30%, right? Isn't that the
Okay,
copyright?
so now here's so then it would be illegal if somebody were to say take a bunch of those scenes and make a montage for somebody to jerk off to and sell that. That would be illegal, even though those aren't actual sex acts.
Yep.
Well, I think it was a montage made by someone else.
You know why it would be illegal? Because the people who own the movies own the copyright to all
there
that,
you go.
so they would just
True,
get
too.
fucking dinged
But,
like
but
that.
what if the companies do it? What if they take what if they sell
wouldn't.
compilations of
They wouldn't.
those scenes? I mean, there would be a demand for it if you banned all the
Right.
porn, and it's
Yeah.
it's a safe loophole.
It's not though.
All right, so I'm
But
going to
the
read
point of
this,
pornography is to visually stimulate.
Yeah, let's a grid read.
Yeah, let me read this. We've been going off on this line for a little while. Department of Numismatics sends in another $10. Thank you very much, sir. Viking and I are looking for investors in our new tech startup called Only Wives. Only Wives.
Yes, sir.
That way,
I'm on board.
obviously, it's if it's your wife, it's your wife. You can do what you want. I don't know.
Shout out to you for the super chats. Keep them rolling.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I do agree that porn bad, but banning it just goes against everything in my brain. My brain just says no, banning it's the wrong idea. How do you then correct the problem? Well, I do believe state by state, as Clovertac talked about, you can put in measures to control the internet porn that comes in. There are already measures to control television and written or print porn, and to some degree. So I'm not really seeing where if all of the states, now obviously they all won't, especially really truly degenerate states like California, Oregon, New York, the degenerate states like that are never going to enact meaningful measures.
No.
Federally, I don't think you can ban porn. I'd like to, I wouldn't mind seeing such a thing. I just don't know how it would happen. I don't know what it would look like. And worse, I think that it would set a precedent to ban many other things that are also to some degree harmful, but are also mostly helpful, or not mostly helpful, but can be helpful. While I personally, my wife and I don't use porn, I do know couples that, like Viking has said, they use porn during sex. Hey man, if that's their thing, it's their thing. They're grown adults. It's fine. On the other side, on the business side of it, I think it's much easier to go after the business side of it and say, hey, if you're using models that are underage, if you're using models and you're not paying them in a very specific way, if you're, there's lots of controls that you can put in on the business side of it to make it much less like prostitution. It is still kind of prostitution.
Real quick, Grid. What if you just upped? What if you was to figure out a way to simply up barriers to entry? You feel what I'm saying?
Sure. I'm up for anything. I mean, I would personally love to see porn gone, right? Like I would. I mean, I think that's great. I just don't know how you can do it. It's great to say just ban it. I'm king of the world. Porn is fucking banned.
But you can enforce it. This is the thing. Like you can enforce it. They can stop things from popping into the. Do you think that your Google isn't like when you go search something on Google? Do you think that you get to see everything that would pop up when you search that, or do you think things are being blocked?
And I said I think it's relatively easy. I think it could be done by next Friday. You could ban porn on the internet.
Countries that don't even have porn on the internet.
Pardon?
There's certain countries that you can't even find porn on their internet.
What I'm saying.
I know.
No, but someone in the chat was just saying that the top 6 searches are for Muslims. So it's like, I mean, even in a country like that where they have such strict laws, if that's true, that's crazy. So I totally get what Speak is saying, and also get what Grit is saying. So
My
it's
thing
definitely a
is like,
conundrum.
so here's, there is that saying that porn, and I don't even know how true it is, but Vaking knows this, saying porn has saved more marriages or kept more marriages together than marriage counseling.
Well, marriage counseling's stupid.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with that just because marriage counseling is retarded.
Yeah, there's
I don't know what
issue
you
with
guys
a lot
even.
of,
where did you guys even make that stat up just
Marriage
now?
counseling is
I didn't say it was a stat. I just said there's a saying. I don't know.
I've heard that. I've
I thought
heard
you
that
said
saying
this as
too,
a
Glenn.
fact just now. I was gonna say that's
that
not a fact.
comes from the I can't remember where the stats are from or whatever, but there's been there's a big problem in the Christian community with guys confessing to using pornography chronically.
Oh yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
So that's
As
that's
a Christian,
what
I can tell you
keeps
that
a lot
in
of
a lot of
those.
churches. That's true.
Yeah,
Paradigm's nailing
so
it.
that's a big problem. There's a lot of guys doing that, and it does keep the marriage together, right? Because their wife stops fucking them because they don't want to give the wife doesn't want to give duty sex and all that stuff, and that becomes
He's
a real
not cheating
problem.
because he's not stepping out on her, but he's getting
he's
his rocks
cheating,
off.
but he's
Well,
yeah, they create mental loopholes for themselves where they can justify it,
right,
because they have a physical need,
Wrong, though.
and that physical
Church,
need is
that
not being fulfilled.
Yeah, that is a nasty thing in churches for sure.
Yeah,
that's
Mr.
why we
Nomadic,
got to get all
when
these
I-
women
if-
together, and they like to go to their conferences and shit, and we teach them, hey, bang your husband again.
Well, and I'm going to get into that, Glenn. Give me 1 second, Mr. E. I really want to be involved in the TikTok invasion tonight. As soon as when I shut this down, hopefully you guys go for like 5 hours a night, and I can when I shut down, I can just move right over there. Just let me know. I want to get in on that. Glenn, I like what you're saying there. I do, and I think that and I was kind of headed that way myself. I don't necessarily believe that porn actually saves marriages. However, I don't believe that if someone wants to see it, if it's their thing, free will and all that, right? You can, but I do believe on the other side of that we should be, as a society, speaking against the evils of pornography.
Mhm.
And that is actually the way I think that it will never go away, but we can gain some measure of control over it, is through education, through talking about it, shining the light of truth. Light is a great disinfectant. And, and when you, and I actually personally know people who used to use quite a bit of porn, and then it came out that, a lot of these girls are taken advantage of. They're, treated terribly. I think and actually, I know it's not talked about anymore, but a few years ago, there was an actress that deleted herself in Vegas because she was just used up and horribly treated in the industry. And that actually, I knew people at the
It
time.
actually happens a lot more. That one just got a lot of
recently.
attention. It happens a lot more than you think.
Kevin and Carter or whatever just off yourself recently.
I have just did a show with an adult film star not too long ago, and we talked about it. And actually, my friend Sterling Cooper, former adult film star, is very much against the porn industry. He actually goes around and then he actually very publicly speaks against it.
Right, and I think that's how this is solved. I do not believe that we can legislate. First of all, we cannot legislate morality. We can't do it. We cannot do it. We cannot legislate rubber baby bumpers on fucking everything.
Not in keep liberty and freedom, right?
And so if you're going to
liberty and freedoms, I don't care about. You know what I'm saying? Some things
you're
I don't
Canadian,
want people to be free to do.
I understand, man. But I understand it. I don't like it. I hate to admit it. But it's one of those things where we have to indulge in the reality of the situation and say, hey, what can we do? Realistically, yeah, we should either completely disinfect the internet in this country of pornography, or at least control access to the point where there's some reality based in there where, you know, only adults are that, you know, should see it or really want to see it, whatever, how you want to say it.
Yeah.
And then on the other side of that, again, I think the best disinfectant is the light of truth. And I know
if you look at like
again,
the porn
we
industry
already
in the 70s, and then you look at the porn industry now, there is a lot more regulation, and things are better comparatively. Once again, not perfect.
that's
I'm
why
not gonna claim
USA
it's
is
good.
the country that consumes the most porn. That's why, right? United Kingdom's number 2. Number 3 is Japan.
Well, they're all degenerates. I mean, UK
and
is
someone said something about it was the Muslim countries. France is number 4, Canada's number 5, Italy's number 6, Mexico's number 7, Germany's number 8, Philippines are number 9. Where are these Muslim countries you speak of? Like, you guys see, that's the thing. People just make up these facts. That's not true whatsoever. What that person just said about the Muslim countries are the ones that consume the most porn. No, Muslim women are the most searched on porn industry, on porn websites. Muslims is one of the most searched porns.
That's what I was saying.
It's
Yeah,
not one of the most
top 6
consumers though. The biggest
I
consumers
wasn't saying
are all the ones that
consumers.
want freedom for everything, right? It's not about me being Canadian saying that some freedom should be taken away. It's about me being smart, right? Like there's certain things we don't want people to do, right? We don't want people to drive fucking certain speed limits. We don't want people to drive drunk. We don't want murder. We don't want people stealing from stores. We don't want a lot of things that we regulate, right? So like to say that we can't regulate things, that's it. That's we already live in this world, right? Our rights just come from the privileges given to us. So porn is just a privilege given to everybody. They can take it away, and I can't wait till they do.
But see, you weren't talking about regulation. I was talking about regulation. You were talking about outright banning.
Yeah, that's what I said. Banning.
Angel Berber says that we legislate morality all of the time is just based on what society has deemed proper morals at the time.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah,
porn did used to be illegal.
We try to legislate
for some reason
morality.
we think it's the moral thing to do to let women vote.
We try to legislate morality, and I just simply point to prohibition as the last time we actually tried to legislate morality, and it failed fucking miserably.
Yeah, but
by the way, it was feminists that pushed for that too. By the way,
can we agree with
Fun
that? That was
fact.
all feminism. That was part of feminism. That wasn't just like some
Yeah,
random people saying, hey,
that was feminism.
So like that wasn't like that's why it's kind of like it's a kind of shitty example for to compare the prohibition, especially at the time it was compared to now. Like it's,
but they banned it for moral reasons.
Right, but feminism isn't moral, so they can say whatever they want, but they're not moral. If they were moral, why does Schmish Morrison exist? I mean,
it was an appeal to morality that consuming alcohol to excess was immoral, and therefore nobody should drink alcohol at all.
Well, they also made a public health argument out of that. You got to remember that too.
That is true as well. They did,
but what?
And they wanted the money off of it.
Right,
right. But that's the thing. Consuming alcohol to an excess is an issue if you do it a lot, just in general, right?
Yep,
but guess what? Guess what? Every time you watch porn, there was somebody paid for that, and somebody's head's fucked up because of it. So every time you watch porn, negative impact. Having a drink, not so bad.
Yeah.
Do you see the difference here?
Yeah. I mean, Jesus turned water into wine, didn't he?
Facts.
So
yeah,
and it does say it's theologically in the Bible. It talks about that drinking is good. It's just not an access. Like when they talk about Noah,
yeah,
they didn't say, "Oh, no, you're a bad guy because you drank." Noah was called a drunk because he was
being drunk and doing debauchery because of drunkenness. This is what's bad.
Right.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing about alcohol though, is that you do know that alcohol literally rots your brain, right?
Pat, if you're going to be in the chat running your mouth, you can get back in.
It literally destroys the reasoning center of your brain.
Grid, you tell that.
Get back in here. Somebody catch the tiger by her tail. Get her back in here. I'm going to tell your husband on you.
Better listen to your elder
Cat's
woman.
got a funny rule to we'll put Cat's rule in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to watch it, you have to have a picture of your mom and Jesus staring straight into your eyes while you watch it.
What if you're blind? What if you're blind?
Then you're
You're
not
just
allowed.
listening to the sound.
You gotta understand. See,
So
Kat's a
Ray
good
Charles
Christian
could get
girl.
all the porn he could get, right? But
See, Kat's a good Christian girl, so she had to leave when we started talking about all this debauchery.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually, Glenn.
Good. More women should be like Kat.
Is ASMR with no visuals porn or corn? Sorry, is that okay?
No.
I would say no as well. Yeah.
Sexual activity still.
But if it's just somebody being I forget the name is.
That's why I tried to ask if there was a utility for it. Is there a utility for it? No, there's not.
There's
right?
none. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah.
And like someone will say,
Well,
like,
I mean,
oh,
a lot of
it's for,
people view it as
pleasure.
utility.
Pleasure's the utility. Yeah,
it's not even
there's a
indifferent. It's almost
million
just
other
all bad.
things in the world that can give you pleasure. I'm okay with taking away this one.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
that's the thing. That's
somebody
the
could get
problem with
pleasure
men
from
right
killing
now.
puppies. We don't let them do that either, right?
But see, speakeasy. That's
We
the
do not.
problem. Is that most guys do find utility in porn as a form of
They don't.
entertainment.
What's the
to
utility?
Relieve themselves.
Is
Yeah,
that
they
really
can relieve
utility,
themselves
though?
without porn.
Yeah, they
right?
could.
It's not the
But
porn
they
that's
still- they
relieving them;
still
it's their
find it a
hand.
useful- they still
Keep
find
more
it a
dudes that
useful
it's their
utility.
hand that's relieving them, not the porn.
Yeah, but men are visually stimulated.
I mean, if some dude is in a public bathroom doing
And what?
that to that, are we telling him not to do that because they're inside an actual utility area?
So,
Like,
well, you know what they did in Sons of Anarchy, right? With
See, you guys are actually being more bubble
said
wrap for the world because it's like, oh well, guys like watching porn. It's pleasurable
Oh,
for
you
them.
asked what the utility
we
was.
should
So I was
keep
explaining.
it.
I was answering your
some
question.
people will say the argument is that if the corn keeps those guys that are not getting any from going out there and pillaging those poor innocent women.
There's no evidence to support
no
that.
evidence.
Just
No
like there's
evidence
no
to support
evidence to
that.
say that's only 2 to 10% of false accusations going out there. But we're gonna. I
Well,
digress.
You said there's no evidence, but and correlation doesn't prove causation. But when porn got legalized and more widespread, the amount of grapes and shit like that did go down. So once again, correlation
did
does not
they?
prove causation.
Did
but
they?
But that also went down with other aspects, not just that.
Yeah, like the low testosterone and man over
We're
time.
talking about plastics. We added a lot of things into our lives that shouldn't be inside of us at all. I mean, look at beer in and of itself. Back in the day, there was no soy in it. You buy Budweiser, Yingling, which don't get me wrong, I love Yingling, but you have that stuff. It's also filled with soy and estrogen and things that are going to low, just as Glenn said, a low T.
Well, alcohol is basically liquid estrogen because it lowers your T levels for 24 hours when you consume even 1 or 2 drinks. So,
Okay, yeah, but it's not the same as what I'm saying is that there's a difference between how it was back then and how it is now. Just like what I said to you earlier about the kissing was considered pornography. Nowadays, people don't even look at softcore like Speak was talking about as some sort of pornography. It's just acting.
yeah, even showing your ankle in public was considered public indecency back in the day.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. What I'm saying is, do we let society change us so much that it becomes a good thing, or it becomes an indifferent thing? I don't. That's why I don't like.
That's
nuance.
just
I think there's
because
black
we
and
were
white.
sick of watching these chicks walk around with black feet because they're always wearing fucking sandals and no socks. Okay, so we told them cover them ankles up with them socks.
My wife gets a good tan when she goes outside.
Cankles, bro. Cankles. Nobody wants to see cankles.
Oh, cankles. Oh, my first girlfriend.
Nobody
Wow.
wants to see cankles, man. Don't do that. Make ankles
Put some
great
fucking
again.
socks on
Get rid of cankles.
but see that is my point. I agree with Grid 1 on that, and I don't disagree with you completely. Speakeasy. I would like it if logistically it sounds good on paper. Like communism is basically banning the ownership of personal property so we can have a utopia. It sounds great on paper, but to actually do it, it's a logistical nightmare to actually
Not
accomplish.
really. Not really.
Well, look at
They stopped.
I
They
think, yeah,
stopped
really,
the
because-
internet
It was a nightmare when
servers.
to
That's how you
Russia,
do it
China,
first. OnlyFans,
Italy.
Pornhub, all of those things. You stop that from even being able to be aired.
She runs
in
away.
America.
Soon as
Okay.
she's on the screen, she runs away.
You've
So
got
you
the
stop all of this
They
from
did
being
have
aired
porn
in
back in the day.
America.
They did have it
Then
banned
you
back in the
stop
day.
the escorts, the escorts, right? They call themselves escorts, but they're really just prostitutes on a fucking
They're
back,
company
right?
companions.
You
What we
stop
talking
that.
about? What
No
we do.
brothels, none of this type of shit anywhere. You stop all of it. Any sexual activity for money, you stop
But
it. You hear about
speakeasy.
somewhere
But how
somebody
do you
throwing
stop
out pictures of
Speakeasy. Here's
tits.
the problem.
But how do you
You
stop
need
it?
to go-
Right?
you
You've
need to go
got
back
to
and
you
look
got
at
to go
history.
through a
How do we
legislative
stop
process.
everything else,
So you've
guys?
got to go through a
Speakeasy.
legislative process. We've got 6 people here that have argued nuances and other things. I think we're all pretty much on the same page, but still, even though we're pretty much on the same page, you've got 6 people, 6 here, that have argued. Now take 500 Yahoo politicians in Washington, and
Okay,
look
Speakeasy,
how
I got a
complex
question.
it gets.
So the point that I was trying to make there.
You asked me. Wait, you asked me how you would enforce it. You asked me how you would enforce it.
Oh, I
and
was just
said-
taking it. I was just taking it the step before that. Now that we take speakeasy and we say,
I was
okay, we've
trying to
got
go
your
somewhere.
plan. Now, how do we do it? And I don't know that we can get to there. That's the
See,
problem.
yeah. See, here's the problem.
I got a really
Speakeasy
important question
thinks
here
that if you get rid of the porn on the internet, that's going to make porn go away. But the thing is, the reason why they legalized
that.
porn and regulated it is because before the invention of the internet, they still couldn't stop the distribution of porn, and
didn't
people were
say
getting
that.
fucked up because of it.
I didn't
That's
say
what
that.
you're saying. Well, every time we say, "Well, how would you get rid of it?" You're like, "Oh, just ban it off the internet," and that's a good start. It's
I
just
said
like,
you
this-
start
it
with
doesn't make
banning it
problem
off
go
the
away.
internet and you make it illegal, dude.
Yeah, it sounds
And
like
they
Speakeasy
did that
using
before. It
incrementalism.
didn't make the problem go away. It
But
made
he's
it
talking
worse.
about incrementalism.
Oh my
It's not
gosh.
just banning. I think speaking.
You're never
incrementalism
gonna
is
make
good.
anything go away, dude. Nothing ever goes away, no matter what law you put in place. It never completely stops anything.
damn.
That's not how laws work. No law does that. I don't understand how you're like saying, "Well, we're not gonna get rid of all of it." I know that you don't get rid of murder, even though murder's against the law. People still murder each other. Like this doesn't make any sense. I get it. I
Testing.
get it. You're not gonna get rid of it completely.
Josie
I'm
wants to
trying to
speak.
nail it to
Test.
almost
Okay.
gone.
All right.
Like as
All right.
much as you
Is
can.
my sound
right?
okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, your sound's good. Go ahead, Josie.
Okay, that's not just I thought like you guys couldn't hear me or something. Okay, because like I've been listening to you guys for like almost like 2 hours now. First, I didn't hear any of you guys bring up something against. Okay, let me restart that. Hold on. What the fuck does my computer want? It's time to restart. Absolutely not. It's not time to restart. Okay. You've talked about. Okay, we need to ban the transaction aspect, and you've repeated yourself multiple times.
Do it. I'm going to say it right now.
Glenn, I asked you, don't fucking interrupt me, please. Okay, you guys have been talking for 2 hours. I just got here, so just let me put my arguments in, and I'm gonna shut the fuck up, okay? So one, I haven't heard any of you guys hold any of the guys that create the demand accountable in that regard. It's all about, oh, well, we should ban the whole transaction aspect. Okay, so
No, that's
basically
not-
you want to be
that-
able to get
that's
that
actually not
shit
true.
for free.
That's not
Well,
true.
no, that's what I heard. I
Easy
heard it 3
said-
times. Okay, so that's first. Second, the whole industry. Okay, like there's the one people
so
at
Grid
the
One
end.
was just about to tell you. I said.
Is there a way I can put on arguments
agree.
without being cut off?
Well, you should at least address the right thing, right? You're saying it wrong, right, to begin with, right?
I just
you're
got
straw
3
manning
things
my
to
argument.
say. I just got 3 things to say, and I'm gonna shut up. You can talk all you want, okay? That's all. That's all I gotta say. That's all. Just 3 things, okay? Second, there's the whole corn industry, but nobody has mentioned all the people involved behind the scenes, such as a software engineer and the whole industry that revolves behind it, which brings in billions of dollars to software engineers, extremely good benefits, and all of those people, if we create plugins and all the APIs and all the services related to it, that's a huge chunk of money taken out of small business owners or bigger business owners, but that's a whole economy right there. So that, do they get cut off? Do they get punished for supplying to that industry as well? And the third argument is, how about we just ban the middle guys? Because all those OF managers, if you're not in the video, you shouldn't be making money from it directly. That's all I gotta say.
I think
because you ban prostitution, right? You ban prostitution.
Yeah, so I already said this. Yeah, you would ban anybody that it was involved in it. So the porn directors, they get charged to anybody that's making money off of sexual activity. Yes, every one of them.
But the girl
All
who makes
illegal.
the picture is making money off of it, no?
The girl who what?
and
if
the man
like you
who's
pay for a
making it with
product.
her, and the guy directing it, and the 4
Right.
guys holding lights, and
Facts.
the 10 guys, that
Let's just
work
talk
in
about amateur. Let's just
post-production.
talk about amateur here for a second.
This
Just
sounds
for a
like the
second.
Schmish-Morrison argument.
Well, then
Okay, so
again-
amateur. So
again,
you're saying it's just a guy and a girl filming
speakeasy-
themselves?
No, like the chick, like with her own web, like she makes like her own content with like holding the phone and stuff, and she charges you like $20 for like a
Yeah,
sexy selfie or some shit.
prostitution.
Okay, so like you want to ban
Prostitution.
the transaction?
Yeah, I want to ban her from being able to do that. Yep.
So
And
what
the
if she
creators
sends it
of
for free? You
OnlyFans,
think
I want to
it's okay
ban
if
them
you get it for
too.
free?
I want to ban the creators of OnlyFans too. What'd you say?
So what if she sends it to you for free?
Then she's just engaging in a sexual activity with me.
So it's okay if you get it for free and she doesn't make money off of it. That's fine
Right.
with you.
Right. Yeah, just
so you
like
just
I'm
wanna
okay with
have access to
sex.
you just want to
that's-
remove the incentive from the women, but the guys can still consume that
Well,
shit.
wouldn't there be less porn in general? For
Wait,
not
they
making
wouldn't be
any
able to
money?
consume it. Wait, they wouldn't be able to consume it if it wasn't there to buy.
Well, no, but it's there for free.
No, it's not there for free.
You
would-
just don't want the women to
So
be able to sell it to you.
let's go back
You
to
just
the
don't want.
example.
You just don't want. You just
Good,
don't
nailed
want the women to sell it to you, but you want to be able to get it for free.
Yeah, let's go back to the example that
I don't think
said,
that's what Speak's
before.
saying.
That's literally what you're saying.
Yes. No,
That's
wait, no,
funny.
wait. Stop. Wait, I'll answer. Yes. I
And if
want
you
to
say
be able
yes,
to
that's
go in.
cool,
Wait,
that's cool.
Josie, can you let me answer? I want to
go
be
for it.
able to go and engage in sexual activity with a woman, an adult, a consenting adult. I don't want to be able to go pay a woman for sex. What's the problem here? I don't.
Glenn
Glenn
So,
wants to get paid for sex, so it's
No.
Yeah, Glenn wants to get paid.
No. So what I was gonna get at is so by
Get them
Speakeasy's
chatterbait
plan,
tokens.
by Speakeasy's plan, then we could fucking lock up these wives that push this chore play shit, because that's a transaction. That is not a desired sex. Mopping the floor for some ass, lock that bitch up. Lock her up.
Sure, if they try to do a barter system for sex too, yeah, it'd be
That's
the same
what-
thing.
that's-
Yeah,
hey,
it's an
counselors are pushing
an
that.
exchange of monetary
Enzo.
gain.
You got counselors
Um,
pushing chore play.
Evan, you might want to turn your camera off. You got the little one in your background.
Oh. Thank you. She had her towel on. Sorry, my bad.
So chore
So
play.
you want to,
illegal.
yeah. So a barter system would still be an exchange of a monetary gain. So it'd still be an exchange of sex for money.
Well, that's another thing too. It's like, so guys, there's a demand to, whack off, right? And if you make it illegal, right, there's a lot of these guys that are sex, or some people like
There's a demand to
the
whack off.
Dumpstead.
These dudes are
Well,
just
well,
gonna
okay.
die if they don't, right? These
Yeah,
dudes
what
are
about-
all gonna
go back
die
to
if
guys
they don't
before.
jack off. God
got-
forbid.
What
Oh
about the
my
argument that
lord!
all
It's the end of the
relationships are
world if these guys
transactional?
don't get to jack off.
Speakeasy.
What
So
about the
going back
argument
to the
that all
example that I gave
relationships are
before,
transactional?
like what if I make a video, or what if somebody I know makes a video, right? A private video, and then they bought it. Well, let's switch it up a little bit. What if they just find out, like, hey, yo, you like making content and you're an exhibitionist, would you give me one of your videos? Would that be allowable?
You guys are just giving each other videos.
Yeah.
So
Just
okay,
like your
so
girl
is your
send you a
wife
video or
is your
picture.
wife also consenting to you giving out this video to another person?
Well, yeah. If we're, I'm
So you're
not
you
like
as a
that. It's an
couple,
exhibition.
you as a couple, stop. You as a couple are both okay and giving out you guys having sex on camera for free to someone. Is that am I-
Theoretically, yes.
Okay, so yeah, you're just engaging in sexual activities with whoever the fuck you're. It's like having a threesome. Yeah, that's all you're doing. There's no monetary gain there. Yeah.
Here's the thing. If
What
somebody-
about
How many
the
people do you think are
argument-
actually going to do that, Viking?
If somebody accused you of doing what Josie was talking about, of doing a trade transaction, how would you prove that that's not what had happened?
It would be on whoever the accuser was, that there was a transaction, to prove there was a transaction. It wouldn't be on you to prove there wasn't.
What
But
about
is it
the
okay
argument
if you
that
that's
look
what I'm
at it on
saying.
Instagram for
Are
free
transactional?
or on X for free? That's okay.
No.
though?
That's the thing, is that you would doing that would create a gray area where somebody could say that, oh, I just gave it to him, and then you'd be like, oh, well, like 6 months later you gave that same friend a gift, that must mean that you gave a trade. right?
Yeah,
that would be the
okay.
accusation. So this is where it gets in
would
that
just
slippery
take
slope.
investigation. You just like finding all these little tiny
Yeah,
things.
I mean,
that
we're
would
kind of
be
going
like-
around rabbit holes.
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
That's
like
how
this
the
is
law
just like
works, you know.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm trying to
right now.
illustrate the point that Grid 1 originally said is that regulation becomes a nightmare. And that was my first point.
But we regulate so many things, dude. We regulate so many things, bro.
And we
You can't get in your car without a fucking license.
Right.
You can't drive certain speeds on the roads. If a light turns red, you can't go through that fucking light. You understand that?
No. You only need a
have so
license when
many
you get pulled over.
regulations in
You only
the-
need a
in
license
this
when you get pulled
world.
over.
Seriously,
You sound like you live
When
in
you get pulled
Toronto
over,
for saying
right?
that.
For one, but what? Like,
No,
what about the
man.
argument
Come
that
on,
all
dude.
relationships
Come on, bro. Now you're
are
just trolling. Come
transactional?
on, bro. Now you're just
What
trolling.
about
That's
if
not even real.
relationships are transactional?
We regulate so many things.
Relationships could be
I
considered
genuinely don't
transactional,
believe in
right?
like regulating any of that.
Even with Speak saying marriage is regulated.
Josie, you think we should be able to speed
There's a
on the road?
transactional aspect, right? Relationships are transactional.
Sorry, one question
if
at
you
a
stop
time.
doing this for her, she's probably not going to want to be in a relationship with you, right? So then, therefore, you could say ultimately relationships are transactional. So then you are having a transactional.
Okay, Glenn, no, don't.
That's
That's
not what I meant.
That's
I'm
not the
just
same,
saying,
bro. No, that's not the same. That's just
That's
come
not
on.
the same
But
at
see,
all.
but see, here's
Somebody
the
tapped
thing. Is the
Clover
reason why I
Tack
bring
on
up these
the
points is
shoulder.
because
He's passed out.
a lot of the right has argued these points against pornography for years.
Grid saying
A
something.
lot of the points that you're making.
So yeah, they brought up points of like couples distributing their shit for free. You think there would be an incentive for people to just distribute
my
their
point
sex
from
for
earlier.
free? The whole point they're distributing sex is because there's an incentive of being paid. You take away the incentive, they stop fucking doing it. Like, are you crazy?
But how many people post that
No,
shit for
come
free
on.
on like Instagram and X? Like, there's a lot of stuff that could be considered. Like, once you get rid of the corn aspect, then what becomes the new corn is going to be the posts on Instagram that are there for free.
All right,
so
hold
what's
on,
the difference
guys.
between
Hold on.
that being
I
behind a
addressed
paywall
this.
and that being out there for free? If the problem is the transaction itself, if you have a problem with the transaction itself, then that becomes a transaction. You start to have a
No,
problem
that's just
with the
more so an
people
argument.
making
That's
money
just
off
more
of
so an
it.
argument. No.
But I don't believe in
don't,
banning it. Honestly, I agree with Speakeasy on that, and I'm just like, you know what? It's like I kind of think it's just Darwinism over here. Is that survival of the strongest out there? Sorry.
We keep circling back the same argument over and over again, and we're not going to get anywhere with it. The reality is that while it's nice to talk about banning it on the internet or making it illegal, enforcement becomes troublesome. And I'll just point out again that back it hasn't even been that long ago. It was illegal to make pornography in several states, California being one of them, which made all of the pornography. Literally, it was illegal to make it there, and it made all of it.
Well, because they wanted to capitalize and monopolize on the whole industry. That's why. But,
Sure, and
Against
there were
Montreal.
and it was all made in California. They made it as home movies, parties, in hotel rooms and stuff. They literally like set up in a hotel room, shoot 2 movies, and leave, and nobody caught them, right? So it becomes,
Yeah, but guys were wanking off to like bikini ads.
who cares?
But it's just like the old porn,
There was
like
a law
the
against-
something.
There was
something
a law
milder
on the
is gonna
books
become
that
the new
said if you,
normal.
Josie,
Isn't that
there
better
was
for
a
us?
law on the books that said if you made pornography in the state of California, it was a felony offense, and it didn't stop shit, not one little bit. And so, and because of that, they threw it out. And now, of course,
The other question now is: would we want our tax dollars to go towards enforcing all of that?
well, that's another rabbit hole to go down another night. I kind of want to move off of this topic. I feel like we've just been beating it. This horse has been thoroughly beaten.
Yeah, well, there's nothing but staying now.
Conclusion:
There's just a
shit on
stain.
the demand, not the supply.
Paradigm.
Shit
No.
on the demand.
No. Both sides equally. Yeah. Because honestly, I have literally zero sympathy for girls that want to go into porn. If you are that fucked up in your head that you want to go take your clothes off for money, you deserve to be arrested. I mean, you just do.
Yeah, well, exactly. This is the thing too, and we live in a world where it's promoted as like this great thing. I'm gonna tell you right now, the average OnlyFans creator makes $140 a month.
And this is what I was kind of. This
That's
is really
garbage.
This is really the way that I think that it gets solved. Again, I will go back to pass all odds you want, but until you shine that harsh light of reality on it, and sunlight's the best disinfectant, and we just got to kill all of the disease. And more laws. I mean, sure they'll help, but I just don't think we're gonna get there. So, but yeah, shit on both. Shit on the guys that do it. It's just like well, I tell you, let's take actual prostitution. When they weren't arresting the hookers, but they would arrest the Johns, prostitution did not stop. It was only when they arrested both that it stopped. The supply and the demand, Josie. The supply and the demand.
So you gotta arrest both and hardcore shame. We need to bring back shame. Okay.
Yeah.
You need to be able to tell girls that are on OnlyFans that you gotta realize you're a whore. Okay. You're
Bring
being a
back the
prostitute
stockades.
in this moment. Fix it up.
Stockades. Who said that?
Me. I just bring them back. I say it all the time. Put them out in front of Walmarts or whatever you want.
I mean,
And transactions like that type of
and Viking, even though me and you disagree on this, bro, don't take no hard feelings. I get a little bit.
Oh no, I was actually going to say when I got a chance to talk, like, thank you for being a good sport. I love being able to have conversations about this stuff. I want to be able to agree to disagree with people because I know I'm not always right. Right. And that's also why I even admitted the degen shit that I do, because I wanted you guys to know that I'm a little bit biased on it. Right.
We will definitely have this conversation again. This is not settled by any means. I just want to move on to some other topic.
Word.
How's everybody?
Viking, don't worry. We know you're normally wrong. Don't worry. We get it.
Wait, what'd you say, Grid? How do we feel about
what? Being funny. I was like, I just wanted to move on to a different topic. We beat this to hell. But we will have the same conversation again. I'll invite everybody back, and we'll bring Mr. Enigmatic in. Who's a Canadian? What do they know about sex? I don't know.
Yo, Mr.
Well, we
E's
only
a
own
Canadian
Pornhub.
too?
What are you talking about?
They own Pornhub.
Did you say Mr. E's a Canadian too? Let's go.
I got a topic.
Canadian for the win.
I knew there was a
Glenn,
reason.
throw out your topic, buddy. Let's see if it's if the challenge is accepted.
That's what's
you
up.
ready? You ready? Easy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, man.
Should
Pornhub
women
headquarters like
be
next to
facing
the big orange
anybody that
to your left.
commits?
Oh, this
Josie,
one again, Glenn.
Josie, men are
Lord.
talking.
Should
your
false
shit.
accusers face the same punishment as the people that they are accusing are facing?
1000%.
I agree.
You
Glenn.
false accuse anybody of anything.
Glenn already knows my answer. That's why he's doing this, because we already had this.
Yeah,
fucking
you spent
yesterday.
14 fucking hours on this yesterday, Glenn.
He's trying to set this up again.
Hey,
Damn you, Glenn.
we haven't converted easy yet. Okay, I'm just trying to.
Nah, bro. You give it
14 fucking hours,
give
Glenn.
it like this. Look, we raise false reporting to a 8-year sentence and a $10,000 fine, and that's it. That's your minimal. That's it. So that is a good deterrent for false reports. That's it. I'm not up for giving a lie the same conviction
ruins the
as
man's
a
life, Speed.
rape.
It can
That's
ruin the
what
man's
it
life.
is. What?
It can ruin the man's life.
Could, right? But let me
just
ask
because
you this,
it's ruined
Evan.
doesn't mean that we
Let me
shouldn't.
ask you this, Evan.
Let's replace could with usually ruins a man's life.
Especially
False
nowadays.
What about
reporting
alcohol?
False reporting in almost every single incident, even if they're proven innocent, false reporting usually ruins a man's life.
Well, okay, it would depend on
And
the metric
sometimes
of
results in
ruin.
death.
It would depend on the metric of ruin, what you mean by this, because like Johnny Depp's life wasn't ruined about his false.
He lost
thing, right?
$100,000.
He had a moment. Wait, he had a
Only because
moment.
he
He
illegally
had a
recorded.
moment where he lost jobs and whatnot,
Yeah.
but he came out on top, right?
Yeah, because he
So
was
this is
already
the
rich
difference.
and
I want to
famous.
ask everybody. Let me just do what I did yesterday.
I
Hold
will
on.
answer that. I'll answer that. Johnny Depp had the money and the lawyers to come out
Rip
ahead.
W.
The average
Right.
jackass
I
on
understand.
the street, like myself, if some woman, which is why I'm never alone with women, if some woman accused me of groping her, I have
Right.
I have a fair number of resources, and it would strain me. I can't imagine what the average father of two would
Right.
go
I
through.
do
Yeah, and
understand what you're saying.
he also committed multiple felonies
But
by
what I'm
recording
asking
in
here-
a dual party consent state. So he recorded illegally multiple times. So if he didn't have the money, the lawyers, and had committed felonies, he would be fucked.
Wait. You can't record your own wife?
Yes.
That's his
dual
wife.
part
It
dual
doesn't-
dual party consent means that both people, everybody in the recording, has to consent to it prior
Florida,
to
for sure.
recording. It's that
So,
way in Florida,
okay,
and
I have
California as
okay.
well.
I just have a question for you guys then.
Sure.
Okay. So say a guy was, falsely accused. Okay, but he was like, I know nothing's wrong. I know I didn't do this, so I'm good. He didn't lose his job, didn't lose his wife. He had his family. Everything's fine, right? Goes to court, proves that she's a liar. He was facing, let's say he was facing 20 years. He's fine though. Nothing. He didn't take no negative outcome from it except a little bit of shade from people. Then they realize, oh, he was proved
And
innocent.
lawyer fees.
So yeah. So it depends, right? Sometimes
Potential divorce.
they have to pay you for those lawyer fees if you were proven
no.
innocent, right?
Sometimes,
yes. Yeah. So my point is, right? So nothing happens. He's fine. It didn't take a big hit on him. Do you think that she still should do the 20 years?
Yes.
What about the emotional damage that people are constantly?
Yeah, I do. I actually do.
Okay, so then that means you guys are basing it just off of the lie and not the actual outcome of the lie. So that's why I said I'm not comfortable with
It's because of the potential outcome.
Right,
okay?
but we don't do that. We don't do charges based off potential outcome.
We do all the time.
Yeah.
Hold on. I was asked. We do it all the time. Attempted murder. You didn't actually murder somebody, but you go to jail for life for attempting it. Attempted bribery of an officer. You don't actually bribe the officer, but you fucking try, and you'll go to jail for 20 years.
Yep.
So we do it. We literally do it all the time.
Right, but you can't put a metric on. Okay, so I get what you're trying to say. But the attempted murder had a specific outcome, right? Murder, dead. Attempted bribery had a specific outcome. The bribery. This what you're saying. What could happen? There's a million.
It had
things.
There's
a million things. Wait,
and
you guys gotta let me finish if you want to hear my point.
I understand your point. Your point was that there's no specific outcome because she lied about him, but there is a specific outcome. She wanted him to go to jail. She wanted him to lose his freedom. She wanted to ruin his life. So that is a very specific outcome. That's
so now you realize
far worse.
If you were to
than
do
bribery.
something, so if you were to do something like this, if you were to implement something like this, so first off, I want to know: do you guys think that the negative outcome of someone who's been raped is the same or more than negative outcomes of someone who's been falsely accused?
Okay, can I speak to this real quick? First
Yeah,
off,
but I want to know which one you think is more.
If someone grapes someone, no offense, I think that man should be put to death. I mean, that's
right, but that doesn't answer my question.
Right,
my
but
question is
the
very
outcome
specific.
of that,
Which
if
one has
somebody-
the worst negative impact on the person? If someone's graped, do they face worse negative impacts after than someone who's falsely accused?
Mentally, I think
Depends on the
it's equal.
equal.
Physically, I think
100% equal.
it's not the same.
If you falsely
think it's
accuse me of
equal?
something,
Mentally.
if you falsely accuse me
Wow.
of something, it's the exact same as
Wow.
as touching some woman's butt. If you falsely accuse me of something in a court of law, in public, in a place where it could
not
hurt
what I
me,
asked.
it's the same to me. It's the
I
same. to
didn't
me.
ask that.
If
I
somebody
asked.
grabbed my
Okay,
nuts, if somebody grabbed my nuts, I probably would not care nearly as much about somebody grabbing my nuts as somebody lying in court about me That I mean, I don't know. I don't understand how. I don't know how you get from point A to point B. They're both heinous things.
Right, they're both heinous
evil
things, right? Just like
You're trying
murder
to-
and
you're trying to
grape,
ask me to
just like
equate
murder and
evil,
grape is both heinous things, but they're not the same, right? Murder and grape are not the same.
But you're trying to minimize by
Wait,
comparison.
stop. I'm not minimizing anything. Please answer my question so we can get to the point
I
here.
did. Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
worse, murder or grape?
Equal.
You're trying to minimize by
murder and
comparison.
grape.
Oh wait,
Are
murder
equal?
and grape.
Yeah.
You ask what is worse, right?
That woman is then at that
Right.
point. If we're talking about for reals,
Oh
that
my
woman for the rest of her
lord!
life.
Hold on,
is
I
getting-
can't hear. I
This
can't
is
hear.
why I
Evan.
don't
What?
like this topic because nobody can just answer the questions.
I
It's
just
so
answered it.
easy.
Murder is worse. Murder is worse.
Thank you.
What did you say, Evan? I
Right.
didn't hear you.
I don't think so.
See, I know women that were victims of that, and they would say that they'd rather be dead.
Exactly.
Yeah, they also say that they would rather come across a bear than a man in the forest.
Well, that's not the same woman.
I'm not.
Josie, that
Yeah, those are
juxtaposition
different
sucks, come on.
women.
And you're always talking about somebody who's been through a mentally traumatic experience. And so are they saying that from a 100% cognitive position? So you got to keep that in mind.
True.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that, you know, for their perspective, they would argue probably that it was worse for that one. So once again, like, yeah, technically speaking, that person could survive and go on to live a decent life.
Right. So the
So
outcome of
yes,
murder
is
worse,
different,
right?
But once again, what you're saying is like if somebody accuses you of a crime and that ruins
Who do you
their
think
life,
handles? Okay, who handles? Who handles traumatic events better? Do you think men or women?
Men on average.
Yep, on average. Go ahead. Men or women?
Men.
Right, you guys don't want to answer that it's men
I would
because
actually-
then
I
you have
would
to
say
admit
no.
that the grape is worse than the
I would
fucking
actually say-
accusation.
I would actually
Come on,
say-
guys.
I would
Be
say no
men,
because-
bro. Be
I would-
men. We shouldn't have the
I
same
would say
fucking
no.
accountabilities and responsibilities as women.
Okay,
Yo, see, get
hold
this
on.
man.
We're men.
Let him answer it.
The reason why I say no is because most men suffer from PTSD, right?
Eh.
And that's the suppression of dealing with the trauma and not dealing with the trauma properly. And since more men actually struggle from PTSD, they're actually not better emotionally than women. They're just able to compartmentalize
Suck it up
or-
better.
Yeah. So
Doesn't mean it's not there. They just hope better.
So just to be clear, you guys think that women handle traumatic events better than men?
No.
So then why
I
did
think
we
if
just-
you,
But
I
I'm
think
not
you look
saying-
at, I think if you
I
look
don't
at
think they
self,
handle it better than men. I think they may handle it differently than men, but not better.
but then look at self-deletion rates.
Okay,
between
do
the
you
sexes.
think any? I'm asking which one is better. Does that? Do you guys think anyone? Do you think any gender, men or women, any sex? Do you think any of them handle traumatic events better
Men
than the
handle
other?
trauma better.
Okay.
Thank
Clover
you
was-
for giving me a
Clover was
straight
answering
answer.
your question, Easy. Go ahead, Clover. Sorry.
Oh, I was just throwing a factor in there that, you know, when we talk about handling, you know, who handles better, I think a factor in that is self-deletion rates too to consider.
Women attempt self-deletion just even more than men. That men just go through with it more. Okay, because men take more violent means to self-deletion by hanging
pedantic.
and shootings, and women try poisoning and stuff. So by the time they would have been deleted, they're actually
See,
saved.
the crux,
Yes,
the
this is
crux
a
of
true
your
fact.
argument. But the crux of
It's a
your
true
argument comes
fact.
down to we're basically saying, well, people should be charged with a crime for committing false allegations due to the premeditated negative intent.
So,
and you're saying, but rape is worse. Like
But
what?
Yeah. What does it matter if it's worse?
Because you
They're
are
both a crime.
trying.
Let him
Stop. Let me fucking answer. The reason it's different, or the reason I'm saying that is because you're saying that the shit. Sorry, one sec. One of my kids. One sec.
Go check out the go spam my my broadcast on X. I'm trying to get my profile on shadow banned. I need to get back in the algorithm. So go put that on there, guys. I would appreciate it.
Josie, I've seen you like a couple times on whatever. What is the accent? I just wanted to know. Sorry. Sounds Eastern European.
Guantanamo.
It's Canadian.
Guantanamo. Get out of here with that.
I'm straight out of Gitmo though.
I could totally tell. I knew it.
She got some jokes. I love it.
I'm really serious though.
You're from Guantanamo Bay.
No, she's from French Connecticut.
Okay.
Guantanamo, that's what I'm saying.
Same difference, yeah.
Okay, sorry. So, can you repeat yourself again? Sorry, I had to go handle something here. Viking, can you repeat what you just said?
Well, I was saying that the point that you made doesn't really follow because you're trying to minimize
the grape is worse thing
by saying that one's worse. Yes, that one is worse.
So
but the thing is that they don't really prosecute the one that we're talking about, and that's what we're pointing out. You're talking about like a level, well, is it equal and stuff like that? I'm pointing out that this is something that isn't prosecuted, and it should be because it does have disastrous effects for the individual.
Okay, Viking, do you remember the point of the conversation? What was Glenn's main point of the conversation? What was it?
I forgot now because we've been going back.
Right. Yeah. So that's why you're not understanding why I'm saying it. So this is the problem, right? Glenn's main point here was that the false accusation should get the exact same conviction as the grape. And I'm proving to you that the grape is worse, and that's why they don't get the exact same conviction. I'm not saying women shouldn't be convicted for false accusations. They just shouldn't be the exact same charge because there's different levels to what's going on. One is a lie, and one is actually holding a woman down and sticking yourself inside of her, right? This is a big difference. Huge.
But see that's the thing. You're acting like a grape is one particular act. There's variations on it, right? So that alone can vary. So the same argument that you're making is like, well, it's not the same. Like, oh, well, it doesn't. You made the argument following the first thing out that, oh, well, it doesn't. Grid One even said on a majority of cases, at least in the United States, it does absolutely destroy the person's life and career in every way, shape, or form.
And every single case of grape destroys that woman's life too. And I would say in a worse way.
But that's once again minimizing by comparison because you're
it's
trying to
not
look at
minimizing,
another. You're looking at the actual crime versus
is
the
murder
accusation
and grape
of the
the same. Is murder and grape the same? Which one's worse?
Let me do this again. Now you're shifting away. You keep goalpost shifting.
Because you're saying I can't tell you a difference between crimes, and now I'm going to show you that you'll do the exact same thing. Is murder and grape? Which one's worse?
We weren't talking
Both
about
lives are ruined.
Grape. We're talking about the accusation of the crime can be just as bad, if not worse, but also lesser sometimes than the actual crime that was accused.
Yeah, but Viking, you're not answering his question.
I'm not.
I already
get
did.
An answer here.
Rape is worse.
Okay, so then you're minimizing the other.
In terms of the
no, you're minimizing the other. You're doing the same thing I just did,
physical
bro.
Trauma.
You're minimizing it.
In terms of the physical trauma, it has more immediate, more detrimental effects. Now, in terms of the accusations, has more detrimental long-term effects, even though the other effects are long-term. There is a variation. They're not equivalent. That's what I'm saying. But they still should have the same charge because a lot of times these guys get fucked over in a very similar way.
They don't, though. It's not
You're
the
saying
same.
because one is slightly worse that it's okay.
I'm gonna read this.
I didn't say that it's okay. I'm saying
I'm going to read this from Sport Brand. I think this is a great way of summing this up. False accusation is just as bad. You're putting an innocent person in prison. That's the biggest failure of any criminal justice system. Yeah, agree. I think that's accurate. The idea that, well, maybe you don't destroy their life and maybe this doesn't happen is kind of irrelevant because it wouldn't go to court then. The idea is that if somebody is going to court because they've been proven to have lied about someone graping them, at that point, they've literally tried to put an innocent person in jail, someone who did nothing wrong.
Right, we have charges.
That is in a way rape. That grape.
No, it's not.
It's actually trying. So in this
It's
sense,
not.
How is it not? You are literally.
We already have a
you are literally-
definition of
You are
grape.
literally mentally stripping that person of an innocent person of their innocence by putting them into jail and telling lies about them.
Okay, that's still not grape, though.
If you're telling me that grape
That's
is
just
terrible
stripping
because
someone
of
of
the
their
mental
freedom.
anguish it causes a woman, then you have to acknowledge the fact that the mental anguish it affects in a man that's an innocent man that knows he's innocent, that is going to court to have to prove his innocence, and you're
Right.
telling me that's not mentally raping that man.
Well, it's
you're
not
wrong.
No, well, again, there's mentally raping. I mean, I wouldn't call anything mentally raping.
How is it not?
Right.
What is it then? What is it?
We
then?
have a
If
definition
someone
for
is trying
grape.
to deprive you of your freedom.
Okay, can you define it then? Let's get
lies.
there. Let's do the Andrew Wilson. What's the definition of grape? Speak.
You just said that grape to a woman is really bad because of the mental anguish it involves. That's why it's worse than murder.
The meaning of rape is unlawful
I just
sexual
don't like it's
activity
just so
and
weird that we're
usually
asking the
sexual
meaning of
intercourse
grape.
carried out
agreed with you
forcibly
on
or
that.
under
I don't
threat
get
of
it.
injury against a person's will.
I agreed with you on that point that the mental anguish aspect of it is worse than murder. Okay, if we agree on that, then the fact that an innocent man who's done nothing wrong, that's going to be deprived of his freedom and drugged through the courts and his reputation ruined, that mental anguish has to be just as bad as a woman who's been raped.
I don't. I just.
You can disagree that
Yeah,
it's not. but
I
you have to
disagree.
agree that it is mental anguish and it
Men,
is
men,
This is the
men,
reason why this is a
again,
problem that
men
persists is
handle.
because guys like this keep going like, oh, guys can just suck it up. Therefore, they should just
No,
deal
I'm
with
not saying guys can just suck it up. Stop fucking strawmanning what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
he never said that. He did never say that.
Never fucking once did I say that. I said
You said-
men
you said
handle
that they can
traumatic
handle it better.
events better than women. That's not saying, "Whoa, dudes, just suck it up, bro." I didn't say that. You have to take what I'm
you can
saying
actually say
exactly
that
for what I'm
women.
saying. I don't do read between the lines shit. I'm very blunt. Exactly what I say is what I mean.
Well, there could be an argument made that actually women do better than men because
They
for
don't.
one, war brides, the war bride dynamic.
The war bride dynamic. What do you mean?
Yes. Well, typically, when the war dynamic is basically, let's say we decided to go invade Canada, right? And we're going to take all Canada's women. We just killed all Canada's men, right? And the women
like a
have
Sunday to
to,
me.
the women have to immediately pair bond or just attach themselves to their captor. It's the war bride dynamic and get over their lover who they just saw get murdered. Or if they don't do that, they actually end up dying. So,
so it's a forced thing. It's
No,
not
it's
that they just
it's a
got
mental-
over it. It's
no,
a
it's a
forced thing
mental
that they have to
thing.
act
It's
right or
not even-
die. Come
they
on,
actually-
Glenn. That's
it-
so
no,
different.
you're missing it because nobody said it's a forced thing.
You
It's
just
a
said
fear.
that if they
No,
don't do it, they
I
die.
did. I said that's what they think.
Oh, it's what they think. They just make it
Yeah.
up in their heads because
The
it
war
wasn't
bride-
happening to
look up-
everyone around them.
Look up the war bride dynamic, and
I
you'll
know
see
it's
that
no
women adapt to stressful situations in these
Wait, what are
in
we
this
debating?
scenario much better than men do, right?
Yeah, no, they don't.
No. We adapt quicker to like getting thrown out or changing partners or changing environments, but when it comes to like
Can I ask
stress in
everyone
general,
who is more on SSRIs? Is it men or women?
women.
Oh,
well, that's a brain chemistry thing. I don't know
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Women
Well,
go through depression
one thing,
and all this
again,
shit. They
you
handle traumatic events way worse than men.
Again, you're doing exactly what. Look, and I normally I don't go this far deep into it. I just don't want to bother. But you're doing exactly what Viking said you were doing. You keep ignoring the fact that that accusing an innocent man and taking his freedom is less traumatic than a woman being raped. You keep saying,
I said it's not. Yes, I said that the man is going to handle the traumatic event better than the woman. Yep.
Whether he handles it better or not
doesn't
is
matter that
irrelevant. Is it the same
Well, it
amount of
is.
trauma?
No,
Okay,
it's
it is
not
the same
because
amount of trauma, and the
she's
woman
had
gets
her
the same
body.
amount of
Wait,
guilt.
it's not the same because she's not only had her body physically traumatized, right? And
A
it's
man's not going to
also
get raped in prison.
not every time.
If he
No,
goes to
I
prison,
have
is he not going
plenty
to be
of buddies
abused? Is he
that
not going
went
to
to
get his ass
prison
kicked?
grid, and not one of
Glenn,
them got
you were
raped.
you were a corrections officer. Can you tell me what happens to men in prison, especially innocent men?
Well, I mean, just
Wait a
any
minute.
guy-
What do you mean,
any guy-
especially innocent men? That's what.
Any guy with a charge that falls under those lines,
Right.
tends to get beat the fuck up.
Yeah,
and
right.
have
Or
a
they go
horrible
into
time.
protective, or they go into
Right.
protective
This is
custody.
why it's especially
Well,
evil. Because,
yes, but it
I
takes
mean,
them
you
getting
gotta
beat the
compare
fuck
apples
up
with
first.
apples.
Right?
Like you can't compare it. It's like comparing figure skating with like playing hockey and say like which one is like the hardest. You can't
Figure
compare. It's
skating,
two completely
duh.
different things. I mean, you know what I mean.
And that's
Actually,
what my
I think he's
original
right
point
about that.
was.
Hockey,
Is
you
that
just
is
have
that
to barely be able to skate.
that's what I was saying, is that you can't compare one crime to another, even if they're somewhat related, and
We're
say
talking
that
about the psychological effect.
yeah, psychological effect, prison.
different
And
shit.
Speakeasy's only claim is that yes, they both have psychological effects, but the woman's is worse. However, the man
Well,
knows
the
he's
woman
innocent,
also has the physical.
knows he's innocent and has to live with it every day. And if he goes to jail, he's going to be beat the fuck up every single day.
Well,
he's
that's not a
living.
guarantee. That's not. No, that's not a guarantee.
It
That's
has
not a
nothing to,
guarantee.
okay, even if it's not guaranteed. Let's say that he gets acquitted. Let's say that he goes through the trial and somehow he gets acquitted. The woman is found out to be lying and she ends
Right.
up on trial. Okay, let's say that happens.
Yeah.
His entire reputation is destroyed and he still has the same mental anguish of knowing he was innocent and having to prove in court that he didn't do it.
That's not in every case though. That's just
but see, like,
But that's what we're talking about. That is what
But
we're talking about.
Okay, but
we
where's
making
the evidence
exceptions
that
rules?
support that? What's the evidence you have to support that? Because it just to me it sounds like you're giving your
well, what's the
opinion.
evidence you have to support what you're saying?
I can give you anecdotal
actually,
evidence.
I have a lot of evidence.
I know, but the thing you sent me the other day, you remember
Okay, can we reinstate
yesterday.
the questions, please? Can we restate the questions? Like, what's the main point that we're debating right now? Just to get back on
Should
track.
someone should a woman that falsely accused a man of rape face the same exact time in jail that man would have faced?
100%.
James Daniel, that's it. Yeah.
That was the original question, and I
100%.
said no because they're different actions, and I don't see
You're wrong. I'm
how
sorry.
you're gonna.
It's okay. It's okay to be wrong.
Wait,
but
so
you're wrong.
speak.
Well, it's not wrong though, because one is a physical grape. We know we have a definition to grape, so one is doing that, and one is lying.
Wait, so easy.
You
said
guys
last
even
time,
said, wait, you guys even said that even if the guy faced no trauma, you guys would still want her to do
Nobody
the
said
same
that they
time.
wouldn't. No, who said
Wait,
no trauma?
No, Grid. I gave an example earlier, and I asked you guys if the guy faced no traumatic
And
suffering.
I said that's
because of it.
impossible.
But
you keep saying
well,
that it's not.
okay.
that it's
So
not
then
gonna
you're not
happen.
going to engage with the hypothetical. Okay.
Well, okay, then what? Okay, let me ask you this.
Well, no. If I can't ask anything, I'm not answering it. I'm done with this.
If I'm just going to flip your hypothetical, if a woman was involved in a rape, but she experienced no trauma in this hypothetical,
liked it.
Yeah,
and
she enjoyed it.
actually enjoyed it. Should the guy get
Yep, because the action of the grape was still wrong. Yep.
Oh, don't you
So,
think that's the same thing?
Yeah, it's the
All right,
action.
I gotta go
It's
with
the
speed.
action. It's
Speed,
not.
yeah.
It's not
The
the. It's
action
not
of
what
trying
happens
to lie
after.
and
No,
put
Glenn.
somebody in
No,
prison
that
is
proves
still
my
wrong.
point, Glenn. It's not what's happening after. It's the action of what happened. The grape
Yes, the
itself is what I'm
action-
charging. The lie itself is what I'm looking at.
No,
I'm
the
not looking at
action
the
of what their
consequences of
intent
it.
was is
Holy
wrong.
fuck.
Isn't the action of the intent wrong? This guy intended to force themselves.
That's not the
and
question.
I'm not saying if it's wrong or right, Glenn.
Well, you
That's
just
not
said
even
the
what we're
reason why-
arguing.
The reason why they should be in prison is because the action of it was wrong. The action
Yeah.
of what
Yeah,
But
the
you're
lie.
mixing
The
morals
action
with
was
Grid
the
already
lie,
addressed this
Glenn.
before. We
The
we
action
already
was the
deal with
lie.
this. The attempted murder, right? There's still intent for a result. So even if you like attempt to murder somebody and you fail, right, you're still going to get the same charge. right? So in this case,
let me ask you a question real
she
quick.
attempted a murder.
No, she
not a murder in
didn't,
this
though.
case.
It's not the
but
same. You're going to say that lying is attempted murder? Stop that. Stop that. That's
No,
not
but
the
speak.
same.
What if this happens, right? What if the liar, right, gets the person? Because I forget exactly the time frame you said. I think you said 8 years.
None of this matters to me. You know why it doesn't matter to me? Because I am going off the single action, the lie and the grape. You guys claim that it's about the consequences until I give you a hypothetical that the consequences weren't there, and you still want the same results. So that means you're not about the consequences. You're also about the action. So I'm just being honest.
Attempted
You guys are trying to
is equivalent.
cover it up with some, well, it's about what could happen and this may, and it's most likely. I don't care about all that. I care about the initial action, the lie and the grape. Okay, I do agree that false reporting, the fine should be raised and the jail time should be raised. But I am not going to agree that we should think that we should charge a lie the same as we charge a grape. And it blows my mind that you guys will say it's about the consequences until I give you no consequences, and then you say, well, it's about the action.
So it's about the intent. Attempted murder is considered the same as murder because of the intent.
Okay, then. All right.
Well, again, I've answered this already, and it seems like you forget. I answered that already when you say it's about the intent. Give me the exact intent. What is the exact intent of the grape accusation? Go ahead.
Ruin a person's life.
Yeah.
To ruin a person's life?
To put a man in jail. To put an innocent man in jail.
Which will ruin his life.
Innocent man in jail.
Yeah.
That's the intent.
Okay. Right. So again, I to put an innocent man in jail, I wouldn't charge it the same as a grape. Where the intent was to forcibly
Isn't
take.
it the same thing? You're forcibly trying to take this man's freedom.
You guys never let me finish, man. Like I can't get to a point if I'm not. It's not the same. It's. I don't know how you're even saying it's the same. How is that the same? One is you said it's to get someone locked up, and the other one is to take someone's fucking body.
Force. You're forcing grape. You're forcing yourself onto someone who doesn't want you on them, right? You're forcing to get your outcome, your goal. You're using physical force or whatever, right? The false accusations. You're using the force of the government to take a man's freedom away from them unwillingly. You're still applying force.
See, the problem again, when it comes to this, the problem is, right, you stop women from reporting at all, because if she doesn't have any proof that she was raped, when she goes make an accusation about the guy, she's not going to want to do that anymore because she doesn't have the proof. So she could be facing time simply for not having the proof.
Feminist
no, because we actually.
Well, we all go over the whataboutism over here, but the thing is that a false accusation is a crime on its own. So whether or not, it needs to be charged as a false accusation. You can just change a sentence because of false accusation of this and this and that. It's like it needs to be proven on its own. But however, the person who was falsely accused has grounds for a lawsuit against that person or to go after whoever is falsely accusing. But it can be charging you like as if it was rape also because you accused me of rape. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, and there's also different sentencing depending on the severity of the crime as well, right? So there is variability to this as well. So depending on the accusation, maybe they wouldn't go away for as much time, right? Because what they alleged, right, wouldn't be that bad, by comparison.
Certainly appear on the background check.
This question was asked yesterday. Let me see what you guys are going to say to this. So if murder was punished by death. Okay, murder was punished by death. Someone was murdered, and I falsely accuse Glenn of the murder. Right? I say, "Oh, I think it was Glenn. I seen this guy. I point him out in the lineup. I accuse him." Okay, Then he gets off, and it finds out it was a false accusing. So you're saying that they should put me to death?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
Hold on.
Wait, it's a false accusation. Why shouldn't I be put to death? It should be the same thing that the murderer was going to get, right?
This is why I don't believe in the death penalty.
These are two different things.
Pro-life
No,
tactic.
it's
not.
know
It's the
they're two
same
different things.
fucking
This is
thing.
disingenuous.
Do you
This is
guys mind
very
if I
disingenuous.
do you guys mind if I throw a couple questions out there for the panel?
Yeah, can you give me 1 second, old Joe?
Sure.
I promise I'll let you come in
Sure,
right
no
as soon
problem.
as I
No
can.
problem at all. No rush.
So here's the thing, Speakeasy. If a police officer asks you and says, "Hey, did you see who shot this guy?" and you say, "Well, I saw this guy in a red do-rag and a red muscle shirt, and it kind of looks like this guy over here, but I'm not really sure." And you pick him out of a lineup, and it ends up not actually being Glenn. No, you haven't actually accused him. That's entirely different than you going into a police station and saying, "Hey, this guy named Glenn fucking Lawrence,
okay, so in that
pulled a gun on
example-
me and stuck it in my back and fucking took my money, and he said he was
They're
going to kill me.
attacking
And the only way I got out of it was Josie fucking Lassard came by and whooped his ass. And you're looking for a guy with a black eye and a fucking red do-rag. And
Now
that's
we
what
know you're
looking
lying.
for.
I don't.
And if the cops go and arrest him, that is a false accusation. These are two
Okay,
very
so
different
then in
things.
that situation, then Grid, you're saying I should be put to death
I didn't say. Why would you be
not what
put
he said
to
at all.
death? You should,
because
you should
if
probably
Glenn
go to
would have
jail
got
for it.
charged, if Glenn would have got charged, wait, if Glenn would have got
to the police, then you
Grid.
deserve to go to jail.
okay, right. That's what I said earlier about the grape and the false accusation. You're not saying anything different than what I'm saying. What I'm asking you, because you're saying the false accusation of the grape should face the same punishment as the grape. So I'm asking you, in that situation where
you asked
Glenn,
me if it should be the same
What?
20 years or
that's
whatever.
been
and
the
I
whole
said, yes,
thing
20
this
years
whole
sounds right.
time. This whole time, that's been the thing that you guys are saying the accusation should face the same as the rapist.
Time, and I said, yeah, I agree with that time.
Yeah, and I
What?
was saying that I believe that
Why do you guys keep on
that the
changing
time
the-
should be equivalent
This
to,
is changed
to the
all
accusation.
over now. This is no. The original thing,
Now Joe's
the
just saying we're
original
getting the
thing
goalpost.
was
You guys
should
keep like swapping
should an
the-
false accusation get the same charge at time as the rapist would have got? This was the whole thing. So I'm
Thank you.
asking you, in this situation where Glenn, if he got charged, he would have been put to death. Are you saying I would be put to death in
Maybe
this
he might have.
situation?
He might have gotten 10 years. You never
No,
know.
because the murder gets the death penalty. Grid,
you're
I,
saying-
No,
I
we're
gave
not
the
talking about
whole-
murder.
I gave the whole situation out here for you guys. You guys are just dodging it because you realize how stupid
not.
that logic
No,
is.
but
I
it's
think
two
there's an
different
easy.
things.
I think there's an easy way to answer that question. It wouldn't be. A
Yeah, that would
murder,
be
it
attempted murder.
It would be attempted murder, not murder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think-
so
I
you would
think
still
to-
experience that crime.
Yeah. So I think the discussion, you guys. So Grid One, is it all right if I jump in now, or did you?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. I just want to make the determination that they're two different things, and
Right.
we can't do false equivalencies because that fucks everything up.
Yep.
You know, I haven't been on the panelverse very long, but since I have, it's been fascinating to see different personalities come together and how authentic discussions take place. This is one of them. It's fascinating. So I'd like to ask a couple questions. Has anybody here ever had any exposure to, to a woman who was being abused by her husband? Has anybody ever known one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
If you have, what did she say was more damaging to her, the momentary physical damage or the emotional damage in that relationship?
The emotional damage.
Always.
The emotional damage is far more damaging, not the brief in the moment damage. Here's another question. We would all accept that rapes occur in our society, correct?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Would we all accept that false accusations of sexual misconduct, rape, allegations of sexual harassment also occur in our society?
Yep.
Yes.
Which
Constantly.
occurs more?
This,
Well, technically,
The rape
there's
happens
studies
more.
out there they will say that it's close to more 50%.
No, man.
numbers
no.
don't
Those
lie.
studies are garbage. It's
Well,
not even
think
close.
about it for a second. An accusation is far easier to do than actually commit the act of grape.
And I'm asking.
No,
I would say
rape
one
is
is more
not
common.
something that's
Let me
easy to
let me
prove in
clarify the
court. Do you
question.
guys
Let me clarify.
understand how hard it is for a woman to prove she's been raped? Do you
Let me
understand
clarify
that?
the
You guys
question.
are
Let
acting
me-
like it's just like, oh, I've been raped, and yep, he's getting charged no matter
give me a
what.
chance-
It doesn't
What about
work
Mattress
like
Girl?
that.
8%.
What about Mattress Girl?
Give me a chance to clarify the question. Give me a chance
8
to clarify the question.
motherfucking % of
That's
rape
not-
accusation are
That is
fake.
that's not correct.
Can I-
That
did
is
that
correct.
entire
No,
thing-
it is,
I went through that
Glenn.
entire thing last night.
That model is failed, bro.
Let Joe go.
get
Let Joe
somewhere.
go. He's finishing it up.
I want to get somewhere, and then I'll jump down because I never stay on too long. I'm asking a very specific question that's easy to tear down because I'm not being obtuse about it.
Enzo.
Do we think that false allegations of rape, sexual misconduct, and the like occur more often than actual rapes or less in our society?
More often.
More. Yeah.
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that the stats are currently that it's more often. I'd have to look
Okay.
up, but I
So-
believe
It's
that's-
easier.
So
it's
if we
easier.
would
It's that simple.
accept that, if we would accept that emotional damage is, first of all, I would ask why they occur so much or more often. I'm not saying so much. And then if we accept that emotional damage is more traumatizing than momentary physical damage, I would ask what kind of emotional damage a man who even successfully defends himself against rape faces for the rest of his life. For a woman who is raped, as there should be, there are support systems. There are places where she can go to get help. Where does the man who was accused of rape go? Does he go to
Nowhere.
his barbecue and hold his head up high for the,
No, he
for the
talks
next
to his
30
wall.
years? He does not. It affects the rest of his life.
Oh,
and many
my
of these,
Lord! But the
many of these
woman
men,
that's
just let me
raped
finish.
doesn't do the same thing. Like,
Just let me
No, she
finish.
does.
we went through all of them.
Hold on. One at a time.
I'm just going to say the final thing. There's a reason that a lot of these men who are brought into these places and arrested have their belts taken away, their clothing taken away. It's because so many of them feel such a tremendous amount of
that's
shame.
in every prison, dude.
that
They
they-
always
that
take
they-
that stuff
that
away
they-
from you, no matter
Excuse-
what your
why,
charge is.
Can I ask you a question? How come you don't want me to get my thoughts out?
Well, because these points are bullshit. To be
Would
honest.
the panel agree that my points are bullshit?
No.
Well, no,
Same
they're,
person, not
they're
on.
all on the side that rapists
Can you
and
repeat your
accusators should get the
No.
same charge. Of course,
I will
they-
be very clear. Any man that rapes a woman forcibly deserves to be in jail. I would be the first one on the jury convicting that person.
Old Joe, just out of just because I know you said that you're kind of new to this, please use the word grape.
Oh,
Yeah.
Or essay,
I'm
or,
sorry
yeah,
about
you
that.
gotta use
I'm
the-
sorry. Yeah,
That's
and
okay.
that even shocks
yeah,
me. Any
grape
man
or
that-
essay. That's the
any
safest way to
man
go.
that commits that act should be punished, in my opinion. I'm asking, what is the cost to these individuals who are falsely accused, and what is the cost to those who falsely accuse them? What is the cost benefit for somebody who may benefit from harming someone, even if found out? How does society deal with those people? So that's my.
I mean, I drag the fuck out of any chick that's done false accusations. I mean, we all do, I think. So,
Anyways,
yeah.
I'm gonna jump down. Thank you very much, folks, for hearing me out.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks for coming on, old Joe.
What'd you say you'll do, Easy?
we drag the fuck out of chicks who get caught for false accusations.
Actually,
What about
not
Mattress Girl?
necessarily.
Yeah, we do.
What about Mattress
Oh,
Girl?
look at YouTube. Just type in YouTube false women with false accusations. They face
Look
fucking
at Mattress
tons of
Girl. The
shit.
guy
What do you mean?
lost everything: his scholarship. He lost his college education. He lost
Right.
everything. All she got was a slap on the wrist.
Okay, so
Don't do that
what
again.
I know something anecdotal. There's a guy that I know, a friend of mine, that got accused of grape when he was younger. He lives just a fine life every day. He's got a family, kids now. They're doing just fine, bro. Just fine.
But that's eventually.
So,
right?
like,
But what
it-
about the time before that happened for him?
What?
Okay, so so can a woman who's gone through that. I understand, but
Yeah.
how long is the trauma?
Right.
The
That's
trauma's
why I
over,
go
right?
off
your
the
mic
original
is up.
action. That's why I'm going
My
off
mic's
the
up?
action, the lie, the false
that your mic?
report.
No, my mic's over here. I just
okay,
used,
yeah,
I have
you're
a headset that has a...
it sounds like you're talking far away from your mic.
Oh crap! Okay, well, I will get closer. Sorry. Is that
right.
better?
So it's cool. I just will make sure people can hear you.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Speak. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, I was just I was done what I was saying. I was just saying that again, it's the original action. It's the false report and the grape. These are the two things I'm comparing, not the after, right? Because then we could just go into these whole things of, again, it goes into, well, this could happen and this could and that could not. That's why I tried to ask you guys a hypothetical based off if the guy lived just fine, do you think she should still face the same amount of time? And you guys said yes. So you're not going off of the consequences either. You're also going off of the original action.
Not really sure how to make this bigger, but
Let me zoom that in. Is that working?
yeah, it's a little better. I can almost read it now.
Oh, whoops, no, that's too big.
Josie in with the receipts, as always. Like grandma over there with the receipts.
Do you want me to just, I'll just send you a screenshot, okay?
Oh, wow.
I think it's too small.
Oh, we're doing receipts? I got receipts too. Here we go.
Is this a little better, Grid?
Yeah, and on the topic, real quick, that Speakeasy said, like anecdotally, I've known men and women that have gone through both of these, and they're pretty fucked up. And most of them live reasonably fine lives, but they're both still dealing with the PTSD from both of those situations. So it's not the same, just like men and women aren't the same, right? But it's still very similar.
Yeah. Again, you can say it's very similar. Again, the act of graping is worse than the act of a false accusation. This is simply what I'm saying. This is why you shouldn't get the same charge, the same conviction. I'm not saying they should get no conviction. Nobody is saying that. I just said earlier, you should the false reporting fine should be raised up to like 10 grand, not 1,000. And 1 year is what the false reporting is now. That should be raised up to like 8 years.
Why 10 grand? It takes more than 10 grand to fight the case.
It's true.
A big enough deterrent. That's all it is. That's all laws are, is deterrence.
Because you're talking about basically the difference between first and second degree, right? A lot of times when women make accusations like this, it's because they just want to destroy the man's life. It's like second degree murder. It's a crime of passion. So they're not considering the outcomes. They're just going for the kill.
There's truth to that. That's for sure.
And I think this also
I'm gonna
speaks
send it to
to
you on Discord.
Okay.
I think this also speaks to the fact that feminism has gotten us to a place where women don't have they feel as if there's nothing they can do wrong because we've lifted them up so high.
No accountability.
There's no accountability in anything that they say or do most of the time.
See it all the time on Fresh and Fit After Hours.
I see it all the time in real life. I've gone through it with my own wife. I mean, if you guys want me to get into it, I can get into some crazy ass stuff. So it's like it's not.
I pointed
it happens
it out
all the time.
yesterday just by using the case for this woman in Ventura, California, where she stabbed her boyfriend 108 times to death, and then her excuse is because I got high.
Yeah, OJ Simpson cut his wife's fucking head off and her boyfriend, and he got off. Let's forget about that, eh? We have no proof of that, eh? Okay, come on, dude, come on, bro. He literally wrote a book, said I did it after. Come on, bro.
If I did it.
Oh, he did.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Okay, see, this is what I mean. Like,
what I'm
we're
getting
just
at-
gonna ignore this
you're-
shit. This is
you're dismissing even my entire argument by interrupting me by saying because this woman stabbed this dude 108 times, used the fact that she blamed the weed for why she did it, right? So weed is now an excuse for her, and she got 2 years of probation and 100 hours of community service instead of facing the 5 years sentence for involuntary manslaughter. And then now she's appealing the charges that or the consequences she's faced of the 2 years probation and the 100 hours of community service. and she's saying that it's not her fault. She's blaming it on the dead guy that she stabbed. Why does she think that she has the grounds to do that? Because of this exact.
Or how about the young college guy who got caught feeling up the chick while she was sleeping, and he got nothing, no charges, nothing, just let off, no problem. Like, yeah, it's okay. You know,
I think we all could just say like that is wrong, and two, how often does something that heinous and egregious of character misjustice happens when a guy?
Well, I bet you, Glenn, if you're gonna go like naming case after case, I can do the same in the opposite. This is why I'm saying this is a dumb thing to do.
The case that I mentioned is it's point out to the mindset of now, what women think now. That instead of being excited and being happy, like, oh, I'm glad I didn't have to do 5 years in prison.
How about I can show you a case right here. No prison time for a man who pleaded guilty to rape and SA of 4 teenage girls. Huh?
Well,
that guy, he pled guilty. He said he did it and still didn't get no prison time. Wow.
Well,
that's favoritism. It's stupid.
No,
I get it. The law is broken, but to say that we're going to convict the same.
Okay, at least you admit the law is broken.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
what do you mean? Judges get paid off. Okay. There's lots of shit that happens with the law. Yeah, it's messed up. That's not the problem we're talking about here, right? We're talking.
No, I know, but you saying that makes
similarities of a false accusation and a grape.
All right.
Okay, can we stop moving the goalposts? Just stick to the main argument.
So at least 10% in this specific study, and this is the abstract of it.
But to say that, oh, like women do it all the time, I'm sorry. Like, I just think you're kind of in an echo chamber if you think that, because the data doesn't back that up.
Actually, the data does back that up.
I have it right here.
Okay, then explain this one right here.
Yeah, one that got shot down by 3 feminists.
Well, yeah, that was McDowell's research.
Yep.
You got right here the truth behind the legal dominance of feminine's 2% of false rape claim. Okay, they break this entire thing down. Okay, and it goes to show that the number is closer to somewhere between 25 to 50%. And
yeah, but Glenn, you have to explain how it got there, because so what they're doing is they're taking all these different cases, right? They use a model. They're taking the story.
That was just for one. That's one. You're talking about just the McDowell's. What they're saying, and they explain this, what they're saying is that 2 to 10% of false, cases.
How did they get there, Glenn?
Can I explain it? The 2 to 10% that they're talking about are the 2 to 10% of cases that law enforcement, police deem no rape took place based off of their investigation, that they don't even send to prosecution. They don't even send to the prosecutor because they don't have it, or they know that it didn't happen. They have enough evidence to support that didn't take place. So it's immediately.
So they asked for an opinion. That's an opinion.
But that's what that's what I'm
saying.
When you're using
opinions are not factual.
But you're using this 2 to 10% number, and I'm telling you
factual numbers.
I'm telling you how they got to the
thesis.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. That 2% number is done by the police department. It doesn't even go to the prosecutor.
Who is the police department? You say, we deemed that one was kind of shady. We deem it's like we guess, we think.
Goes
putting that to a model.
Aren't all SCOTUS rulings opinions?
What did you say, Speakeasy? Sorry.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. That is opinions based off some model that the FBI gave them. That if the story is this way, then yeah, it must be a false accusation. Like that doesn't mean it actually was a false accusation. This is just
exactly by the law. You can't say this is not factual because like the number are actually proving otherwise.
Josie, you got to actually listen. You're not listening.
Point verbatim. Okay, let me clarify. Something about the common mistake that the FBI says that the rate of false accusation is only 8%. If you read the actual report, which is linked, I have the link to it. The report does not say that. What the report says is a boilerplate language in all FBI statistic reports on grape juice that law enforcement determines that 8% of accusations of grape juice are false. That does not mean the other 92% of grape juice accusations are true.
But it doesn't mean they're false either. Do you understand
You're
that you
right,
can't?
but I'm
Right.
not-
So if it's
then again-
undetermined, then this
But
is
you can't say
so.
that you're
But
saying
wait,
that-
wait. If it's undetermined, that's based off of their metric of what they're using to determine it. That's not. It's not saying that it's undetermined for sure. It's their own metric they're using off of that
and I'm
fucking
saying
model.
that they're reporting it to say that it's only 2 to 8%.
Because this
It's
has been
false.
proven.
It's
It's
not-
proven
no, it's
that
not.
2 to 8%.
How is it proven?
Yes. Because they proved that there was a false accusation. That's why they're able to put it
That
as
is,
a fact
again,
that it was a
law
false
enforcement
accusation.
determines that 2 to 8% of accusations of grape juice are false. That's law enforcement. That's not the court. That's not a judge rendering a verdict. That's not that. That is before it even gets there. That is part of the investigation. That is before a criminal charge is even presented. That's what that figure is saying. That's what it's saying. It's only in this.
That's how they would find the false accusations, all right? Because they wouldn't get convicted if it was a false accusation, Glenn.
Again,
So the ones that did go to court and get convicted,
you're
those
not getting
weren't
it.
false
Let me finish. I'll
accusations.
continue reading.
But they didn't.
Glenn,
block
Glenn,
the
Glenn,
conviction
Glenn,
rate.
Glenn,
What Glenn
Glenn.
is saying, they're using a misrepresented stat.
But they're not though, because I read through this whole thing that Glenn sent. I know what he's talking about. Yeah, I
You
read
seem to have
that.
a problem with the way that they
You sent-
collect data more
Oh,
I had it
than.
still open in my tab after I shut
Did you
off,
read-
so I read it.
You read how the false accusations of
Fuck's
rape
sake.
is not an accurate reading of it. And you know there's more. You could even just Google the 2 to 8% or 10% true or false, and there's even current data. I have like 3 or 4 different scholarly journal articles like talking about this.
It
So
seems to me like you have a problem with the way that they collect data or what they
I have a
consider a
problem with
fact.
the way that they're misrepresenting the data.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's not misrepresented though.
Yes, it is.
According to you.
All right,
No,
real quick, Grid. Thanks for having me on. I'm gonna head out for the night. It's good talking to you guys. Speak easy.
Same
Yeah,
here.
definitely would love talking to you
Viking,
again.
always
Yeah,
happy
for
to have
sure,
you on,
bro.
man.
Good talks,
Right on.
man.
Good
Always
stuff, brother.
appreciate it.
Good
You guys have a
talk.
good
Thanks
one.
for coming,
Peace
dude.
out.
So here's where I'm gonna, because that we can go back and forth and round and round. Here's my understanding of it, and I don't know that there's a whole lot more to be said about it. I do know that I understand what Glenn is saying. I understand what Josie's saying. Basically, the report that I put up there, that is not the final word. What Glenn is saying is that, yes, that study is to some degree accurate because that's just what the police dismissed out of hand. That has no bearing on what the prosecutor dismissed with that decided that there wasn't enough evidence to go to court, or that the woman later recanted or came in and said, hey, I lied or whatever. Mm-hmm. Those numbers are very hard to track down because nobody wants to commit to those. I've heard many different numbers about this particular thing that we're trying to measure, this metric of false accusations. Everybody has a reason to want it their way. And so I don't, it's just one of those stats that just bring it up. It's not a hill that anyone needs to die on tonight. Let's just move on.
However, I agree that it's a terrible thing, and if it happens more than reported, well, fuck those.
Well, the problem with the report
genuinely,
you have is that it's just one area, right? So that's like taking it even to a district attorney, and then the district attorney decides, I'm not going to file on 20 out of the 40 cases that were brought to me because the girl comes back in later and says, hey, it's actually my boyfriend, and I just had a bad night or whatever. Now, the police still show those as reported cases. the prosecutor dumps them, those cases no longer exist. Then those cases go to court, or at least in the pretrial motions, and a lot of those cases get dismissed because once they're in front of a judge, the judge or the grand jury decides we're not going to bind this over because we do not find sufficient cause. That's how our legal system works. That's just the way it is. I understand not every country works that way.
You would also agree that that's also in the case of like it's because they just didn't have enough evidence to prove the grape as well, right? That wouldn't mean that it's a false accusation. It would mean that maybe there wasn't enough evidence too, right?
Fall under unsubstantiated.
Yeah, that would more
right in the same stat that you're using to say that means it's all.
No.
Okay. Hold on.
There's the difference between unsubstantiated and false accusations.
There's a difference there. It's a little bit of wordplay. I'll go with that.
A false accusation has to prove malicious intent. Right,
Glenn. Again, so you're saying we know that the 2% was or the 2 to 8% was deemed false accusations. You're saying that's just by the police force, and it's not counting the ones that went to court and got dismissed. And I'm telling you, yeah, okay, even if I was to concede that to you, the ones that go to court and get dismissed aren't all false accusations either.
Exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing that you're saying there. I'm not saying all cases that go and face the judge and the guy is found not guilty automatically means that that's a false accusation.
Okay, so you're not
saying
anything about the false accusations. We know for sure 2 to 8% are false accusations. We know that for sure.
Right.
But these other things is like you're saying we can't know those for sure. But like you're saying they don't have like court files to get this status.
What I'm saying is that it's not. You're saying that the minimal. You could say a bare minimum. We know that 2 to 10% are false. The bare minimum. But
it doesn't make 92% of them accurate accusations.
Again, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying
too.
That
there's a specific metric to determine false accusations. There has to be malicious intent, right? To say a false claim about someone did a crime against them intentionally to harm that individual, right? Mm-hmm. There is a metric, just like there's a standard to prove grape juice took place. There's a standard to prove false allegations took place.
Okay, and so let me check what are the standards, okay? Keep going, sorry.
This has been a really pretty interesting topic, guys. I am gonna just move us on here in a minute because we're not going anywhere. We're not moving forward. We're not really going back. I think that the important thing to realize is that people lie. They lie like rugs, and can't get around it. Mr. Boulay has jumped on. I'm going to add him to the stage now.
Interesting.
I'm getting how y'all doing? Hey, Boulay, how are you?
Good evening. How's everybody doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, bro?
Loud and clear.
We're going to move on to a slightly different subject.
Can I just put a little perspective on what Speakeasy was earlier arguing about?
As long as it doesn't take an hour. Yeah.
Nope.
Don't worry, I won't even answer, Grid. I'll just let him give his criticism, and I won't answer.
No, you can answer.
I know I'm a pretty lone fighter on this topic, but you know what's funny though, guys? I was actually where Glenn was, not even a year ago. I was saying the exact same thing until I broke a lot of the stats down and the actual effects of the two, and then that's why I break it down to live versus great.
I'll read the stats.
Go ahead, bro. I won't even answer. You go ahead.
No, this actually supports what you were arguing. The 8th Amendment to the Constitution states that excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. In other words, no, an accusation crime cannot be punished as if it was a grape situation. That is considered cruel and unusual punishment according to the 8th Amendment to the Constitution. The 9th Amendment to the Constitution, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not construct to deny or disparage others retained by the people. So the bottom line is you're comparing apples to oranges, folks. Whether we agree, disagree or not, the Constitution is the law of the land, whether you like it or not.
Correct.
I didn't say that it isn't the law of the land. I'm saying
Speakeasy's in Canada. He doesn't have a constitution.
Actually, we do.
Well, we're not fucking
Do you really?
retarded either.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Really? Yeah, we have a constitution, and like a lot of the time, Americans will be like, "Yeah, you guys don't have freedom of speech." We literally have the exact same freedom of speech.
Yeah, I've seen cop watches. They have a lot of freedom.
Like the exact same freedom of speech.
Which
like people think
province are
like
you
I
in?
can't say something over here. It's not like that at all.
No,
my
which
channel would have been shut down a long time ago.
Canada greater than Britain.
Now, which province are you in?
Pardon?
What province are you in?
I'm right near Toronto. I'm in Ontario.
Gotcha.
You Maple Leaf fan?
Actually, that's really all I came on to say because I felt like everybody was ganging up on Speakeasy, and I was just like, the Constitution makes his argument.
I wasn't ganging up on him. I was agreeing with him.
Yeah, Josie was on my team.
Nobody's like disputing what the Constitution says. I'm saying that I personally believe. This is my personal opinion because we
okay, now you're bringing up your opinion. We were arguing what is factual and what isn't. So your opinion in this case is slightly irrelevant.
The whole point was we were actually only talking about opinion.
It was strictly an opinion argument, Josie. You missed the first part.
God.
This is what happens when you come in the middle. You don't. You only have half the facts, and then. But you did a great job, everybody. Golf claps.
Yeah, I still love you all, guys. Don't worry, okay?
Freaking great.
Glenn, I'm gonna start lifting some weights so I can arm wrestle you this month, okay?
I need an animation of like fumes here.
Don't arm wrestle, Glenn.
And also, not to be
I'll arm
pedantic,
wrestle,
but
Glenn.
everything that the SCOTUS says, it's all an opinion.
It is actually all an opinion.
So,
and it can change at any time.
It can.
Very true.
All right, guys.
All right, moving on.
New topic.
Moving on.
Hey, thanks, Kathy.
All right, so AR or AK?
AK.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes to both. Okay, fair. Wait,
Both,
somebody
yeah.
wake Clover up.
Oh, I'm here. Like, we really going down this road?
CD?
I got an hour.
You just thought up until this point we were fixing to have this.
Are you just saying which one's better? Is that what we're?
What I'm saying
Right.
for what? It's microwave, God,
There's
just on
only
the
one that's
surface.
dead.
On the surface, if somebody just says AR or AK, I'm gonna say AR. Now, more than happy to get into nuance like the whole panel has the last two topics. People want to go down those roads, but that's my initial answer.
More control,
AKs
right?
are only good if you want
The modularity, caliber availability,
Mhm.
availability across the board, ease of smithing,
accuracy,
Legality.
accuracy. Wow.
reliability.
But
Yeah.
my God, cool
Weight,
factor. It's hard to
everything.
beat. It's hard to beat an AK with cool factor. It's hard to beat an AK with muzzle report sound.
Yeah.
You're incorrect, Grid 1. AK is actually much more reliable.
Yeah.
False.
I
100%
mean-
false.
No, your fault.
I've
Totally-
never had an AK
Oh.
fire more than 3,000 rounds without jamming.
It also
I
totally depends
literally
on the AK.
participated in a test where I fired 8,000 rounds well, not me personally, I fired maybe 1,000, 1,200 of those 8,000 rounds through an AR without cleaning it, without doing anything to it. It never stopped. The AK stopped at 3,000 rounds.
The ones in Vietnam.
What kind of ammo and where were you when you're shooting it? Because
We
I've
were
had
on a
my
range.
friends who were.
We were on a range that Magpul uses,
Yeah,
and
y'all know what happened in Vietnam with that, right?
we used the for the AK we were using whatever that Russian stuff comes in 10 crates, and for the AR we were just using plain old Lake City, whatever the fuck Lake City sends us, which was probably 55 grand at that point.
Well, I'm sure Clover could probably back me up because he's got friends.
All
in the
things equal,
service.
I give the AK the nod to reliability. All things equal. We're talking about, not ammo related issues. We're talking about in the same environment. Yada yada yada. Accuracy, I wouldn't give it, but I would give it reliability for sure.
Clover, are you a Russian asset?
Me? Do I sound like I'm a fucking Russian asset? Like seriously, dude. Come on, dude.
Nostroniev, comrade. Nostroniev.
What?
That was pretty good. Who did that?
They
Who
throw
did
me in
that?
the gulag
Was that
so quick.
Boulay?
All right.
Yeah, that was Robert Goulet.
Anyway, go ahead. Boulay.
Hey, Clove, I got a follow-up question for you.
For me? Oh, okay.
7.62 by 39 or 5.45 by 39.
Oh, I do love a 5.45, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, if you talk about, but again, my initial answer, if we don't get into specifics, is going to be X39, 7.62 X39 for sure.
Now,
even though I do love the 5.45. I do love the 5.45. I do love the 5.45.
I prefer the 5.45.
Availability, energy factor. There's just a lot of different things that I like about it. Platform availability. But if we're talking about even if we're talking strictly AK, again, platform availability, because they've been around. The 47's obviously been around longer than the 74s, right?
Well, it's the same platform. You just changed in the bullet.
No, I get that, but I'm talking to yeah.
Well, you know what? Invite me on your channel and we'll debate it.
Heck yeah.
Hint, hint.
I guess so. Yeah. All the pressure. What? Man, come on. Peer pressure.
What else you got, Grid One?
That's kind of it. I don't really. I don't like AKs very much. I've had a bunch of them, and I had an SKS way back when you could buy them for $80 at the gun show out of the crate in the Cosmoline.
What'd you have? Which one?
Sorry?
Which ones you have?
I had an Norinco.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty nice, actually. It was actually pretty nice. It worked okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't the great. It wasn't that accurate either.
I made for pretty good, pig raffles back in the day.
Yeah, actually, and I had a 74 and 5.45. It was okay. 5.45 at that point was really cheap. It just was, it obviously just wasn't very accurate, and it was annoying to try and make it accurate.
Yeah.
And I think you and I talked the other day about how I had a buddy of mine who did everything possible to make an X39 accurate, and it just it's just never going to be accurate, but it is what it is.
I've seen some pretty good stuff out of the bolts. I like the CZs and stuff.
Yeah,
but that's hand load. We talked about that.
Sure.
I think,
yeah, we talked all about that the other day
before. But yeah, I've seen some pretty good stuff with that.
Yeah.
But you're talking hand loads out of a bolt rifle, so.
Yeah, I really don't like. I actually really have kind of gotten away from all of those. Like, I don't even think I have one. I'd have to go look, but I don't think I have one anymore. I have a Russian 22 that they were using that they use as a training gun.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And it's actually not bad. And I think that's the last true Russian gun I have left, or comm block. That's the last comm block I have. Yeah. I had a Tokarov, the real square one,
Well,
I
that's
can't
what I
remember.
was fixing to throw down to Belay since he hit me with a couple. I was fixing to say thoughts on 76225.
Oh, if I could get a PPS 34 pre-band. Oh,
Dude, I love my CZ52s. They're so fun to shoot. And whenever I took decades ago now, it was the CHL, concealed handgun license that we got here in Texas. The guy to the no, the guy he wasn't. We got on the line, and thank God I did, because he lined up to the left of me, and he was doing his CHL with a CZ52. I've seen a bunch of people take CHLs in my lifetime, and that's the only CZ52 I've ever seen on the line. And I was smart enough to trade places with him because I knew it was going to fling brass like a mother, and it did.
Oh yeah. Well, it'd be interesting if you could get one of those Polish. Is that the PPS 34s, or am I getting my numbers mixed up? But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, when you get into that, yeah, I get jaded, get stuff mixed up too. But it sounds
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
But if you could get one of those, can you SBR it, and then once you get the tax stamp, you just bust those welds?
No,
and then
absolutely, you could. Yeah, no, absolutely,
Yeah.
you could. Yeah.
I've always considered that, and I was just like, oh, that'd be nice to have, but I don't know
A
if
lot
you
of
can do that or not.
A lot of people say you can't because of 922 compliance. And for those that aren't familiar, that's all a part of Gun Control Act of 1968. A lot of people, but they get that wrong because once you NFA it, what's the word? Usurp.
Yeah,
Grid or
Yeah.
whoever, somebody. You usurp that because at that point it becomes part of the NFA, which is more regulated, right?
Yeah, it's registered then.
Yeah.
Supposed to supersede. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I wanted to ask you that because I've always been interested in getting one, but I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
I don't want the
do it.
welded pistol version either. They're stupid. I've shot them and they're fun and all, but to me they're dumb. I wouldn't buy one.
No, I want that folding stock for sure.
But yeah, that 76225, man. I keep waiting for some small company or something. Every year at SHOT Show, I'm thinking there's going to be somebody downstairs in the basement because that's a lot of the newer companies that's going to have something, some type of a rifle, a carbine, a PCC platform in 76225, because that would freaking be amazing. And
it would, wouldn't it?
Nobody's doing it, and that round was just built for sub guns.
So yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, we put everybody to sleep. I'm sorry.
No, it's 10:30 at night. I just want to go hang out with you guys and shoot some guns.
I got thermal. I got thermal, dude. We can do it at night. Come on.
Sounds great. I'd love that.
We'll go
I'm all
find
in California, but it sounds like fun.
It'll take me about 20 minutes to get us on some pigs, probably. So not a problem, bro.
That's a conversation I need to have with you, Clove. I don't know anything about night vision stuff, and I want to get something.
That's easy. Easy if you have a so first of all, screw night vision. Go thermal or go home. That's been my opinion for the longest of times, and I've spent the money playing with flashlights, starting out with flashlights because that's the cheapest way to go. Colored lenses and whatnot. Rheostats to control the brightness, other things. Migrated into night vision because that's the next most expensive up the chain, and then ended up on thermal. And like once you go thermal, like screw everything else. Detection range is unbelievable. It's just night vision is not even close. Now, in military applications and some other things, I think night vision probably has its place. And there are probably some special applications for night vision, even in the civilian world. I mean, I don't want to say I don't have night vision. I still have some cheap units and other things. But as far as seeing at night, like thermal, it's just super hard to beat. And especially with the way prices have come down. So if you're looking in the budget-minded realm, man, it's hard to beat the Pulsar stuff. I would advise staying away from, I would advise staying away from ATN. Really, really bad.
That's what I wanted to hear because that's all the forums they say is that. But
really
Pulsar,
bad luck. Yeah.
You're saying go with Pulsar, okay?
Yeah. I've got a Pulsar in there now, works just as good as it did the day it was new. And Have probably had it. Oh God, 10 years at this point, something like that. So
Have you seen that new psionics setup that that everyone's raging about? It's a color night vision kind of stuff, but it's digital. It's not phosphor tubes.
well, most all of the more economical stuff is going to be that way nowadays. Yeah, I don't have any firsthand experience with Sonics. I've
Yeah,
heard,
they
heard
just
of them, but
reduced.
I've never played with any.
They
They
just
make a
released.
lot of they make a lot of across the board night vision stuff. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like not just like scopes and things. So
Yeah, so they just released this like it's very close to like a 7 PVN 7. It's very close to that, but it's all digital. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
And the reviews that from what I've read have been just like killer.
Right.
It's not as cheap as their other products are really cheap. And I had a buddy of mine who actually used their setup as like a monocular ones. And it just didn't really work that well.
Right.
But apparently whatever the new one is supposed to be just killer.
Yeah. Well, the sensors, a lot of the different things, the resolutions, they're consistently getting better. The issue, one of the issues that I have with night vision in general, is night vision is dependent upon some type of light, whereas thermal has nothing to do with light. Pitch black dark, not a single solitary light. If I was to scan around, go to a certain part of my property and scan, I could see potentially a night light on a telephone pole, and all I would see was the little bitty element glow. Right, I would see nothing else.
Right.
Like it doesn't even see the light coming off. That's what's beautiful about the detection range, is because you can see a speck. Even with my thermal, I should say. Let me back up with my thermal, pulsar thermal that's 10 years old or so, whatever. Detection range on it, I mean, you can get a coon or rabbit, something like that at 800 yards.
Right.
You can see a speck of a heat signature. Now you're going to have to get closer to identify to figure out what it is. But you can tell there's something there that far away, which is pretty amazing. And the more modern stuff's even better. I think with night vision, one thing that I learned really quickly you have to pay attention to. Most people obviously that run night vision also run because you need some type of light, right? So what they run is they run IR. They run infrared torches or whatever, right? Or lasers or whatever. Now, one thing to keep in mind is do your homework on the particular wavelengths that night vision picks up, because infrared is a spectrum, and it's measured in nanometers, I guess is what it is. But if I remember correctly anyway, from my science class. But and I don't remember if the higher up you go, it's more visible, or the lower you go, it's more visible. But some of the cheaper infrared downrange, if you're looking back, like animals are going to see that. Like they've got way better vision than we do, and it's glowing red. Like if a human can see it glowing red, a pig's or cow or whatever. A lot of times they're going to be able to pick up on that, right? Maybe not the color, but they're going to pick up on the not the specific color, but the change in brightness in that area. Anyway, so try to find something. But here's the issue you run into as well, and it's application specific, because in some instances you want to throw more IR light so your night vision works better, right? But then in other instances you may not. So having an adjustable system of some kind, something like that, a lot of times will work out too. I've always been a big fan of the back when I had those, of the Streamlight Pro. I think it was the Streamlight Protax is what they were. Worked out really good. It was a nice happy medium between what you could see and the amount of visibly see, and then the amount of light it put out to a couple hundred yards. It was pretty great.
So I had
so I got two things I just want to say real quick.
Yeah, man.
One is Glenn sleeping?
No.
He's searching
we
on
get
his
him
cell
on
phone.
cam. This guy's the king of falling
I only
asleep
fall
on
asleep when my
stream.
cam is off.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I got excited
All
just now.
right. So if my cam
I
is
got
on,
excited
I'm
just
not
now. But I was just gonna say, as much as I'd love to sit here while you guys make me jealous with the guns I can't go buy.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
That is true. That sucks.
I'm joking. No, I just have to. I have some editing to go get done and stuff. But I do appreciate you having me on, Grid.
Hey, man,
And,
absolutely.
appreciate the convos with everyone. I know I get heated sometimes. Don't ever take it personal. I still love
Oh,
y'all.
and I never do, man. And I talk
Speak, you're the
loudly
best.
sometimes, so don't.
I only
don't,
take
don't.
the arm wrestling personal.
Yeah, bro. We're arm
Coming
wrestling.
for
bro.
you,
I'm
man.
actually gonna go hit some weights right now. Actually,
You should drink some
I've
protein
got to
shake,
practice,
too.
bro.
Go drink a protein shake.
All right. Much love to everyone on the panel. Much love to the chat. Make sure y'all hit that like and sub for Grid. Don't be fucking freeloaders.
Don't
Come
be
on
gay.
now.
See you, man.
For real.
Take care.
I had a Pard night vision camera deal once, and it had a built-in IR illuminator.
A lot of them do. Yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing the difference. It was really nice without it, but when you hit that illuminator, man, it was crazy good.
Yeah, but you become visible at that point.
You do become visible
You
at
have-
that point.
Or let me back up. You have a signature, I should say. I don't want
You
to
have
say
a signature at that point.
but
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just one of the drawbacks of any kind of night vision, really.
Yeah, I mean when
Nobody
when
owns the night. They rent it from Redbox like everybody else.
we'll set up occasionally, and that's why I say I just like thermal is, we'll set up occasionally to drop some coyotes, and typically we'll use an old rooster, and we will create what we call the sphere of death, which is essentially some scrap wood and chicken wire that we put the rooster in so that the coyotes can't readily get him, right? And so you do some calls, and typically we'll be kind of in an opposite tree line, and when we're running thermal, again, there's no signatures, so proper wind, other things where they're not going to smell, and then running suppressed, and then what we were talking about once before, I've got a 308 that I hand load for, and 168 grain subsonics in that 308 are pellet gun quiet. And when you're making no noise hardly, you've got no light signature, wind, it's not an issue, and you get the coyotes wound up because that's a live rooster in that cage when they're batting it around. And coyotes, if you've been around them, they'll get in a group and they'll yap, and you just start dropping them, dude. You get myself, maybe my brother, another dude out there, 3 guys, just literally pellet gun quiet, pop, 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 just dropping them one at a time, and you can drop 8 or 10. I mean, easily before they figure out what's going on, because one will yep and drop, and the other ones will kind of look like, what's his problem? And then you just keep dropping them, man. It's so much
Dude,
fun.
have you been prairie dog hunting?
I've never been prairie dog hunting. No.
Oh my god, it's so funny, man.
I would love to, because that's small caliber, a lot of that, and I really love small fast caliber. I like pink mist. I've seen some prairie dog hunts where like they pop them dudes and it's just pink mist, dude.
Oh, dude, it's so great. So there's this one place on the Terry Bison Ranch, which is on the Colorado-Wyoming border. And we would sit up, and it was kind of a natural bowl, kind of a depression, huge dog town down there. And we'd set up on top and shoot down into it. And it was hilarious because you'd shoot one and it would fall over, and his buddy, they go back in their hole for a minute, but then in a minute later they come out and be like, Bob, are you okay, Bob? Your head's missing, Bob. Are you okay? And then you'd shoot him, and the other guy come out, Frank, what's the matter? What happened, Frank? And you'd get him, and it was just like one right after the other. And I didn't know this, but prairie dogs are cannibalistic, so they would actually
oh wow,
they would eat Bob and Frank.
Yeah. Well, crows. I don't know if anybody's ever shot crows before. By the way, if you really want to trick somebody, shoot some crow and cook them up like you would a dove. And people would literally eat crow and think they're eating dove. I mean, you really can't tell the difference. But crows will have a funeral. So you can shoot one crow and 20 other crows will come and congregate around the one crow. It's insane. Like they mourn their dead. It's weird.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Hey, Clove, real quick about thermo. Is it compatible with my aim points and my? I got one EOTech, I think.
Thermal is not because it's not visible light.
Yeah,
so the only way to see your aim point. Yeah, the only way to see would be Sport out there was talking about the wavelength would be get a high enough hour laser or something like that that it creates heat and you're able to see it. Just keep in mind, thermal only sees heat. It does not see light.
Yeah. Okay.
So no,
yeah, I should have thought it. Yeah, I should have thought.
Why? But why would you need to use that? Is what I'm asking. Because your thermal sights are going to have a
Reticles.
crosshair or multiple red.
Well-
All of mine have multiple reticle options.
Well, no, I was honestly, I'm looking for something like a small package that I could put behind my aim point.
Okay, yeah. So what you would want probably that's why a lot of people run night vision on like a helmet or something, so they can run their hour dots, and then they can flip their night vision down if and when they decide that they need it. You know.
Yeah.
So in your situation, if you want something to work with that, yeah, you would go with a night vision setup.
Yeah. Okay.
Which Pulsar makes all that good stuff too. But honestly, which is a Pulsar company, Cellmark contains so many brands. Cellmark, the company, is Pulsar, Sightmark, Firefield, and I'm missing probably some other brands that they carry. But some of the Sightmark night vision, some of the oldest videos I've got on my channel was from the Sightmark Photons, which were digital night vision. And for what they were, like cost wise, because even back in the day, those were like $500 or $600. They were pretty phenomenal. So you could probably find a night vision binocular well under the $1,000 mark to pair up with that. I think that would get you by, kind of get you into it, right? So when you start playing with night vision and thermal, that's what I was saying. Are you looking at budget minded, or are you looking at high dollar? So the guys with dang, I can't even think of his name now, with thermal dang it, I can't get Thermal Outfitters, Thermal Digital Night Vision, maybe. Dang it, out of like Garland, Texas. I can't even remember. It's been so long since I've been hunting with those guys. But used to go hunting with them a lot. And those dudes had $30,000-$40,000 night vision and thermals, man. And I'm gonna tell you, if you ever play with those, it will break your heart you're not rich. Because they make the cheaper stuff, even though the cheaper stuff, like I said, is good, and I've used it for years and it gets me by. It makes those it makes a $5,000 thermal look like crap, or even night vision.
Damn.
But I ain't spending 25, 30 grand on it. Ain't happening.
No. But that gives me an excuse to build an AR with a dedicated, thermal sight on it.
Yeah. But then I was amazed too. I got into a policy thing one time, and I didn't even know this until then. I got into a policy chat one time with YouTube, and the topic of thermal and night vision and stuff come up, and they were going to institute some monetization policies around in our niche, in the gun niche, around thermal and night vision and hunting. And the reason they were going to do it is because so many states don't allow any type of hunting at night. And we don't have that here in Texas. But I was amazed because I was like, that don't sound right. Right. And then I got to look at it. I got to looking into it, and I'm like, oh shit, they're right. Like the vast majority of states don't allow that stuff. So so if you're out there and you're listening to this, what I'm saying, make sure you check all that before you
Yeah, here in Tennessee, you can only hunt coyotes at night for depredation on property either you own or you have written permission from a farmer to depredate.
What is the reasoning behind that?
Sorry?
What's the reasoning behind that? That makes no sense.
Exactly. Welcome.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
It comes from back when the, and a lot of the game laws actually do not make sense. But there was a point in time, probably 80 years ago, when these Forest Service became various conservation agencies, where they just went over fucking board on everything. No night hunting. We were, the caliber limitations on what you could hunt what with. There is still somewhere, I think in Colorado, there's a power factor that you have to meet to hunt specific game. Like it doesn't matter what caliber you're using. If it doesn't have X amount of energy at 200 yards or whatever, then you can't use it. And it's some of the dumbest shit ever.
Yeah.
And it's actually, you would think that it has gotten better, but you would be wrong. It's actually gotten worse in a lot of areas. Colorado is a prime example of an excellent hunting program that has been taken over and run into the fucking dirt, and it's really bad now.
Texas has I think one of the best. It's one of the most lax, one of the most open.
Yeah, Texas is really good, actually.
As long as it's not a quote game animal, you can basically hunt it at night and hunt it.
What's a game animal?
Anyway, deer, rabbit, squirrel, right? Animals that have no pigs are nuisance. Anything that has a season is considered a game animal.
Yeah,
right.
Oh,
Like
season. Okay, got it. Yeah,
like a hunting season for that, and limits on that. Yeah, if it's regulated, that's basically considered a game animal. Anything outside of that, coyotes, there's no, like raccoons, there's no season on. The pigs, there's no season on, and so any of that can be done at night, at will. Machine guns, helicopters, cannonballs, whatever. They don't care.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to use.
I'm just looking it up here for Alabama. It's a $15 license, and you can hunt feral hogs and coyote at night, and those are open season because they're
So in Tennessee, we had a
nuisance, right?
Yeah.
Name.
Oh yeah, the damage by pigs across the country in general is billions of dollars a year. It's insane.
Yep. So in Tennessee, they had such a problem with guides releasing pigs into areas they weren't typically in, so that they could hunt them. That there are very few places you can actively hunt wild pigs in Tennessee.
So
you
really
stupid.
Fun fact, not to put a little Sheldon on everybody, but does anybody know why with wild pigs that they vary so much even within a litter? They may be dapple, some of them may be pink, some of them may look more like a razorback. So you could thank Texas for that. So way back in the day when Texas and the Mexicans were going at it, the Texans come into a lot of farms and cities and released, like burn down houses, run people off, and then they released the livestock, right? They like tore down the fences.
Yep.
So you had many farms in Texas years and years and years ago with many different breeds of pigs that were brought over from Europe or like whatever, right? Or maybe razorbacks locally or whatever, that all interbred. And so now you'll have a sow that'll have 15 piglets, and 10 of the 15 look all different. Because of the genetic pool, you know what I mean, is just so jumbled up.
But all the bacon and sausage taste just as good. So
no, man, wild pig is great. My favorite thing is to actually mix. I actually like to mix the wild pig and deer, because deer tends to be a little on the lean side, and so a lot of times I'll do that. You gotta. Yeah, we're making sausage or hamburger.
Sausage as well.
Yeah. Sausage or hamburger. Right. Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
It does, if you do it right, you can get a lot of the gamey out of it, and if you get the right type of pig, like if I'm going to, it's so bad here a lot of other states that don't even have the problem, they don't get it. But we can literally, when I was telling Speakeasy earlier, come on out, 20 minutes, I can get us on pigs, man. It's no joke. And we could literally go out and stack 20 tonight, and within an hour or two, and we could go back tomorrow night and do the exact same thing. The age to maturity to reproduce for the sows, and then the quickness, they can have 2 litters a year, the gestation period. Well, you see how that's problematic. You know what I mean? They come to maturity really quick, and they can have 2 litters a year, 12, 15, whatever a freaking year, or a litter. So 30 a year, one sow, right? So it's insane, and that's the reason that they become crazy. They were left alone for so long that you can go out and do things like that. You can mow them down with machine guns from a helicopter, and like the very next night, go back out and do the exact same, or next day, go back out and do the exact same thing. Like there's that many. The population just reproduces so much. But so what we'll do is typically if I go out, I either go out to just shoot pigs in the face. That's a lot of times what I'll say. I'll say, I'm going out, let's go shoot some pigs in the face, right? And that means we're just going to shoot them, and then most of the landowners that we got or whatever, just stack them and leave them. Let the circle of life take its place. They don't care.
Okay.
Occasionally, we'll stack them, and the landowner will come out with a tractor, dig a hole, push them in, or something like that. Or if it's on my own property, a lot of times I'll stack them, and depending on how many we've got, and bury them. If I'm gonna get one to actually slaughter, like one to eat, right? What I will typically do is most time I go out by myself for that, because again, it's so easy to get one. And I will pick a sow somewhere in the maybe 100, 120 pound. And I'm able to do that so often, you know what I mean? That it's not like I got to get a big, huge boar or sow that's 200 or 300 pounds because I need a whole lot of meat,
Right.
I can go out.
Is the meat different from those two though? Like if you go between those?
Yeah, and as you get bigger, it does. To me, it tastes different.
Okay.
And not only does it taste different, just that big of a pig is just harder to work with. You know what I mean?
All right.
That 100 to 120 pounds is just, you can throw them over your shoulder. You can, it's just,
Oh yeah, of
you can
course.
string them
300
up.
pound,
You
you
can,
put that over your shoulder.
you can dress, you can dress them out. They're just so easy, right? And if I got to go back in a couple of weeks or a month, I want to go out and get another one, I can go out and get another one. It's not like they're going anywhere.
Right.
But what I'll normally do, and I do this with my deer too, is I'll usually ice it down. I got a big ice chest, and the lid's broke on it. It doesn't work good for anything because it doesn't really hold liquid or anything anymore. The fact the drain thing in the bottom's even broke. But what I'll do is I will dress everything out, and then what I will do with most of my game, I say game, and I'm using pig, but most of the wild, whatever you want to call it, that I'll harvest is I'll skin them out, clean them out, throw them in that. Ice them down, and I'll usually keep them iced down for a couple of days or so, and then usually pour in a couple gallons of milk over the course of a couple of days too. Bacteria.
Oh, okay, got it.
And it really helps take some of the game out. It tenderizes the meat a little bit.
All right.
That's been and that's an old family thing, like my dad, grandfather, like I always did that.
That is, yeah. I've never.
And I've just always done it. So don't ask me like the actual
I
science, but I looked into it a little bit. And they were like, yes, the bacteria or whatever in the milk or the whatever you call it, and
yeah. We've done that with quail and other game birds, before as well.
Oh yeah, any wild meat, yeah.
All right. I gotta say, deer or venison, sorry, the jerky, it might be the best I've ever had.
Oh,
also,
yeah, 100%.
PK FRX was asked about, do you hunt elk ever?
I've never went and got any elk. Yeah.
We have elk in Tennessee now.
Do you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually that's a Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, up in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Usually you got to try to win a lottery to go do it.
Yeah.
I'm not one of these that is going to pay $15, $20, $30,000 to go on a hunting trip when I could
Holy
literally
moly in the morning.
go out on my, you know what I mean? When I can literally go out in my backyard and shoot things in the face almost. I mean, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I lived in
and
Colorado
I'm not a
3 years.
trophy hunter, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I would love to like fly to Africa and like shoot a giraffe or something just to do it, but I would have to get that sponsored. I definitely wouldn't want to pay for it.
I lived in Colorado for 10 years. I got one elk hunt.
How was that?
Mm.
It's a lottery system.
After how many years?
No. How was it? Like, was it fun? Did you get
10
one?
years?
Like,
I got an elk, but it was
you bagged one. All right.
Yeah.
Now I hear if you go archery, the odds of winning the archery lottery are better.
Yeah, but the problem with archery hunting elk, unless you're doing it on a game preserve or on a guided hunt, you are not getting a fucking elk.
Yeah, you can't get close enough.
You don't understand how far these like, I kid you not that I would hike into this wilderness area 10 miles to my main camp, sometimes 15 miles to my main camp. That's a day and a half hike in
Both ways.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
and then my spike camps were 1 to 3 miles from my main camp, and I would be out there 10 days.
What was the range on the shot you took? Just curious.
The range I took was right at 600 yards.
Yeah. That's probably about on the minimum side, quite honestly.
Now, since both of you shot coyotes, I've obviously shot one just to get it off the property. Has anybody ever tasted one? No, I never have.
No,
it's not good meat, but
I leave them. I shoot them in the face and I leave them there. Circle of life.
Guilty. Guilty. Not good.
Well, no, I've tasted all kinds of weird stuff because my uncle, but I've never tasted coyote. So
hunting and spending time, in the river bottoms and deer camps, we would throw all kinds of things in skillets, man, just to see. Coyote, no, not good.
It's like a cat, right? It's like the cat of the
well,
dog.
it's like they talk about, what is it, Korean food or something, or like Asian cuisine, that they talk about it being dogs or something.
Korean.
I think
Korean.
and it's like, no, I've had Korean and I've had coyote, and it's like, no, it's that's a funny joke, but it's not. Now it might be if you go to Korea, I don't know, but
just don't eat bat.
Here, yeah, right, exactly.
Don't eat that.
But I give you another weird one that's not good. It's bobcat.
Oh, those things are so cool looking. I don't think I could. I don't think I could kill one for no reason, unless it was doing something.
They make awesome. They make awesome mounts.
So great.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. That is cool. I have seen those. Those are cool.
Yeah, my dad's got a big bobcat mount. It is freaking awesome.
So
and I'm gonna tell you
Grid One
what.
has elk in Tennessee. Well, guess what? We have alligators in Huntsville.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Supposedly we're getting alligators up here too. The TWRA sent out a thing the other day that said, that alligators actually do range up here and whatever.
Yep.
And I'm like, what the fuck are they doing up here? Why would they come here of all places? It gets cold here.
No, pets.
Why do we want alligators? Nobody wants that.
No, they they get the eggs or whatever, or when they're small, bring them in from Florida or wherever illegally, and then I guess when they get to a point, size where they can't handle them, they just release them out in the wild. So,
Oh, yeah.
we have an alligator population in Huntsville.
And become invasive. Yeah, it's like kind of like the snake problem in
Are
Florida.
they seriously like migrating from Florida, or in Louisiana? What? Really?
They get brought in. Things get brought
Okay.
in is the problem. Yeah.
I'm like, how the heck
Yeah,
did that happen?
and then turned loose. It's kind of like I was talking about with the pigs. Things will get brought in from somewhere else, and then the next thing you know, they get dumped. The kids get tired of them, or whatever happens. With what I hear in Florida with the snakes, like the constrictor and stuff, is the hurricanes is what happened.
Yeah.
Like people fled their house, they left their snake there, and it demolished their house, and of course the snake got loose, and the next thing you know, their animals do what animals do, which is hump and breed. So next thing you know, you got these invasive. I got a weird thing here. I got the coolest fucking geckos around my house that you've ever seen in your life, and it took me forever to figure out what they were because I couldn't catch one, and I finally caught one. They're fast. And
But
I
did
finally
he try
caught.
to sell you insurance?
No, he did not. He was the less intelligent cousin, I think, of that one. But they were so cool. They were almost like a translucent color with these dark brown spots all over them. And I don't remember now for the life of me, but it was something like a Mediterranean garden gecko or something.
What?
And I'm like, how the hell do I have Mediterranean garden geckos? And so I started doing the
Garden
Google
gecko.
foo, garden gecko. But anyway,
No, they're messing
so
with us.
and so anyway, I started doing some Google foo on it, right? And they were like, "Oh yeah, this is an invasive species. It's getting really bad in Texas." And what happened is there was these container ships that come over from the Mediterranean that a couple of the containers were like infested, and of course they docked in Houston, Galveston, that area, right? And everything's slowly bred and migrated up, and now we got Mediterranean, whatever it is, geckos.
Dude, I have armadillos in Tennessee. I can't. I'm almost.
What?
We're almost at the point
Armadillos
now
are
where
awesome.
we can use them as mile markers.
That's like the state animal of Texas. So
You're right. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So they just might. So people really are messing with people and just dropping these animals off other places.
oh yeah. Well, I
That's
don't know if they
insane.
do it necessarily intentionally.
They throw out the window. You know, they're gonna get caught. Like the people throw the drugs out the window. They're throwing the animal out. Don't want to get
Yeah.
the cops.
Yeah.
We have a huge.
Oh, we got armadillos down here
armadillo
too.
problem.
They'll root up some
Yep,
land,
we-
and yeah,
same here.
they'll tear up some stuff. They'll tear up some stuff. We don't have them that bad. I mean, they're native to here, and I see them all the time. But I guess per acre or whatever you want to call it around here, they're not too terrible.
Yeah, where I'm at, we got crows and seagulls, so I don't get much hunting. I mean, there's some turkeys if you go out into the wild. Some
I wish we had
big-
turkeys, man. Here.
I see so many
They
wild
they want the Texas Parks and Wildlife is it's got to be one of the best state parks and wildlife agencies in the country. It's got to be. They do so much research and have just so many people on staff, and they're always trying and doing so many things. But one of the things I think is totally stupid, and I've talked to them multiple times about this. So they wanted to get turkeys into this area again because there used to be turkeys here. I'm in eastern Texas, the more wooded part of Texas, and there used to be turkeys here. And so what they were doing though is they were bringing them in from like the East Coast and bringing them in instead of bringing like South Texas turkeys up here. And it's like they never just take root. Every time they've done it, like in a couple of years, there's no turkeys. And then 10 years later, they'll do it again. A couple of years, there's no turkeys, And it's like, they're just not, they can't adapt for some reason. And I'm like, I bet if you could go get some South Texas turkeys that basically live in almost like a desert environment, if they can handle that, you bring them up here where they've got brush and cover and trees to roost in and all kinds of stuff, that they would probably do a lot better. But
wild chickens and wild turkeys around here are like earwigs. It's you see them everywhere.
Wild
doesn't matter where you're
chickens?
at. You could be literally walking down the street here, and there's just some wild turkey running, or chicken or wild turkey. It's wild.
You live in hillbilly countries, but that's
No, I live by the beach.
Good
I don't understand
Lord.
how in the hell we have all
Random
these weird-ass
chickens
animals.
walking around.
No, I'm telling you right now, they're everywhere, dude. We even have a creek down the street from my house, and it's full of them. They just all hang out there. It's cats. I know it sounds weird. It's cats, turkeys, chickens. They all just chill.
We have such a deer problem that just in my neighborhood, I'll see a half a herd of deer. No problem. In my neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I've seen
in
a deer here in years.
Driving my kid to school, I see a massive flock of wild turkeys every morning. And every morning I point it out to my son. I'm like, look, it's always good to know where the grocery store is.
Right. Yeah. For real. Like, so one thing I do not mess with on my property is rabbits. I leave the
I got a
rabbits.
ton of rabbits too.
I leave the rabbits alone. And I'll tell you why.
Yeah, why?
If the world ever falls apart, I know I got my garden and I know it can grow vegetables and blah, blah, blah. So what am I going to need, right? Meat would be nice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I leave my rabbits alone, I can trap some, build me some rabbit hutches. Rabbits breed like crazy, right?
Yeah.
Boom.
Yep,
I've got
they do.
meat. I've got meat the rest of my life, and I can feed them out of crap out of the garden, out of this crap stuff.
And it tastes better than squirrels, so.
Yeah, they do. I love squirrel, but I would agree they do.
I have so many rabbits in my backyard.
Super lean.
Go ahead, Bully.
No, I was just saying they're super lean, but you can.
I like lean. I got to say, if we're going to talk about lean, one of my favorite steaks is tri-tip. I know it's got all that fat on the top. But you cut that all off. That is my favorite cut of meat. So.
Yep.
Oh, that's smart, man. That's smart. I like. No, that's good thinking.
Yeah, we have a ton of. When I was growing up, we never had hawks here. Like you never saw a hawk. It was a lot of buzzards, but never any hawks. And now, like, we have multiple hawks that just live in the area just because of all of the small game and like all the rabbits, squirrels, all kinds of stuff, and the tiny little dogs that everyone seems to want these days.
What tiny little dogs?
I've seen hawks take off a lot of people's lap dogs around here. I'm not seen them.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hawks are no joke, man. And owls. We've got some big old owls too that'll do it.
I was out. I went out to let my dog out one night. My dog's big. It's a husky, and I don't know. My dog was doing something. I don't know, behind the shed or something. Who knows what? Chasing a rabbit or whatever. And I saw this owl come down, and it was like movie quiet. How quiet this owl just ripped this rabbit out of the.
There are. I don't remember. It's on some channel, and PK out there is making me jealous because apparently he's into some falconry stuff, and this is where I've seen this. But I've seen a thing that took like birds of prey or whatever, owls, hawks, falcons, other things, and they hooked up microphones and had them fly, and the owl is like super fucking suppressed, like it makes no noise.
No noise.
It's insane. It's freaking insane.
For a minute I doubted my sanity that I had actually seen what I saw, but it just came down with, and that rabbit was gone, dude. It was gone. I'm like, that's impressive.
I've seen it one time in the wild, and I say in the wild. So I was driving down the road, and it was perfect timing. I was driving down the road, and I turned a corner. And just about to turn, I got around the corner enough. My headlights were straight again. There was a rabbit that was crossing the road, and an owl comes out and it wasn't any lag. It was just, it didn't even slow him down. He grabbed that rabbit and it was amazing. All the rest of the times I've seen it's been on video watch, but it's one time I actually got to see it in real time. I was like, man, and just so happened my fucking dash cam wasn't hooked up that night. And I was like, man, I got home and I thought, oh man, that's on the dash cam. I looked up and the dash cam was off. I'm like, oh, the plug had come unplugged on it.
I was in the Washoe Valley out in going between Carson City or Reno and Carson City, and they have like hugely high winds through that valley, like massive. And I had some kind of night bird. I don't know whether it was an owl or a nighthawk or something, but I think it got caught as it was trying to take off. I think it got caught in the wind and it destroyed the windshield on my vehicle. Destroyed it.
I've hit two, and I think they were after something both times. Because they come out so quick, and clip the very top of the truck or the windshield. One time, I think it was two separate trucks I had, as a matter of fact. One time it cracked the windshield. The second time it was thunk, and I didn't even think about it. The next day I go outside and he's in the bed of the truck. It hit him and he flipped into the bed of the truck.
Wow.
So I actually had the owl there, and of course I just took him out the back of the property and chunked him. But yeah.
Wow.
I've actually hit them twice, so it happens, unfortunately.
Well, believe it or not, I have not gone hunting in my entire life.
Well, you got to change that, dude. You got to get out.
I have not gone hunting.
Well,
nope.
Wow.
Not at all.
I've got a controversial take when it comes to hunting and carrying. Now I'm not for regulation. Not being infringed. Constitution is our permit. I'm on board with all that, right? This is just a personal belief. but I
Right,
believe
scared
there's
me,
a
Clover.
I believe there's a certain. Just hear me out. Like I said, this is a personal belief, and I
right.
don't want any requirements. It's just something I think people should do. So obviously, if you're carrying and you're training, we all know that in the horrible event that you've got to defend yourself and you have to take a life doing it, that's going to suck mentally. Like
Agreed.
we're human. I think that hunting can help prepare you a little bit for that, because as fun as it is to shoot stuff in the face, right? There's a little bit that dies inside, I think, when you do it.
Oh yeah, I agree with
And
that.
if you've been hunting, you probably know what I'm talking about. You break the
yeah.
trigger and it flops, and inside you've got that little bit of your heart that goes, "Oh man!" Now you get it home, you clean him, you throw him in the frying pan, whatever. It's all good.
Right.
But there's that little bit that you did take a life, and it's like,
Oh yeah.
oh, like, And so I usually say that I'm like, I think everybody should go out and experience hunting. For that reason, and then for the reason too that I've talked about with kind of like prepping and gardening and things like that. Even if you live in the city, you can hang pots over your windowsill in an apartment or something. Learn to grow something. Learn how plants grow. In the event that you have to try to grow some food somehow, at least you have some basis of knowledge. Because God forbid the grid goes down, everything goes dark, and at that point you can't Google it to figure it out. So
That's true.
at least and so I think the same thing applies with hunting. Go out and go hunting, and that way at least you're kind of familiar with kind of how animals move and what you got to do if you got to stalk, or maybe if you're tracking, or just different things like that. I think again, a valuable thing. I'm not saying go out and maybe you get hooked on it, right? Maybe you go out hunting that one time, two times, half dozen times, and the next thing you know, you're going on spending hundreds of thousands of dollars going on an African safari. If you do, that's cool. But
right.
at
I
least
don't
go
know
out.
that that's really that controversial. Really, I think that that's just common sense.
Well,
I
the
think it's
carrion,
controversial to a lot of people these days. Yeah.
the carrion one was the one I think that it gets controversial, because a lot of
I mean,
people
look at
think
vegans,
I'm
goodness
trying
gracious.
to force. Like if I had my way, yeah, I would want everybody to do that. But at the end of the day, I'm not the dictator of the United States, so I don't have
Right.
my way. So my opinion doesn't matter.
No, you brought up a good point. I wouldn't have thought of that perspective.
And until you do it, until you pull a trigger, and that happens, and it's a lot different when you smack a spider, right? And I don't fuck with spiders.
Oh,
man.
totally different.
I love spiders, so I don't jack
So do
with
I.
spiders. But
I
I
keep
hate
them everywhere.
wasps.
They eat all my other bugs. Yep.
Well, I hate wasps. I kill a lot of wasps. I don't hardly mess with snakes anymore. I did when, my kids were little. If there was about the only thing venomous that we see around here is copperheads, really. And they won't jack with you. They're usually up under something. You know what I mean? So you got to be moving some old lumber or rocks to really get into something like that. Usually, the biggest thing we see is rat snake, or what we call right here most times chicken snakes, and they won't jack with you. I've got a big long one, and I call her a she. I don't know that it is, but she's probably 5 foot long now. And for whatever reason, she loves to wrap around my smoker. And apparently there is something that gets up on my smoker, I guess at night at certain times, and probably frogs or something that she's after. But I can't tell you the number of times I've had to unwrap her from my smokers.
Or she's telling you she wants to be cooked.
But no, yeah. No, because she's controlled. A lot of people don't realize that too. My wife,
No, I know.
who has no love for snakes, right?
Like my wife.
But I and once the kids were grown and out of the house, I mean, she cares a lot less now, and I get it. But I try to tell her, I'm like, field mice are a thing, and like you got to be able to keep that kind of stuff, especially if you got any kind of land or property, in check, because the next thing you know, they're in your house, and in your they're in your foods, they're whatever, and you got to try to set out traps and poison and other things and get rid of them. And it's like things like snakes that would eat those if you would leave those alone.
Yeah,
the snakes and that a chicken snake is not after you. And
Right.
and I could prove it over and over with that one by unwrapping her from the smoker. Like, she's about docile as long as you're easy with her. she's as docile as she could be. And even if she did strike at you and bite you, it would hurt your feelings more than anything else. Now, don't get me wrong. I would never allow her to wrap herself around my neck or something like that.
Right.
I wouldn't give her that kind of power. But yeah, I don't have a love for snakes, but I don't have a problem. And spiders are the same way. What turned me on spiders? I'm deathly allergic to wasps. And,
oh crap!
And so I've seen spiders on more than one occasion fight a wasp and win. And so the enemy of my enemy is now my friend. And
yep.
I got to where I enjoy my spiders, and I've got some big, huge barn spiders and garden spiders that, man, those gals get so big, and they're just yellow striped and green stripes, and they're so pretty.
No,
I don't play with them, but I appreciate
you have the recluses over there
for what they are. I don't want to say definitively that I've never seen a brown recluse. But like I'm trying to recall a specific time. Recluses around here are one of those things, kind of like a copperhead. They're usually in an attic or an old barn.
Of course, right.
In a box. You know what I mean? Like, you really got to be jacking around. Now, I have seen a few black
my colorblind
widows.
ass when it comes to those rattlesnakes, man.
Yeah, we have black widows here.
Scares
I
the crap
occasionally
out of
get them
me.
in my garage.
Yeah, I've seen a few black widows, but again, most animals, if you don't jack with them, they ain't not gonna jack with you.
Nah, except for this rattlesnakes. I don't like those guys.
I don't have any experience, but I'll tell you, cottonmouths around here, I think, and
those
and
things
they're angry.
chase you down.
And
they're fast.
That may be regional, Grid, because the cottonmouths, I was told that my entire life. And I got my first pair of snake boots. And you can imagine being a redneck from East Texas, the first fucking thing I was going to do with those snake boots. Right? We're going to go test these out. I spent like an hour walking around in the creeks trying to get a cottonmouth to strike at me, and I never could get one to strike at me.
So
I got them to coil up. I got them to, they were opening their mouths. They were to get the hell away from me. I was nudging them with my boot. I never could get one to strike me, dude. And my whole perception of cottonmouths from then kind of changed. I'm like, crap, you really got to agitate them to get struck.
I had
come
one.
hang out with me, then I seem to attract them for some reason. Because I'm mountain bike, I go like mountain biking. That's always the fear. Like I've got like two fears. It's like you go up GMR, like Glendora Mountain Road, and that it's kind of like there's the road and like that's just a ditch, right? Like if you were to fall off, you would just kind of fall and die. Like, but my fear is that like a fucking mountain lion would like pop out of fucking nowhere out of that, then. A rattlesnake that pops out of the bushes, like on the side, when like you decide to stop.
This is irrational
it just like
fear.
bites your ankle, or it attacks your front tire if you're lucky. Then the fucking tarantulas. Oh,
so if it makes you,
I wasn't built for that.
Tarantulas are awesome, except when they jump at you.
If it makes you feel any better, Josie, you will never know you've been attacked by a mountain lion. Odds are.
That is the God's honest truth. That is the God's honest truth.
Oh, that or a deer that pops out of the road as like you're going downhill. And there's a lot of people that get into like deer accidents, like mountain biking or riding, because they just really jump out of nowhere and then you just
startle you.
Collision.
Yeah. So I had an issue with a rattlesnake once, and I'm
more scared for Enzo, the rattlesnake, like little shit.
I was walking down a trail with another kid, and we'd had lumber stacked for a couple of weeks off the side of this trail. And as we're coming by, I didn't really think anything about it, but I saw something move, and I moved my leg, and the snake had struck at my leg, and I had just barely missed getting bitten, and I ended up killing that snake and eating it.
Nice.
And
snake's not bad.
No,
snake's good. It's good. It tastes good.
Could make like
and
leggings
like
out
chicken.
of it or something.
Yeah,
Make a
It's a little tougher than chicken, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Hey, so you ever wonder this? That that always gets said, right? Oh, it tastes like chicken. It tastes like chicken. So what does chicken taste like?
Yeah,
Everything
it's
else?
like rattlesnake. And I had an issue. I had a copperhead, so I had always heard that copperheads would sooner avoid you, and that rattlesnakes. So I had heard that for a long time that rattlesnakes would avoid you if you hear the rattles,
Oh,
just
no.
kind of move out of the way and they'll go away. But I never, the one that struck at me never did the rattle thing at all. Like it just struck at me.
Stealth
and
mode.
and it died. I had a copperhead, kind of the same deal. I'd always heard that copperheads would kind of run away from you, and that one did not. It came towards us, and then it backed away, and it came towards us, and it backed away, and finally we killed him too.
No, you wait
by
to
the
see
way,
him in a
Shovel's
group.
great.
Don't chase your ass.
Huh? Well, I don't know if he wasn't really chasing me, but
No, I'm saying they wait till they're in a group. They will start chasing you. It's
well, I only ever saw the one, and
Good
it
golly, Miss Molly.
We didn't eat the copperhead because it was too small, but the rattlesnake we did.
Yeah.
Sure enough. But yeah, I've only had a couple of snake incidents. My buddy has like snakes all over his place in Colorado. I've been there like probably 2 or 3 times, never seen one, but he is always putting pictures up where he's killed this snake, he's killed that snake, he's killed this. His dog got bit last year by a rattlesnake, and he killed that snake. I mean, it's just like
or anything that's drawing them in.
I don't know. I don't know.
I can
Like
remember.
your dog gets bit by a rattlesnake. That's expensive as fuck.
Oh crap! I couldn't even imagine.
The vet bill's insane
Yeah.
on that.
My
pay for that.
PKFRX,
$500.
PKFRX. My husky has such a high prey drive that all of the rabbits literally are like fair game. Like she's killed so many rabbits and left their headless bodies laying around. So my wife thought my dog was like this cute, fluffy dog.
Awesome.
It's a serial killer.
And she remembered her as this little puppy, this ball of fluff. And I'm like, no, she's a killer. Just trust me.
Huskies are fucking.
Does she talk a lot?
If they want to.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I love huskies because they always talk. They love talking.
Yeah, she's an awesome dog, but she's a killer. And
no, they think pit bulls are dangerous. I'm sorry, huskies can be really.
Huskies
bad.
are. Her prey drive is like super high. She will bring shit, and my wife didn't believe it until my dog was coming in the house one day, and she had something in its mouth, and it was the body of a rabbit that she had, she had beheaded, and
good girl.
like my wife was like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "Well, it's a dead rabbit. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." And baby bunny, yep.
No, it's always like city dogs that end up getting in trouble with rattlesnake. I've ought to see a dog that lives into like a wild environment and get attacked by a rattlesnake for some reason. It's just that the city dogs aren't expecting it, I guess, or they're not used to it.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of none of my, and I don't have any dogs anymore, but none of the dogs I've ever had in my entire lifetime have ever had a problem with snakes, and I very rarely do I hear that happen around here. But like you say, it's probably because they're accustomed to it. They know better.
Yeah, I'm near the beach here, so it's not too bad. But like, if you go more like inland, like California,
Now-
like they get like cockroaches and stuff. We just have a lot of big ass like gators and lizards, which is good because they eat all that stuff.
Now-
And the rattlesnake, for some reason, they're more like in the trails. So
Now, people that have, and at one time I had 3 or 4 big old outside cats, and they were just drop offs, whatever,
Sure. Cats
and
show up.
you talk about snake killing fuckers, man. God, those cats would tear the snakes up. There would be snakes on my porch, and of course, my wife, you can imagine, loved it. But they would show their trophies, man. They would kill it, drag it up on the porch.
Yeah.
Like, look what I did.
Was it a Manx?
What, the cats?
Yeah, were they Manx?
Oh, dude, they were just like whatever,
Barn cats.
like
Okay, just
stray,
barn
just
cats,
old
okay.
barn cats. Yeah. But they were all pretty big.
No,
pretty
just
big
just
cats,
Manx can be crazy. I had a couple of Manx, and they were just. It felt like every day I walked outside. I'm like, he's sitting.
Yeah, who knows what these were?
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna try and do some of Andrew's TikTok invasion. I don't know how I'm gonna do that since I don't use TikTok, but I'm gonna see if he'll get me in. I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna redirect you guys to Andrew's TikTok invasion.
Can
So
I come
stand
for the
by,
TikTok invasion?
and you'll be headed over there. So enjoy, guys. Have a great rest of your night. It was great, excellent show tonight. Really had a lot of fun, even arguing with Easy. Clover, always a pleasure to have you on, man. I'm gonna have to. We'll have to do a rumble where we can touch firearms and stuff.
No shit.
Heck yeah.
Some point. And all right, we'll see you guys later.
All right, thanks, Grid.
Off my lawn.